A smoke signal? Thoughts, Yugiri?
In former times, such signals were used to announce the coming of an emissary of peace. In Doma, at least. But could that truly be their intent?
Who can say? Whatever they want, we cannot simply blast them out of the sky.
Then I shall go and reconnoiter.
Nay, that won't be necessary. I would welcome this student of Dorman history in person.
As you wish, my lord. I shall arrange for a signal of our own.
Well, that we should be received by the Lord of Doma himself.
I but afford an emissary of peace. Welcome to Doma.
Ah, where are my manners? I am Asahi Sus Brutus, Ambassador Plenipotentiary of Garlemald.
He is heir to the Naiuri clan, and Yotsu's stepbrother.
It seems I need not introduce myself, not in the presence of the famed Yugiri Mistwalker. Your skills as a shinobi are known far and wide, my lady. It is true. The former acting viceroy is my sister. Yet, bonds of kinship aside, we have precious little in common. As will soon become plain, I come not to sow strife, but to end it. I am of the Populares, a collective which represents the interests of the common man. Long have we labored to bring about reform to the Empire's provincial policy. Happily for us, our master acknowledges the need for change. Indeed, His Radiance, Emperor Varys Zos Galvus, personally sanctioned this mission, granting me the authority to speak with his voice. To negotiate peace with Doma.
Well then, we have much to discuss. Will you accompany me to my hall?
Gladly, my lord.
So there's so many things we could talk about for EDG right now. He is this time going to be going up against what I think is a greater jungle opponent. Even though TT, we talked about them being at the bottom of the league, Xiaopeng is finally making his return.
Yes, and this is really exciting for us because Xiaopeng was the one that actually knocked EDG with Clear Love out of a playoffs in 2019 when they first came into the LPL. So there's no love lost before, and now he's going to be up against the disciple of Clear Up. So it's going to be really interesting, and Xiaopeng also introduces back the Twyla Xiaopeng dynamic, which we'll touch on later.
Sure. I'm super excited for that because remember, ladies and gentlemen, that Xiaopeng hasn't played this split at all, but was considered the best part of Dominus last year when the team, had Shubin and, Mitsuki was down in that bottom lane. And let's just be honest, we don't want to see them again because that was not a great bottom lane. So Xiaopeng coming back in, maybe it brings that fire, as you can see, EDG lining up on stage.
And Jieje is very, very tall. Just an interesting fact, tall people have a higher survival rate in war too. So, looking for Jieje.
Thank you, Clement. Very, very important fact. We'll have a look across the board. You did mention Twyla will be starting today in the mid lane, as we've got Sam Dean team in the bottom lane, Xiaopeng up there as well, and Chalitza up in the top lane. So Chalitza also very tall, Clement. We're kind of just going down the scale a little bit. Feels like Twyla's probably the shortest person in this team if you want to continue this discussion.
Yeah, we'll pivot it in another direction. Xiaopeng and Twyla, very interesting dynamic. Twyla has always been known to play rather unorthodox champion. His pool is Aurelion Sol, Ryze, and Zillion. And what he's done in the past is he always pushes the lane to make sure that Xiaopeng can invade and duel 1v1 against the opponent jungler. So we're going to see a lot of Nidalee come out from Xiaopeng. That's his best champion. He played a lot of Conqueror Nidalee, in fact. And, I think EDG will be very familiar with this dynamic because Xiaopeng pretty much soloed Clear Love throughout most of that playoff series and forced EDG to go into skirmishes they didn't really want to take.
You can see on your screen now, Xiaopeng versus Jieje. Definitely a highlight matchup here. I didn't actually end up seeing what the highlight matchup was on the Chinese side, but as Iris introduced our two teams, it does feel like, TT are going to be striving to build up on Xiaopeng to try and get him into a favorable position. Scout and Twyla also on your screen there. And, there are a lot of exciting matchups despite TT being towards the bottom of the league, despite us talking about these teams being imbalanced. But still for TT, it's the start of the split. They could bring out anything here. And it's just a wait and see as we get into draft for game one.
I definitely agree with you on that one. TT are still in the phase where they're bringing in new players, they're trying things out, but we can sort of lay the general outlook of this team right now. Their top lane is definitely going to be their weak side, and their bottom lane is going to be their main focus. Their only win so far has been the Seraphine and Misfortune lane, which I think they did very, very well on. Very strong in lane. You could push opponents in and just punish them with ganks incoming from the rest of the map as well. So that's a very high possibility that they might go for the same tactic. And if you can get shut down Viper in the early game, then EDG loses their main carry.
That's right. So bottom lane, bit of a focus there as well. Let's see if jungles link up and we pay attention down there. Ladies and gentlemen, it is still 11.1 here as we go into week number 4. EDG on blue, TT on red. And remember that a lot of the LPL teams have been prioritizing AD carry first pick or that Olaf. Olaf is now banned alongside Pantheon. We'll see if EDG want to set Viper up.
A lot of jungle bans being thrown right here, and I think Kai'Sa is the absolute go-to first pick. Kai'Sa, she's just so good as a hyper carry and at a 2-item ADC, so we've been seeing teams take her all over the time, and both in LCK and LPL, this is your most picked AD carry.
Yeah, even LEC striving towards it, right? We've seen a bit more diversity there, but it still remains true as the S-tier pick. TT now, the option could be clear if they want to set up, because Thresh normally banned on the blue side as a final support pick, but you may have given over the Aphelios if they want to partner it up now.
Yeah, we have seen Teen actually pivot towards the Thresh without the Aphelios as well. This is his best champion. We have seen a lot of teams actually just ban the Thresh away from him, but he's feeling confident. He wants to set something up here, and I wouldn't be too surprised if it's the Aphelios. That's definitely a go-to for them. And something that we have seen in the LCK that people really like taking up against the Kai'Sa, you can shove the lane in early and continue that momentum into the middle of the game.
Really strong 2v2. Even when Aphelios was stronger, it was just like the perfect partner lane. JJ going to take away the Lilia in case Xiaopeng was thinking about it. So now we have a bit of engaged, a lot of CC lockdown with the Lilting Lullaby comboed with the Showstopper.
I really like the set here as well. It's one of the strongest lanes against Thresh. We have seen just level 1 flash-ins. You get both of the Aphelios and Thresh. Neither of these have escapes early on. It's very easy to force flashes out of this combination, and I do believe Mako will be going for that one. However, we did see TT actually hover a Udyr. I'm not going to go for it, unfortunately. Going to go for the Hecarim. This is kind of interesting because the Hecarim hasn't been doing very well in the LPL. You need a lot of farm. You are looking at either Divine Sunder or Triforce, which requires quite a bit of gold to actually hit early on. And there has been a sort of feast and famine dynamic going on with the Hecarim. So I want to see if TT can actually have the tools to enable Xiaopeng to get his farm.
And at least, you know, for Xiaopeng, the ability to maybe hit bot. We could talk about the lane dynamics and how he pressures the bottom lane as we round these drafts out. Because remember, we did talk about the focus of Sam D and Team coming into this series. I actually think TT Team is going to be quite annoying when we get into this one as well. Twilight deserving the respect ban from EDG. We saw him hover it before. Zilean is one of his great traits in the LPL, and the response for TT. We'll see in a moment after.
I like the Zilean ban just because it actually slots very well into TT's comp. You have a hyper carry already, and Aphelios typically has been going for GA, as we've seen in the later phases of the game. You can also put bombs onto the pony and just have him deliver it into the middle of the enemy team comp. So it might seem like kind of an off-meta ban, but it's definitely very warranted against Twilight.
Yeah, he has another kind of pocket pick in Lulu too, but doesn't deserve the same amount of respect as we've seen his Zillion hit montage play after montage play, and they decide they don't want any global pressure added to it. So Galio gone, and Twyla, he's a control mage player, and will lock in the Orianna.
Yeah, this is what I did really want to see out of TT. We have seen a lot of teams try to play Orianna plus Hecarim combo, but it's never really worked. And the main reason for me is that both of these champions require a lot of farm. They're much more about late scaling up into their comfortable phases of the game. So even though the combo looks incredible, you have the Unstoppable on the Shadow of Onslaught, you really give a lot away in the early game to make that work. And as TT, you already have a pretty weak laning phase, so it's going to be about survival for TT in the first 15 minutes.
Yeah, it's also coordination, right? The devastating charge separates opponents from each other. Shockwave timing on top of the horse is so crucial, especially when you fear and the enemies run away from that ultimate, that onslaught of shadows. So a lot of key interactions that we can talk about as we go into this game. Clement, we got a pretty standard team fighting comp, I guess you could say, from EDG. Scout running into his Azir, which he's played many times before.
Yeah, we have talked a lot about blind pick Nara, and we're generally unfavorable for this. But against Chalitza, I don't think you're going to get punished at all. Chalitza is pretty much just the tank player. I would actually rank him as probably very, very far down onto one of the bottom top laners in the LPL. But this time, he's showing some fight. He's using that last pick to get an Aurelia into this matchup. Interesting.
Now, the reason we rank this top laner low is because, remember, he was on the side of Vici Gaming. Chalitza was unimpactful. He went back down into the LDL and was replaced in the end. I believe Cube came up and took his position, and as well as ZDZ. But for TT, Clement, walk me through this comp a little bit more, because we have a lot of scaling elements across the board.
So TT do have a pretty good 4-1 dynamic going on. They have great wave clear with Orianna and Aphelios, and if they can get Aurelia going in a side lane, just split pushing, then they can sit and just continue to scale. And if they go into the late game, I do think they have a very, very good teamfight composition. So that's kind of their game plan. It is relying a lot on the top lane being ahead in order for them to, keep the side lanes open and keep their scaling going on. But if they can manage, that's a good strategy. On EDG side, I think we're seeing something that is pretty stock and standard over here. We have the Azir, which is something that Scout has been going for in this new season. He's actually very slow pace this season, even though he is an assassin player. He does just set up range for that Kai'Sa, and they're just going to go look for front to back. They're going to be a 5v5 team, and the main thing about their team is the initiation. Can they actually find the backline? Can they actually survive the first burst combo coming in from Xiaopeng and Twyla? If they can do that and actually get enough engage onto Sam D, then they're good.
Yeah, but if they engage and they miss, I mean, to get out, Scout's pretty much the only one who can kind of leave the situation, right? So once they're in, it feels like EDG are in. Into this series, into this game, we'll find out. Game 1 about to head onto your screens. TT, a team right now who kind of struggling to leave an impact in the LPL, while for EDG, they are looking like one of the best. People hype this roster up, and it is performing, and performing pretty damn well. TT's got a bit of a journey ahead of them if they want to sneak out a win in this first game.
Unfortunately, we aren't going to be having the gyos this time around, so we can go straight into the level 1 section of the game. I really like what EDG are doing right here. We have talked about Aurelia's level 1s, early levels against Gnar, which are incredibly deadly. She can all-in you at level 2 and pretty reliably blow a flash if she is able to land that flawless duet. Taking a look at her rune choices right here, we do see the Conquerors, pretty standard stuff, and we just have to pay very, very close attention towards that top side. If this gets out of hand for Flandre early, we could see a surprising amount of pressure coming out from TT.
Because remember, you've talked about it, Lyrics talked about it, I believe Dagner's talked about it as well, where the Nars we see in the LPL, you know, a lot of the time it can be about that split push pressure, right? You know, we see it in the builds. A lot more Nars are going towards Divine Sundra versus what we saw at the start, which was the Stride Breaker, which really wasn't working out.
Yeah, that was more of a teamfight option, and Jalitza going in immediately. You know, one of the things about Aurelia that I think a lot of players find surprising, but wait a minute, Mako.
Yeah, look, Tina's going to get ignited down. Mako going aggressive. We've seen this so many times from Set. You know, doesn't burn the flash. Mako goes in with the level 1 face breaker, trying to hit 2 first so they can get the all-in the lane.
Yeah, you can't really react to a flash in coming in from the Set with your Flay. The timings don't really work out, and a lot of times we have seen the Set just picked into the Thresh. Now, to continue on my top lane tirade, because this is a lane I do play the most, one of the surprising things about Aurelia is that she does have a very, very long attack range, and she also has good good movement speed compared to ranged champions early. So you can just walk the Gnar down with your 200 attack range, and once you hit that Ionian Fervor, it's very deadly level 2, and a lot of times you are not going to see the Gnar even walk up to the wave to contest. They're just going to wait behind it and let the wave push into them.
Already building up. You can see the wave building up himself, rather. 5 CS in the lead for Chalitza. We already saw some of those good early trades. Remember, he's also on Corrupting Potion Biscuit, so there's a lot of sustain if he ever missteps. It does feel like Chalitza trying to challenge himself in this first game. When we called him one of the weakest top laners in the league, that's what I love. You know, players challenging themselves. We'll see if he can go further and if Chalitza can continue winning this matchup. But Clement, walk me through a bit more of the early game as junglers are up towards his top side. Where does Xiaopeng look to impact, or is it just about diffusing any situation from JJ?
So I think the clear pathing that Xiaopeng is going to go for is probably he's going to go back to his bottom side and then head top. The top lane is pushing towards them. That should be fairly easy to set up. And if they get a 2v2 early here, they are 100% favorite. There is no way that EDG will actually come out ahead on this 2v2. So that should be the expected route for Xiaopeng, just trying to make sure that his top lane split pusher is going to work out. And we are seeing Flandre kind of respect the fact that, hey, Xiaopeng could be very much be headed his way. He's going to back out early. He's not going to sit there with the top lane pushing in whatsoever. On the other side, I think for EDG, we are seeing that dynamic we talked about with the Orianna and Hecarim matchup is early game, they do get pushed in a lot, and even though you have a great combo, it's hard to survive to that point where you can actually pull your combo off. Xiaopeng, with his pathing, is already down a buttload of CS, and if you look at Orianna Twilight in the mid lane, he's also getting pushed in consistently. So, you know, the combo's great, the 5v5 is great, but you are putting yourself back on the back foot.
Yeah, you can already see that, you know, waiting for the gank in the bottom lane, Xiaopeng was very patient there, but Hook doesn't connect. It was Disappearance Act from Viper and Mako. They waste a lot of Xiaopeng's time. Now he's back to his camps, but he's leveled down. He's so much CS down, as you just pointed out. And even the invade from JJ to take away Raptors, this is going to be a very big lead and cement the early game and the, you know, front to back in the first couple of these dragons that you're already talking about.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a huge issue for them. Good on Xiaopeng. He does spot out the ward, so the pressure again is going to be mounting onto Flandre. But we have seen Flandre in these lanes. He's actually done incredibly well for himself. I think Flandre has been one of those players that I was so surprised about by his just change of style. Because when he was on LNG, he had to always play these split pushers. He was playing a lot of Aurelia and Jax himself, so he's no stranger to the matchup. But this split, he's been willing to blind pick everything. He's been blind pick Renekton. He's been blind pick Gnar. He's just saying, hey, you know what? Bottom lane, jungle, you guys need the counter picks a little bit more. I'm going to be the sacrificial lamb here. I'm just going to do my job in the team fights.
He was revitalized, he's moved to a new roster, wants to prove himself. Now against the 1v2, he's going to have to do exactly that. Good dodge away from the flawless duet. Chalitza doesn't have the Vanguard's edge yet either. I believe actually he ticks 6 as we move the camera away. So ult now in hand. Flandre gets to give him a turret shot as well, bops him down. Great trading, and look, Xiaopeng, another gank where he's trying to make something happen, but the wave not in favor, the laner not in favor, and he's just wasted more time.
I have to say, that was way too telegraphed from Chalitza. He missed his flawless duet, and the flawless duet was in a really weird position where he was going to take tower shots anyway. And you also have to remember, EDG just saw Xiaopeng on the ward on Raptor. So that was a very easy read from Flandre. He gets a very superb trade, and JJ actually just misses out on Xiaopeng. Interesting.
Yeah, Gromp timing a couple of seconds off as well. JJ walking back in, level advantage, so lilting Lullaby there. And even in the 1v1, this is going to feel very nice. You're going to spin to win a couple of times, and Xiaopeng gets bullied down. The sweet spot hit. JJ with the smite. No, it's secured by Xiaopeng, which was kind of a must-win, but the blue buff now forfeited with everyone moving.
Yeah, Kai'Sa has a large mobility advantage right here. She's able to arrive on the scene first, and they do steal away the blue buff, which just means that the mid lane push that we've been seeing from Azir against Orianna is going to get exacerbated, and JJ should have a lot more openings to just walk into Xiaopeng's jungle. This is the exact opposite of what we wanted to see out of Xiaopeng and Twile.
That's right. I mean, Xiaopeng had high expectations because he was the jungler that, again, you know, really tried to carry dominance in 2020 when they were at the bottom, when they had this inexperienced roster. Disappointing start, but, you know, let's not take the credit out until we get to round those fights, until we see how this mid-game transition works. Because for EDG right now, they have the leader, and this is where it's going to get difficult. We've got a 20-plus CS lead for Scout with the Comet Azir. Top lane as well is caught up, and JJ's having a great time. Xiaopeng's just trying to steal some things away. Scuttle's going to go into the brush. Xiaopeng now spotted out. Sleep not used yet, but JJ's still following. Devastating charge once more, goes back in. The Onslaught of Shadows is available. Lilting Lullaby there. He gets the fear off, but JJ kites away. Scout here as well. The command protect doesn't save his life. And first blood over to EDG with Twyla now in a bad position. Flandre's coming in. The shockwave locks him down, and Scout will drop as well. Chalitza saving the day. He's slowed down, knows there's no Lilting Lullaby. The flash from Flandre gets him out, and TT managed to get more than they thought.
Yep, so it ends up being a mid laner for jungle trade, which is definitely in favor of TT. I would take that trade any day of the week. Looking at Teen.
Okay, Teen, yep, is going to die here. The ultimate used, and Sam D now in a weird position where he has Crescendum available, but Viper uses the killer instinct onto Sammy D, and Viper gets a kill. The bottom lane explodes, and EDG now in favor.
That was the most disgusting level 6 bait I've seen in a while.
Oh, yeah.
Mako was sitting on level 5. He was baiting Teen to go in onto him. And then, in the nick of time, Viper finds the critical CS to tick him over to level 6. He gets the extra HP, he gets the extra ultimate, and he slams Teen into the dirt.
Let's be honest, Teen wasn't respecting as well that, you know, Mako's experience. But I guess it's a hard thing to track, Clement. I don't know if I'm being too critical here, but it was... you know, not a great situation, and now you've just set up the bottom lane for EDG, the lane that continues to strive for success. They're 2,000 gold up, they got a Rift Herald too, and even that topside play, TT traded out, but this just puts them back into a bad deficit.
Yep, still a very strong position for EDG. They're up 2,000 gold, and they are most likely just going to start into the bottom lane. We are going to see Teen.
Dark Passage over the wall, this time Teen redeeming himself, waiting for the flay. He stops the shifting sands. You know what? Teen, that's retribution. He's back on board.
What an amazing play coming out from him. Chalitza does find the stun here.
Does, but Flandre just fighting him back, has a bit of movement speed, gets hyper almost one more time, but the re-engage here from Chalitza. He's trying to bait it out. He knows there's no Vanguard's edge, and Flandre will just walk away.
Yeah, so we do have good things happening on the top side for TT, and with Scout down, that's going to be a free turret plating over there. And they also start the Drake stacking. So a lot of good things for TT, and Drake stacking is, I would say, more important on TT's side, just because they are behind in the early game, and they do need some comeback mechanics. They have drafted a very strong 5v5 composition where a lot of ultimates can be stacked up together. So, you know, this is a good sign for TT. They can definitely be the ones that are setting up for the next Drake as well. And if they get a critical team fight, they're straight back in the game.
You also mentioned, you know, the Orianna, the Hecarim need a lot of resources. It's just great to see that, you know, now they get a bit more of that time. We see the tier stacking with the Mercury treads to pay respect to the CC that EDG have. Also, you know, again, the Trinity Force for the Hecarim, so it feels like Xiaopeng enabled a bit more into this jungle, even getting a Scuttle Crab here, and trying to bridge that 30 CS discrepancy the game started off on.
Definitely has been the case. Now, EDG is sitting on a Herald, so they could potentially break up this Drake situation by just making the bot lane so far behind that they can't really control that area of the map anymore. Seems like that's exactly what they're doing, and we do have to remember that EDG has very good blue timers onto TT, so I think their game plan is going to be starting some skirmishes here before TT can set up with their full 5-man combo into the river.
Because let's remember, Clement, that Moonstone Renewal being such a cheap item, you know, 2,500 gold, means that the first mythic on board is for Jer, so adding the support role, Scout almost caught out the shifting sands over the wall. Xiaopeng has used the Ghost, the Onslaught of Shadows to dive. Shockwave, again, this is what we said. It has to be coordinated, and Twyla, where your ball at?
That was very far off from the mark. A little bit unfortunate from that one. And look at the map right now. EDG are instantly going in for the blue buff. They know that you just blew your ultimates, you don't have anything here, and the skirmish is going to be on. I like what EDG are doing right here because I think skirmish is what they want to look for. In full-on 5v5 teamfights, they actually have a lot of difficulties reaching the backline in Sam D, and you have to remember, Sam D also has that cleanse on him, so he's going to be very difficult to snipe out, and just pulling things into the skirmish is much more favorable for Edward.
Yeah, right now I'm just kind of enjoying this game because, you know, seeing an Orianna miss a Shockwave is a sign of good things to come. Let's be quite honest, it's the LPL, and things can only get messier from here, Clement, but you know, at the very least,
I prefer my wombo combos well coordinated and actually on point, but
you know,
you definitely like something else.
I had a messy breakfast, man. You saw that poached egg, brother. Just went over all the food and smash. Just like that. We give the gold over. Jer and Mako share in a bit of trade-off, and you can see that across the map, there is actually not too much of a trade-off. TT lose out in a bit more gold, and EDG giving some to core part of their carries.
Yeah, just making sure that bot lane is always pushed in their favor. I do want to take another look at the top lane. We have seen in this matchup, the Aurelia typically does go for Blade of the Ruined King first. It's actually a lot more cost effective against Triforce, and the speed steal at 25%, I believe it does equal out as being a little bit better than the Triforce overall. So you have more sticking power, you have more sustain, that you can heal up all the poke coming in from Lunar. It does look like we are going to see that item being first pick here. And just taking a look here, I will say that Flandre has actually survived very, very well. He's only down by 2 waves with CS here. Yep. He's not really in range of being solo killed whatsoever. So I have to give this overall strategy a little bit over to Flandre because, you know, the split pushing, it's probably not going to work out.
Okay, well, yeah, 5 CS discrepancy right now. And you talk about it not working out. Let's also remember that Jer with a bit of a lead and the ability to, you know, shadow and be quite mobile. I also want to remind our audience that, remember, Lilia is a byproduct of Hecarim and Nico. From... Is
that true? Is that
No, of course not. But I'll make it true because it suits. She, you know, the similarities between Nico, similarities between Hecarim. You know, a deer's kind of a horse when you think about it in two-dimensional space. So the thing is here, just remember that, you know, the similarities between the two champions, there is a bit of a CS lead and an experience lead from Jer's perspective. He's almost level 11 with the Lilting Lullaby, and we've got an Oblivion Orb. So Morellonomica might be the second item as an interesting choice for Jer.
That's an interesting one. Now, he does have a lot of good effects from it coming out against Aurelia.
close.
Ooh.
Okay.
I felt like JJ could sense his father, you know? He's like, oh, Daddy, are you in that brush?
Oh my god, I'm so sorry I brought it up. Mako's gonna absorb a bit of damage here. Good talk from the Flayers. The showstopper's there. The Haymaker through the middle. The Lilting Lullaby onto 2, but this is a disengage. Viper wasn't in position, and TT almost threatened the play.
Yep, that was a good sneak away from EDG. 3v2 situation. They managed to walk out. Scout's going to have the advantage pushing this wave in, and they're going to have an easier setup onto the Drake. I actually like what TT did there. I think it was the right call, but the execution just didn't follow through. They know that they're actually behind right now in the game, so they want to make a pick before they go into the Drake pick. Unfortunately, doesn't really work out, and that does give Scout the priority coming in from the mid lane. So EDG, full vision, full control over the bot side. It's about TT breaking in now.
And look at where they are. Look at the health bars. TT as well can't just make the trade for the Herald, the second Herald of the game. So they want to challenge this one. The flash in from Team, force the flash out from Viper. Double TP, but TT's health bars aren't favorable. The smite comes in way too early, but it is Aphelios who gets it. Sam D securing the Dragon could be big, as meanwhile Flandre into the backline, flashes forward, the onslaught of shadows onto Mako, but everyone from EDG that does damage is free hitting. Flandre sacrifices his life, while meanwhile Chalita being a bit of a big beefy boy himself. 3 versus 2, Mako's running it with the facebreaker at the ready, the Haymaker down the middle, and JJ trying to get the slow down. He spins once to win, autos the second time, and the kill goes down with Sam D, the only remnant left alive. EDG win out the fight.
And I think TT are super happy with that one. Of course, they do trade one extra member, but they were behind to begin with anyway, and most importantly, they do keep the Dragon stack alive. So the Wombo combo hopes are still there. They don't always have to go into the skirmishes. Now, I think we will get a replay of that fight, but I just want to say that this could definitely have gone a lot better for TT.
Yep.
Their initial combo was pretty botched. We only saw one person being dragged in by the Shockwave, and Twyla has looked pretty depressing on this champion, let's be honest. They didn't really sync up the ultimates to get multiple members whatsoever. However, Chalitza was a shining spot in that team fight. He was able to 1v3 for a long time and actually kill Scout while there was so much protection around him. That's a sign of good things to come.
The benefit you talked about, the Blade of the Ruined King, right? You know, that first item and the priority it has on this Aurelia. 2-1-1, and the time he kept made it so TT were a competitive figure in that fight. But in the end of the day, EDG getting more kills, getting the turret off the back of it as well, means they're 3,000 gold ahead still at 17 minutes of the game. And while Mythics are coming out for a TT finally, EDG are solidifying theirs and moving on to the second item. Collector now there, as Chalita's actually been caught out. Facebreaker back, and the Collector Kaiser comes in. 4-0-2, Viper doing it again. And TT may have just sacrificed the Herald.
Yeah, very good collapse coming in from EDG. TT were showing their hands a little bit too early. They wanted to group up, get another 5v5, get another chance at the Wombo combo. But EDG, they just punished Chalitza to the max. They know he has to come in with the team. They get the kill, and they're getting everything on the top side.
Out of turret on the top side, mid will be the only one remaining. That Herald can make short work of that. But, you know, I was about to compliment TT. I thought, well, you know, the early game doing well, and the fact that they're managing these objectives, hitting the first item power spike and not being too far behind is something I can't say anymore. I mean, Jedge has taken over the jungle even further. And we'll have a quick look at the bottom lane fight first.
So EDG are the ones with positional advantage. TT do make a good run on the right side of the map, but I feel like their left side was incredibly botched. They don't get the Wombo combo in. Flandre's cutting the rest of the team outside. And just watch this from Chalitza. He's the saving grace, but never mind. We're in the LPL.
What happened? It's a kill to Scout and Flandre.
It's a double.
Lilting Lullaby. It's going to be traded here. Mako's waiting. Rampage away. No. Viper gets yet another kill. And, you know, in the LPL, we appease the blood gods, don't we, Clement?
Yes, Korn is our father. You know, PP God might be looking after all of us, but Korn is the one we pray to in our soul.
Okay. It's kind of random. I was expecting, like, you know, maybe like Name or something. You know, we go back even further.
There's no analytical point I can make there. You know I'm kind of like autistic. I can't go on to small talk.
You're a beautiful, bright mind. Don't you dare. Look, at the very least, let's be realistic with the audience. EDG fought back on that fight, and yeah, let's have a look at what we missed.
So it looks like TT, after losing the Herald, they do have priority here. They punish Flandre to the maximum. They get the one kill. And Scout comes in trying to save the situation, but it definitely wasn't salvageable for him. However, he does get... Oh, wait. Oh. Oh, I just noticed that we have a fight in the top 2.
Link just dead again. Now, this Aurelia, who was playing well in the fights, is getting caught out more times than I can count, and I can only count to 3. So for TT, their top laner, a huge liability, 45 seconds away from Dragon.
I will say, to sum up the situation, it is TT trying to make very aggressive plays right before the Drake, which I have a huge respect for, but then EDG responding with their members rotating in time. Of course, we don't see the rotations, we don't see the start of the fight, but that would be my guess.
Yeah, we're just making an assumption there. But we've come back to live, and again, I mentioned we're setting up for the Dragon coming up in about 20 seconds. We're on towards the second item for most of the players here across the Rift. Zeal picked up by Sam D, but note, item advantage for Viper, who is giga-fed. You know, that is a mega giga-fed, 21 minutes in. He's huge, and he's got a Zeal on top of
On behalf of my delegation, I offer you my humblest thanks. Never did I imagine that I would meet the gallant and noble Lord of Dorma himself, nor be welcomed into his magnificent hall.
You'll forgive me if we forgo the pleasantries. You say you are come to negotiate peace. Unless I am mistaken, such negotiations are typically conducted between sovereign nations. I was not aware that the Emperor had recognized Dorma's sovereignty.
His Radiance has yet to do so, that much is true. Know, however, that he has expressed willingness to cede Dorma to her ancestral masters and treat with her as a friend. Since the days of Emperor Solus, the Empire has aggressively expanded its territory. While you may not agree with our founding father's policy of expansion, I believe there is room for discussion on the matter of his lifelong goal, to rid the world of icons. Icons are a blight upon this star. They cannot be suffered to exist. This you know as well as we. In his wisdom, Emperor Varus wishes to explore the possibility of an alliance to combat this common threat. On the condition that Dorma renounces summoning and pledges to police the Korjin's practice of it, his Radiance would extend the hand of friendship.
Dorma has never shown any appetite for summoning, and it should go without saying that we will address any threat to our people, icon or otherwise. With regard to the Korjin, I must stress that they only resorted to summoning under extreme provocation. When the Ruby Sea was at peace and their sacred relics safe, they looked not to their kami for protection. Yet even now there are certain parties who would destabilize the region with ill-conceived military forays. Unless they alter their course, we cannot hope to be rid of icons.
Quite. I can but apologize. In seeking to eliminate icons, the Empire creates them. 'Tis an irony among ironies.
Indeed, many summonings are the result of persecution, the weak being driven to...
A tragic state of affairs. If we are to... My comrades and I would change all that. We, Alas, there is a faction within Garlemald. Lest you wonder, theirs was the hand that loosed our forces on the Confederate...
That would be most welcome, but...
I cannot blame you for doubting us. Indeed, I should find... Under Garlean rule, no few Dormans were conscripted into the Imperial army. Naturally, any exchange would include the acting viceroy.
Yotsu? What makes you think we have her?
Forgive me, my lord. Was it not your wish to speak plain? Let us not play games. I desire only to work to our mutual benefit. The Optimates tried and failed to take my sister by force. I would succeed by peaceable means, thereby strengthening my party's hand. 'Twould be a lie to say I would not also be glad of my sister's safe return.
Does he care though? He's too fed. W for the triple kill, misses, but it's cleaned up by Flandre. And EDG tore that fight to pieces.
Complete ace on the side of EDG coming in, and once more they're able to dance away from the wombo combos. JJ using his W to get out of the Dauntless Vanguard coming in from Chalitza, and just taking a look at the wombo combo we've been talking about, the ball delivery system for Xiaopeng, that never found Viper. Viper was completely untouched, and he's sitting on 7 kills, allowed to unload on TT.
Man, this is why we're talking about the LPL returning to that peak of AD carries. Viper is one of the big reasons. As we look at EDG, you know, you mentioned that Mako might be caught out here, but they turned it in their favor.
Yeah, Mako survives for far too long, and I think Xiaopeng actually uses his ultimate a little bit early. Jijia is not the main one you have to pay attention to. They even use Aurelia's ultimate for that, and Viper is just untouched. He's willing to go in. He still has his killer instincts. He's been sitting on this backline the entire time, and there's no threat anymore. Once that Orianna goes down, he flashes in, so, you know, good prediction from Teen, but it's not enough to salvage.
Fancy little sidesteps, right? You know, Viper kind of flashed into that one, but it doesn't matter. He pushes back, he doesn't get hit by the Calibrum, and EDG, you notice that JJW to get out of the Vanguard's edge. Well spotted, Clement, because that was also crucial. EDG players individually are coming up clutch, and they move into these team fighting settings and these skirmishes, and they do even better. They're at 9,000 gold in the lead at 27 minutes in. We've got double Mountain on the board with a Baron buff on Scout, on Flandre, who are going to start pushing in these sides.
And here's the EDG test. Has Scout actually changed? The answer is yes. He is reformed. He's not dying to those Fnatic brushes anymore. Does a good checkup, and TT's play kind of fizzles.
Yep, now Baron minions coming in and the wave clear there, but still with the Baron minions, it takes a bit of time with the lack of damage there for TT. Good man, Lilting Lullaby at the ready, but they're going to wait. Next wave, sure to come in about 10 seconds. Remember, Baron, a minute to go, and Flandre's left alone on a turret.
Split pushing here, already has a BF sword for his GA. He's going to be taking these turrets down incredibly fast. And we see the 1-3-1 spread coming out from EDG. The key thing to remember right here is Viper could actually collapse on any of these side lanes in an instant.
Yeah.
So TT without vision on Viper, they're very scared.
They've engaged on him, but he still has... Oh, no, he's used a Killer Instinct before onto Xiaopeng. They flash forward with the dissonance. Xiaopeng almost goes down until the showstopper down. Mako will trade 1 for 1, but Viper, it took a lot of members to kill him.
That was the entirety of the Wombo combo from TT, and they still nearly died to Viper 1v2. That's just how far ahead the Kaisa is at that point. He does fall down. They get the 1,000 shutdown gold onto Xiaopeng, I believe. But in the meantime, EDG, they do take away the top lane tower for their troubles.
Well, 1,000 gold feels nice, but we're going to have to see that a couple more times, especially since, you know, Viper has a stopwatch with an Infinity Edge now picked up. He's pretty much full build until that turns into a potential GA. So, for Viper, he's still going to be quite huge, and EDG is still going to be in control of these fights. 3 minutes to the next dragon, but, you know, the Baron buff, I'm going to be looking towards that in another 3 minutes as well. Timers line up.
Yeah. And I think TT, what we've seen from their team fights is they've been acting very impatient. I think the way that they should actually play these out, but of course, let's watch this. Oh, Viper actually goes in blind and finds a bunch of members, but Twilight still can't land his ultimate. I just want to see this ball delivery system actually work once. We actually have not seen Xiaopeng going in with the shockwave and finding the backline at all this game.
Okay. You know, Twyla's been suboptimal, to say the least. And even though Scout's been caught out a couple of times, definitely been the better mid laner. So, I'm just kind of waiting for this next moment. This next kick-off that Viper lands with his W. Sandy has to dodge that one, even with team nearby. Now that he has jungle pressure, Viper's going to go in, and things are going towards the top side. Trying to pull TT up to this open inhibitor.
Twilight Xiaopeng were going for another death brush in the bottom lane, but EDG calls their bluff. So they are very slow on the rotation, and I think it most likely will cost them the inhibitor.
There it goes down, and that'll set up nicely for the Baron side to push in. And it's just slow and methodical here for EDG. Just waiting to kind of end the game. And ladies and gentlemen, let's be quite honest, 30 minutes in, if TT win this game, it's going to be a stroke of miracles in a row against EDG.
Well, miracles can happen as Xiaopeng goes in.
Okay, Shirelli is used into the support of Mako. Meanwhile, Xiaopeng goes in the backline, but Viper pretty much takes no damage. Scout pops them into a row as there's the Lilting Lullaby. It's kind of like a 9-man sleep that we remember from Worlds, but still EDG walking forward. TT with low health bars. JJ gets a slow once more. Killer Instinct was available. Viper chooses not to go in, or at least it was on a short enough cooldown that it's now up. So, Clement, don't know what happened there, but the game goes on.
I love that play from TT. They just called EDG's bluff. Even though the Sun Disc was up in the mid lane, Flandre was in a side lane split pushing, so they knew they had the numbers advantage, and they were willing to take it home. However, I don't think the kill itself is necessarily enough, and we do have to take stock of the summoner situation here. So, just looking at Xiaopeng and Chalitza, their engaged tools are going to be fairly limited into the next one. I think the best way that TT should engage this Baron is actually stay up on top of the ramp. They have very good tools with the box to kind of keep EDG out of their own jungle, and then just try to do a steal with Xiaopeng. Xiaopeng can use his ultimate, he can get over the wall, but that's as much as you're going to invest into this play.
Yep. Baron now up, Dragon up as well. TT just getting their waves in order. You can see Twyla doing the same. He has teleport so he can join the play himself. Hoping to get towards that Morello Nomicons, but actually just went out for a flat-out Zhonya's. So Twyla now with 3 items, whether that's relevant or not, as Dragon's getting taken here. Scout clearing up vision towards the top side, and EDG looking to take all these objectives to just lead down the path of victory.
And here is Xiaopeng's moment to shine. We have to remember, they might not be able to find the Shockwave plus Onslaught of Shadows combination onto any of the backlines from EDG, but they should be able to hit it against Baron. and that still does a lot more damage than Smite. So this is TT's chance. However, they did give up the ramp a little bit too early. They do have defensive tools, but giving up the ramp is very detrimental to their comp.
To walk back, and even the vision getting cleared as Xiaopeng walks up himself. Mako is the threat as Flandre is back over the wall, and EDG not interested in starting the Baron. They want to see Xiaopeng, they want to take him down, and then just secure it easily. JJ also looking for that multi-man sleepers. We might just return again with vision now fully cleared, and the Baron's going to go down really fast.
Yep, like I mentioned, TT should stay on their side of the jungle. They shouldn't go down. They're in too much of a detriment right now. So just try to hold the ramp, wait until the Baron is low, and chance for the steal.
Viper's tag. Teen goes for the death sentence, sets up the Shurelias once again. Mako running in, flashes burn immediately. Showstopper in the backline, and Viper finds the mark. The face breaker hits 3 people, and it's sleepy sleep time for TT. Just like TT, Clement, they're going to drop this one, and EDG are going to run it into the base.
I'm like TT as well. EDG able to go across the ramp. They completely read TT's play, and they go to the backline with Viper. You know, Samdi had a great game this entire time, but at the end of the day, the other Korean AD carry just was too fed, and he crushes TT dreams and hopes.
Viper looking damn good. Just the usual, what we've been saying every EDG game. Another win on the board, a 1-0 start to the series, and EDG thumbs are in the air from Flandre. There we go, cheered him. It's their communication. It was a good game. It was a good game from everyone from EDG.
Yeah, I think TT got a little bit too panicky at the end. They weren't willing to actually hold the ramp and go for this steal. So they backed off of the ramp, allowed Mako to get in amongst them. It was a great showstopper into Facebreaker. I believe that was at least 3 targets hit right there.
Yep.
And that also gives Viper access very easily into the backline where he's able to kill Sam D, and the game's pretty much over from there. So, you know, in those situations, I feel like TT, you have to stand your ground. Even though you're behind, even though EDG looks really scary and they're turning off the Baron at 3k HP, you need to kind of hold the ground and actually try to sneak away the Baron at that point. Like, retreating, you're not really going to get far away.
Yeah, it was all like thrown into the area. You got to just try and catch what you can. Steal the Baron, get the game to go on as long as possible. Because the scaling condition you talked about, you know, playing with an Aurelia and a sideline that no one can match, that never happened. You know, Chalitza found some early openings, got some trade kills, but the side of TT just never had an opening. It was just the most difficult game in the world to play at pretty much all points.
I think this game, the Aurelia pick still had enough pressure early, but the main problem was mid was so far behind. Twyla was over 20 CS behind, beneath the 10-minute mark even, and we also saw JJ a 3-camp lead established very early on, so TT never could get into position first, either with Drake fights. Their jungler was really far behind, so they could never link up with Chalitza, who was doing fine. He was putting his pressure, even though he wasn't getting a CS lead, but he was doing fine in lane. So when the early game kind of fell apart, they didn't get the split push going, and EDG kind of just ran the map after that. Really high props to Mako and Viper. I think they're the key MVPs for me this game. A lot of great synergy between the two. They're able to find picks onto Chalitza consistently, and they also found a couple picks onto Twyla to completely stop the tempo.
I think Viper, man, there's something so good about this AD carry, right? The ability to press the go button. It feels like, you know, that Uzi S, the Jaculov factor. Some of the top tier AD carries, and if Viper keeps maturing, if Viper keeps playing this level, you know, as a rookie, Clement, you know, let's not forget Viper's an LPL rookie, which is just not true. Like, in theory,
I'm gonna be really sad if they actually give Rookie of the Year to Viper. Sure, his performance deserves it, but he's kind of crowding out the space, let's be honest.
Yeah, I mean, even Nuguri there, you're like, just one world? I'm a rookie. So, like, anyway, that aside, Viper's playing some really good League of Legends. Scout bounce back. JJ again. You know, we talked about in the pre-game segment that JJ has been this, you know, not breath of fresh air, but this really strong driving force for EDG. People expecting Clear Love, but JJ's playing so good.
And I'm so happy we don't have to go back to Clear Love, because Clear Love honestly is a bit of a boomer at this point. His 1v1 against Xiaopeng hasn't gone great in 2019. It's already 3 years into the future. So yeah. I think this is great when JJ can track things, he can team fight well, keep him on the road.
Moment making enemies with the Clear Love and the EDG fans, but at least a win's a win, right? We'll go into game 2 right after this short break.
So I think there is opportunities here to slow the pace of the game down for B5, and I think that's their best bet. Not let the fact that WE are getting this control of the map, getting control in the bottom lane, and letting them run away with the game.
Oh dear, the blue buff trying to escape there, but Shanks is going to be able to return.
Continually go towards this top lane, maybe look for a dive onto the cannon. What's that?
Go. Cold. No, Cold. No. Oh, God. That was... How can you play Alistair so beautifully, get MVP, and then the following game immediately transform into Yellow Star's Thresh? How is that possible?
Point and clicks are easy.
Just in case any shenanigans come out from WE.
The issue here, or at least look, for V5, we were saying, sorry, I'm holding on for a second. No, it's gone.
Whoa. So close and yet so far.
下一场 RNG 大神啊！看到这一场 RNG 的比赛，我可以期待着下一场。打苏宁吗？哦，不期待了，不期待了，走了，走了，走了。苏宁必胜，苏宁必胜，来起来！
你们是可以的，你那场太菜了，不要搞他的心态，兄弟们，他打得还行啊，不往卡上就可以。
And FBX are actually losing the fight. Eric forward he goes. The fast with Gale Force, but LWX plays it back, you cheeky
construct your compositions for specific purposes, because you do get those first 3 picks a little bit earlier than red side does. Red side gets counter, but you get first pick. You can round out your 3rd pick a little bit sooner, so you could come up with a composition that others might not have seen before, and that you know how to run better than anyone else. And that's why we have seen TT focus a little bit more onto the blue side. They also really have hidden their picks for their bot lane very far into the draft. That's how they got the Misfortune and Seraphine sort of poke composition. Scout once again on the Azir. This is his pick for the champion, so sometimes you have to treat your support nicely if you want that counter pick.
All right, 7 seconds to lock that one in, and that kind of facilitates Wombo. You got Cannon Barrage, you got the Emperor's Divide. A lot of space to create, and Clement walking through EDG because they've got a lot of Wombo effects. They've got a lot of scaling on this roster.
Yeah, EDG are playing a teamfight composition where they can zone out opponents with shorter ranges. So TT, it's going to be very hard for them to utilize Rek'Sai or Samira in the late games situations. I think what they have to do is basically just force gank bot lane over and over again. I don't even like their chances that much in break fights necessarily. Okay. I feel like it's very easy for EDG on the red side to kind of come in late and just use their range to kind of poke out TT in this scenario. They don't actually have a good top lane matchup either. So, you know, I'm leaning very much in favor of EDG having a lot more options, having a lot more scaling, and TT on the other side just trying to force things in the bottom side.
So hit bot and maybe what, picks or small skirmishes with a numbers advantage, Clement, if you can get the wave push. Like, is that what you want to see?
If Samira gets 3 kills early, she's a win condition. Enough said.
Well said. All right, that's why people are complaining about the champion, but feast or famine, Mr. Chu told you. And if chat listened to Mr. Chu, then they'd realize that this could go one way or it could go the highway for TT. It's a 0-1 start here. They're 0-3 in the league, and this has not been a great start. They went up against RNG, LNG, WE. They've versed very hard teams. They've got V5 coming up next. It's not getting any easier. And EDG trying to smack them for a quick 2-0. Will they let them know Xiaopeng back on his legendary Rek'Sai? And if anyone can do it, he can. Game 1, slow start. Game 2 in question. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Summoner's Rift. Welcome to LPL for Week 4. Welcome to EDG's start of dominance as a potential running into this.
So to talk a little bit about the Rek'Sai, funnily enough, the person that's been spamming the most Rek'Sai and high challenger has actually been Clearlove. He has not given up his champion. He loves the Queen. He plays him. Last time I checked, he still had over 70% win rate on this champion, and his build has been Stridebreaker, just to give you a lot more chase potential and a lot more HP into the team fight. So I wonder if Xiaopeng will follow the same build.
Okay, Stridebreaker on Rek'Sai, that's super interesting. Mythic is going to be a massive question, because again, yeah, in competitive play, I'm not sure if this is the first Rek'Sai, but at least in Premier Regions, it definitely is. So this is going to be a massive throw into the air as to the Mythic. You talked about the Stridebreaker already. We'll remember that as EDG throwing the white flags in a little bit early, but they're setting up for an invade.
I like this idea. If you're against an enemy team that really wants to all in onto ganks, then disrupting their tempo is incredibly important. This is going to be a great late invade. However, TT could seize the opportunity and try to fight them here in this 8-man duel.
This is just fun. JJ gets level 2 first, and out they go with Raptors. No red buff steal. Viper and Mako pathing down aggressively through Tribrush.
This is a massive win on the side of EDG. They get the jungle advantage. They make sure that there's no level 3 shenanigans coming out of Rek'Sai. If you remember Rek'Sai, he's actually really, really good at level 3 blue side ganks. There's way too many angles he can hit you from, so they make sure he can't do that. And force him onto the top side, which is just buys a lot of time for JJ to actually find his way back onto the side of the map as well.
And it's not just a win for JJ, right? It's a win for the bottom lane, because Viper and Mako, even though they missed out on some of the wave, Samdi came in late. He went the long way around Red because he was pivoting to see if anything would make it the play. So he's late into the wave. He's currently on 0 CS, as he can't even walk up.
And we talked about this in draft. The win con for TT is pretty much hit bot early, hit bot hard, and try to snowball the Samira. If not, that's not going to happen. They don't actually have a lot of options in their solo lanes to find ganks here. So I do expect EDG to have JJ come back, and this trade is going to be very dangerous.
Yes, it is. Calibrum, the second shot almost connects. And this is just going from bad to worse. Look at the big minion wave still. Samdi's level 1. He gets his first CS. Everyone cheered. And as this finally pushes in, it's going to be very hard to step up with Calibrum still in the hands of Viper.
Yep, and meanwhile in the top side, as we were talking about, Gameplank does have a relatively advantageous early few levels. So he will use that to scout out where Xiaopeng is on the map. They know the Rek'Sai is on the top side. This bottom is completely open. They can continue to play as aggressive as possible, and they know they won't get punished for it.
And I like Scout's positioning in the wave, right? Playing towards Jeje, who's towards the bottom side. He's downward in the mid lane. And Jeje can move in an instant. He's on the scuttle. He'll be taking that very shortly as well. Scout, you can see, in the wave, going to be moving down, needs the shifting sands. Down towards Jeje. Xiaopeng gets absolutely nothing except a bit of pressure, but Scout just pokes him out as well.
And I want to mention something that is so interesting and something that so far I've only seen SOFM do. He actually left his red buff alive to path towards the bottom side of the map. So Xiaopeng was kind of confused right there. Like, he thought that with Jeje going towards his red buff, he saw that through the mid lane, that buff wasn't going to be there. So he actually goes back down to his own red and then finds Jeje with perfect tempo.
What a nuisance. In he comes again. I don't know who the smite went down to. I think Xiaopeng. Did Xiaopeng get it? Clement, your eyes are
not really sure, but I know who's going to get the red buff.
Yep, it's going to be Jeje, so that's what matters in the end. You said he left his own red. If Xiaopeng goes in now, he'll be able to take it away, but he could just be heading for the Raptors, which he knows is definitely there. So Xiaopeng trying to catch up after getting bullied out a second time at those Raptor camps.
And what I love about this is it's basically a lose-lose situation for TT, especially for their bot lane. Sure, Xiaopeng might be able to trade away the red buff, a very delayed trade, but that also means that Samd and Teen have to sit underneath this tower for extended amounts of time. So, you know, JJ doesn't even matter, and oh no, he doesn't even get the red buff.
Doesn't, still there. JJ's walking past to the Krug's gonna leave it for now, get some movement speed off his passive as he swings by. You can see even in the top lane, you know, Flandre trading okay, Chalita has the push, but now they have to be careful. Pings are going down, and where for TT, Clement? You know, you already talked about the bottom lane, but how do you stop this bleeding?
Can I just tell you something pretty sad? This Rek'Sai has only been able to farm his own blue quadrant of the map.
Yeah.
The bottom side was taken away early. He did get the Raptors from the top side, let's be clear about that. But he is massively behind in CS, and the quadrant that he's farming from is one of the furthest quadrants away from his bottom side. And I just have to commend EDG for doing such a great job. The level 1 force out, not taking the red buff for extra tempo, and contesting Xiaopeng's red buff by himself. Also using the priority from Flandre to make sure they could keep tabs onto the Rek'Sai. All of these things chain so well together, and they're just punishing this Rek'Sai. Like, Xiaopeng is not having a fun time.
And this can balloon, right? You know, Xiaopeng, if he falls behind, we know Rek'Sai is such an early game dominant champion, especially when Jeje adds to the comp of EDG that want to scale, and you talked about scaling up. You know, they're very comfortable in those team fights, and this is already just such a good pace for them. Even getting more bot side control now with the dragon spawning, and the scuttle crab being taken.
I will say that Xiaopeng doesn't look like he's going to go for Strikebreaker. This is the go broke or go home sort of build. We shouldn't be seeing this skirmish happen just yet.
Yep.
But this looks like it could potentially be Brawlers.
Shockwave brings in, Jeje gets the smite down though. He got the Raptors and he got what he came for. Doesn't really care as he has a level advantage now with the lilting lullaby. Xiaopeng dodges away with a quick sweep, and Jeje continues to stay in this enemy jungle.
And this is just so painful to watch. How are you going to snowball Samira if your jungle can't even walk to the bottom side of the map?
You said what you meant, Clement. You said what you meant. Hey, if it was Udyr, Xiaopeng, he wouldn't be in this deficit, man. That's all I'm saying. Udyr would have done better.
Trust the man-bear pig. He at least has a crowd control.
Big. Someone's been watching too much South Park. Well, Dragon's going to go down at least for now. Xiaopeng trying to make a response on the top side. He goes into the enemy jungle. And while Krugs are there, he's got his eyes on the prize of Flandre, but he has Cannon Barrage. Very hard to dive GP who has set up.
Yeah, and Xiaopeng's still looking for his level 6. He doesn't have it just yet, so not really having a lot of burst. But, you know, they still get the flash out of Flandre. That's good. I do want to talk about his build. We have seen also Prowlers come out from some Rek'Sais as well. You do have a lot of burst potential, and if you use that first before you get the true damage proc, I believe you can actually increase the damage on your true damage as well.
Yep.
The Ferocious Bite.
Yeah, Prowler's Claw, probably the least picked up item in competitive League of Legends. I believe we saw it in LEC or LCK last night on a Renekton. Someone can validate that for me there, but of course lethality item and getting the dash through the target, that bonus physical damage to that target and increasing your damage. So it'll be great for the 1v1 potential as that hook lands, but Teen, he didn't have 6 even if he wanted to pop that Unbreakable Will. Finally getting somewhere in this lane, Clement, Sam D and T are finally out of the shadow of their turret.
Yeah, and I think they've actually done a very good job. Ooh.
On to Mako. If they find a kill here, it gets even better. You want that S ranking, baby. Flashes forward. Sam D now has his eyes on a bigger prize. 200 versus 201 years. And Viper remains the classic. Cannon Barrage helps out as well as Ninja Gaiden starts sending down shurikens and only Teen survives.
But it's not going to be a fair fight in the end. Viper could have won that if not for Flandre's Cannon Barrage coming down.
Sure.
And they're not going to get that much of a snowball coming in either. They will trade away the Herald for it. Now, it's kind of an interesting situation. I do want to see them actually kind of use the Herald towards the bottom side just to get a little bit more gold.
Ooh, Scout. Emperor's Shuffle flies through. Twyla has to flash away. Herald now picked up, though. Jeje gonna get the Lilting Lullaby. Chalitza doesn't have a Mega Narvar. Mako's coming in with the Death Sentence. Forces Xiaopeng to flash away. He wanted that objective, and if he died, it would have just been too much salt for the wounds. So good to see he gets it, and that TT are managing to claw back some of the gold and the early game deficit.
Yeah, very well done on their part here. They do get away with their lives, and that was pretty big for Xiaopeng. The thing about going into lethality when you're already behind on the map in tempo is the item actually doesn't give you that many stats. It only scales up with armor penetration when you get your own levels up. That's how lethality works, and against the later it goes, the least effective that item actually is becoming. So we have to pay close attention here and hope that he can find some kills early on. But going into the bot lane, this was really well done on Mako's part. He does stop Champi from coming in, but that was definitely a wrong exhaust. That definitely did not go onto the right target there. Sam sees his opportunity and slides it.
And Viper gets to stay in the lane, still 10 CS up. Sam D, as he comes back though, he has the Noon Quiver, and the kill's gonna feel like it closes in part of the gap that was built up in the early game. Again, we mentioned it, Sam D and T was stuck in this wave, and they were stuck next to the turret. So the fact that they're contesting a 2v2 is good news for TT, despite how this early game went. We'll see if Xiaopeng can get back to the original game plan you mentioned and try and hit bot and punish some of these summoner windows.
Yeah, and we also have to pay attention to some of the other summoners in, especially the mid lane. Scout does have a TP advantage over Twyla, so they have to be very careful about this one, and before they actually make their move, they will have to scour the brushes for some backside wards.
Have you the strength?
And I also want to mention something interesting on JJ. He's actually not going for a mythic first.
It does. It's on his first item here on the lid. Just to break that quickly for our audience. A flash window, you were saying, for Scout over Twyla. Even bigger when you consider the summoners. But back up to your point, the Zhonya's first item, I mean, that lethality, even more so, is going to be, you know, when that item finally comes through, it's going to be a lot harder to deal with JJ.
This is such a fun item build coming out from JJ. I really like this. I think it's much more beneficial than going for something like Moonstone Renewer or just going for like the Leandries later on, but nothing's going to happen of it. I like it because mainly what we have seen EDG do is poke JJ into the enemy jungle and try to keep Rek'Sai down that way, so he does need a lot of armor and survivability for that one.
Xiaopeng gonna get tagged. Yes, he is. Lilting Lullaby, and he doesn't have a flashy bird before. Uses that ulti to dive on in. He had no way in it but the highway. Scout flashes away from Chalitza, who's going into the Mega Nut. JJ, remember, that's on his Hourglass playing dividends as a Cannon Barrage flies down. And Twyla still has the Shockwave, didn't get to use it here on his Orianna.
I'm almost not sure if that was better. He would have died either way, but that was kind of a
probably
kind of a keck way to go out. Unfortunately. of it, just sniping those 2 kills. And I wonder what Xiaopeng's going to build next. Is he going to continue to go on the lethality experiment here?
Yeah, because now it's a bit more stated, right? Now it's you can clarify that, all right, well, he's found a bit of a lead. He can continue down this path. At the very least, you know, while we were talking about Thick Boy Na as the Moonlight Vigil misses from Viper, he's going to get quite large with his size, you know, also the bonus health that comes with it. We got to talk that, like, we're seeing an Essence Reaver first out of our GP top from Flandre. We've got a Zhonya's first. Like, this is riddled with interesting kind of different builds.
We have seen GP with Triforce at the start of the split, but a lot more people have gone over towards the Essence Reaver build now that the Triforce has been nerfed a lot in terms of AD. So the thought process is you don't really need the attack speed. Essence Reaver is pure AD. It's 30 extra AD over the Triforce. So for most of the Q poke harass, you're actually doing a little bit better in lane.
Viper just bullying out Teen. Further to your point as well, when he gets that second item, it's going to be really nice for Flandre because he's gone through this laning phase quite well. I know we explained the matchup at the start, but, you know, as we get into the split push, we know that GP is a menace. And especially in these fights, if he's on the objective first, set up with the barrel chain can stop any engage coming from a team.
Yeah, I just want to re-clarify. Actually, you still do more damage with the Triforce because of the Spellblade block is 200% compared to 100% extra AD, but Essence Reaver does come out as a more efficient item just because you don't have to spend your gold onto attack speed, and also because you do have some mana issues just constantly poking out in lane. So we have seen a pretty strong shift to that being the first item, and then getting your life seal and sort of split push power from the Immortal Shield Bow.
Also, you know, just 20% crit chance. The fact that our Zeal items and pretty much all mythics have that 20% now, like a flat, nice mark. Very easy to track. You know, plus ability haste. When we're talking 20, we're on like the 16% cooldown reduction chain. So feels pretty nice. He actually backed away. And Flandre, I'm going to be interested to see if he got his mythic with this second buy, because we're 30 seconds from Dragon Clement. EDG already have 2. They're moving quickly towards an Infernal Soul point, which could just end this game at 30 to 35 minutes if they get that dream fight.
Yeah, so I think all eyes have to be on Xiaopeng right now. He found some really good catches to start things off. They have the Herald, so they have that early access into the river as well. And maybe we can see Twyla finally find a good combo with his teammate. He has the Alistar as a ball delivery system, but so far in this series, I haven't been impressed with the shockwaves. Can he find it here?
Hey, that's the shield bow picked up for Flandre. 2 items, Cannon Barrage onto his position. He flashes away. The ultimate from Viper misses again. He may not have played Aphelios that much as into the backline. JJ with a 2-man sleep. EDG now want to send this fight up as a 2-man shockwave. Is the retribution into the backline. Rek'Sai, she kills herself into the wall. Chalitza kills somebody else. And Scout's still here trying to auto away. He'll manage to find one. But now onto Twyla. He goes in with the...
I don't know. We were returning from the Enclave when they came at us.
It seems they won't go quietly.
And neither will we.
Away with you!
It is nothing. Leave this to me.
No quarter!
An opening. The art of my forebears.
Taste my steel! That seems to be the last of them. You have nothing to fear.
Thank you, sir.
You saved us again. Thank you. If you're ever...
Thank goodness we arrived when we did.
Indeed. But what could have prompted the red coat?
I presume these are the sellswords hired by Yotsu. If so, the answer is simple. Desperation. Beret.
The empire to which you have sworn allegiance.
Must you always be so pointed? If we are to bring about lasting change, you have every right to doubt me. But you and yours have fought fiercely to change the empire from without. But if we are to end the... Never? I wonder, would you have said the same of Ishgard? Believe what you will, but I assure you, the Empire can change.
I had her brought here in secret while the three of you kept our guest company. The world has not been kind to you, it is true. But that does not excuse your sins. You should be at the bottom of the river. Yet here you are, the living, breathing proof of my failure. A failure for which I would now make amends.
What did I do? I don't remember. Was it really so terrible? Tell me, please. What did I do?
You speak of sins, my lord. But at whose feet do those sins lie? With the soldiers who committed the crimes, or those who commanded them to do so? With both, I would say. For all have a conscience, and all must choose. But with no memory of who she is, or what she has done, what sin remains to be cleansed?
You ask that I show mercy.
I ask why the heavens saw fit to deny me my rest. Why Yotsuyu was spared not only death, but the bitter memories of her life.
You truly think it the will of the Kami? If so, her life is not mine to take. It is yours to safeguard. Come the hour of the exchange, if her memories have not returned, she may remain here in Doma to live out her days as Tsuyu. But if they do, the Guardians shall have their viceroy. Though the people will protest, they will come to accept my decision when they have been reunited with their loved ones.
Thank you, my lord.
Now then, I believe we have kept our... Did Gosetsu not seem strange to you? His sympathy for Yotsuyu apart, I mean. I know his powers of endurance only too well, but after all he has suffered, even he should not. He puts on a brave face for our sakes, but it would not surprise. Though I suppose if he and Yotsuyu are to enjoy a life of peace and quiet, it falls to us to shape that future. My apologies.
Think nothing of it. The time afforded you have reached.
We are willing to cooperate with you in... As you know, your sister is in our care.
Complications?
She was inside Doma Castle when it collapsed. To clarify, she is in our care not as a prisoner, but as a vulnerable citizen of Doma.
Are you saying you refuse to release her?
Not at all.
And if not, what exactly? You will...
junglers who we have a small sample size of.
Yeah, so the stats really aren't that important right here, but what we want to point out is that Lillian has been more on the carry-oriented path. He did have the second highest experience lead in the previous split out of all junglers in the LPL, and he really likes things like the Nidalee, where he can farm up himself, or the Lilia, where again he gets more of that CSD advantage, and then he comes into the team fights with a big impact. Ike's, on the other hand, has been the more long-standing jungle with the Vici organization, and he takes a very different path. We've seen him a lot more on Pantheon and just ganking across the way. And so far in the LPL, we have to mention, Pantheon has a much higher win rate. It's 80% win rate on the Pantheon, but on something like Graves, which is a little bit more self-centered, it is only 31%, even though he might be the most picked.
I just don't know who decided that Lillian should have a burger in his hand for his picture, but
I don't understand that.
You know, at the very least, look, we'll take a closer look at their playstyles. You know, we did talk about Lillian being this farm-up jungler, but what we saw in the BLG series, which was a loss, granted, was that Lillian was more proactive in his ganks. He was still willing to gank the bottom lane, but then had great control of these objectives and started farming up these. Great to see.
I think we are going to see a very different rare Adam with Lillian compared to with Ike's. I think with Lillian, they're going to be much more 2v2 focused, but if they are coming in with Ike's instead, it will be much more side lane focused, where we see a lot of these early ganks being initiated by his Pantheon and just shutting down kills for Cube. They are a very long-standing duo going all the way back to 2018 between these two guys, so they definitely have that synergy in hand. And if it is Ike's, we should expect a lot more plays going towards the top side for Rare Adam.
Yeah, it added a lot of agency towards Cube in the Suning series especially. It was nice to see. And it was just good to see that, you know, these two different junglers offer something. It is, of course, Lillian starting in this series today against JDG. He's going up against Kanavi, and, you know, like, before we get into the jungler of JDG, let's just talk about JDG in general. This team at the moment sucks. Clement, it's time for your new segment. I've set you up for success, of course, with the failure of JDG. It's Clement Chew's Critical Chew of JDG. And, sir, you gotta tell me what's wrong with this team.
Thank you for setting up the name and a great introduction, by the way. But here is my chew, and I hope it's not too regurgitated. But JD Gaming, for what happened to them is there's a number of things that are wrong, but we identify 3 main issues with them. Number 1 is that they have a very, very slow early game coming out of the gate. JD Gaming in the past, at 15 minutes, their GD was about plus 700. This split, they're actually only getting 33% of their early games in an advantageous situation. There seems to be a lack of communication. The games with Shia definitely have started out incredibly slow, and as a result, the skirmishes that they like to take often end up failing as a result, in consequence.
Yeah.
A lot of the times, they like to go for skirmishes, even when they're not in a favorable situation, and without a good early game to kind of buff that up, they're actually failing super hard around the Heralds. That has been a major point of concern for them. And the third thing is Kanavi is just off his game. It feels really weird, but we see him chasing for exit kills a lot of the time, and he just ends up getting killed in return.
Yeah, and look, we went through the negatives there. I have been told that pick and ban is about 20 seconds away. We were going to look at the positivities of what JDG was. We remember them from top esports finals, back-to-back, from spring to summer. All game fighters, all with individual players stepping up, like Loken, like, been watching Wolverine apparently, like, you know, some of the likes of Yagao. We're getting a look now, and 2020 was such a good year for JDG that it makes no sense that this team is struggling with some of the basic issues in competitive League of Legends.
So I think the issue is that they're still willing to take the same fights that they took before, but they're not coming into it with the same level of mechanical skill. I felt like Yagao had a pretty bad split overall to start things off. And also their bottom lane is much further behind than it used to be. We think of Loken as a role player, but in 2020, his lane was one of the highest CSD and highest EXP lanes that we had in the LPL. This split, that hasn't really been the case, and everything outside of Zoom has actually slowed down, which is kind of interesting, because before that, Zoom was the one that was sacrificing a lot of his lane. He was getting slow starts, he was behind, but the rest of the team was able to play a little bit more smoothly. So we want to see if JD Gaming can keep their same mechanical level up in those positions like Navi, like Yagao especially.
remember, we're being critical because JDG are a team we hold to the highest standard. In 2020, they were the best, or the second best team at the end of the year. And they're a team we hold in high esteem, so we want to see them get back to that form and Rare Adam see if they can challenge them. We're into pick and ban, ladies and gentlemen. You see an Udi ban not because it's rising in meta, but because Konami has been spamming the hell out of this in solo queue. So a lot of teams paying that respect, not letting him get his ideal jungler.
And we heard from EDG as well. Sometimes it's just you're not really familiar with the champ. You might as well just ban it. Don't have to deal with the champion. Rare Adam are going to set up with the Thresh pick, and with a lot of AD carries banned out, they're giving a lot of respect to iBoy. It does look like
I wish you a safe journey.
This has been a most enjoyable visit. I look forward to our next meeting. Maxima, would you take the others and see that all is ready for our departure? I simply cannot leave without first giving thanks to the Warrior of Light for accompanying me through Yansha. Mark me, savior of the savages. There will be a reckoning.
You've nowhere left to run, traitor!
Ignorant savages! Killing us will avail you naught. For every Imperial you cut down, 1,000 more will come. Abandon this foolish endeavor and surrender. You may yet serve our righteous cause.
How dare you speak of righteousness? You who forsook kith and kin to serve conquerors! Be glad I grant you this mercy. What in the... Reinforcement? No, just one! Cut him down!
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
This one is promising. Who remains to offer us resistance?
A host of rebels led by Lord Cayenne hold the Enclave across the river.
Lord Cayenne?
The king of the former king of Dorma, sir. They say he is one of the greatest swordsmen alive.
Is that what they say?
Who was that?
Surely you jest. That was Xenosier Galvus, legatus of the 12th, the Crown Bloody Prince. I heard he was strong, but that was frightening.
That was Lord Xenos. Everything you are, your power, even your face, it vexes me. Go on. Lash out like the beast you are at an emissary and jeopardize the newfound peace between Dorma and the Empire. My lord was destined to lead us unto a glorious new age. Your light is nothing to his radiance. I will cherish this moment, lock it away within my heart, until the day we meet again.
You look troubled, my friend. Was it something he said?
Of all the memories to witness.
I had my doubts about him, but I would never have guessed he was a disciple of Z. My lord.
Calm yourself, Ugidi. I set no store by him or his... But if by treating with them there is after the way I risked their lives in the rebellion.
My lord, you bear no blame.
If not blame, then responsibility. But now we have a chance to bring...
My lord.
Besides, I think he likes me, which is more than some can say.
まあ、フェッチがその時、まあ、その時
the LPL that can understand the concept of giving up drakes. You know, like I feel like in China, the dragon is this mystical animal. It's kind of their sigil. So, you know, everyone is super attached. They feel like you have to fight for the dragon's glory and everything. But a lot of times giving up drakes is actually totally fine. You can give up drakes for better positioning. You can give up drakes for taking gold in your pocket right now rather than scaling gold. And if you look at like a team like T1 last year, or when they were most successful with Teddy, a lot of times they were willing to give up the first 2 drakes just to get extra.
They know the value of it as Loken's going into High Boy, but oh my god. Here we go again. High Boy getting the 700 gold shutdown. That was a 4-1 Kaiser, who's pretty broken at the moment, and High Boy just has some shurikens.
I was so surprised that he was actually just trying to go for that. He had no vision on that side of the map. He didn't know where the support was, but he was like, you know what? I'm feeling it. I'm going to go in for that one.
And hey, you know, they didn't optionally give up this dragon this time, Clement. They have to give it up. They're down their big Kaiser. Loken's up in about a second. See if JDG can delay for him to get on the map, but Rare Adam initiate the start.
Yeah, Loken probably didn't anticipate iBoy to still have his flash in that one. It's going to have to be a steal if JD Gaming want it.
Scout of the week at the ready. Kanavi going in. Doesn't walk in for the steal, but it is a 2-man scout of the week. They get hit by 3 shuriken. Shockwave only onto Lo Yen. Into the backline. Lu Mao gets tagged down heavily as well as Fofo. Damaging from the reroll. Zoom is trying to carry the fight. He's 1 versus 4. Killer Instinct at the ready is Lo Yen. Maybe just baiting in the Killer Instinct and the flash from Loken. They take out Zoom on the return trade. 4 for 1. That's so worth for RA.
And RA are heading straight towards Baron. The death timers are still pretty low. Now we're just hit 20 minutes, but I don't think there's anything that Loken can do here. He doesn't have his ultimate, only has a cleanse.
They're waiting
Okay,
for
but
it.
they do think better of it with the double teleport still on JD Gaming.
Ooh, tags out in the end. Scout of the week hits Loken. He cleanses immediately, and the hook doesn't connect. So that's another summoner down just to bait away the Baron. It won't be started, but you take some crucial summoners from the 80 carry. He's the most bed member of JDG.
I think we saw a lot of showcases of the problems that were plaguing JDG in just that one clip right there. That 1 minute is all you need to know about JD Gaming's struggle. They lose Loken into a fight he opted into himself, and they overstay for the steal. I understand why Kanavi is around this play. Why are the rest of you doing? Like, what is there to gain fighting 5v4? If you can't get the steal, get the hell out. Rare Adam are in perfect position. They're the team fight composition, and you don't need to take every fight you see. But, you know, JD Gaming, they are who they are. They love fighting. They've never seen a fight that they didn't like, and that's kind of the result.
You know, you're like an angry father who you're educating your son or your daughter on bad business decisions, and you're like, why would you do that? Why did you invest my money into this piece of company, you know? So I dig it, Clement, especially when JDG were up about 4,000 gold. That's shrunk quite a lot. There's a soul to play for and an early Elder if that's successfully guaranteed. Plus, we have a 2-item Aphelios. iBoy has a Renan's Hurricane now. He's hitting his strides. He's getting to the point of trying to match Loken, who's now only 500 gold in front of him. Loken was the big part of the gold lead for this game. So, really impressive stuff from iBoy with the solo kill. It doesn't matter who impressive on whose part. But now, getting the resources off the fight, Rare Adam in a really good position. Clement, I want you to walk me through, because pick comp for JDG you talked about with the help of the Elise. Now what happens at Rare Adam and claw back a gold lead and can actually initiate part of the wombo in the team fighting?
What it means is that Rare Adam have a very clear way to play the game. They just play defensive in their jungle, they set up vision, they make sure there are no picks in the next 5 minutes, and they make this game all about the Cloud Soul. That's a very, very easy game strategy. You don't have to, like, even if your towers are getting chipped down, I would maintain that sticking together is a good idea. And what you want to do is just make sure that you're never split up to the point that JD Gaming can actually find a pick on you. If you can make it through these 5 minutes, the game is yours. Now, that's still a big task, because we are talking about iBoy, and we are talking about Lo Yen. So these are players that have kind of been known to kind of throw their lives for risky plays, and that's what we love about them at the same time, and that's why we kind of dislike them.
Yeah,
but if they can keep their stuff together, just don't do anything for the next 5 minutes, walk into River together as a 5v5, this game should be in their favor.
Okay, that's a very clean condition set by Mr. Clement Chu, who gave a critical, what did I call that segment? choose Critical Chew? Or Clement's
No,
Critical
Clement's
Chew?
Critical Chew.
Thank you.
Choose my last name and you don't put my... whatever.
You don't have to explain it. It's all right. But we did talk about some of the, sadly, low-hanging fruit of criticism. That is JDG right now. And what that last fight was is showing what this top-tier team is performing like. They start coming out of the gates running, but then they threw it all away in front of the fight. Rare Adam in a good position. You said you want to see them grouped up. You can see that Luyen's always staying in range for that ulti. That Starfall is always near iBoy, who's the critical member, who now has a bounty on him, who in this next fight, with the space that can be created from Rare Adam's comp, is going to do very well. So we got 35 seconds till that comes true, Clement, and Luyen's always in the right position.
And I want to say this is a really smart play from Rare Adam. They went 4-man into the river to establish vision because they knew that the only way that JD Gaming were going to play this was likely to pull them towards Baron Pit. So they make sure they have that quadrant completely covered in their own vision. They can still walk into the river here throughout their blue ramp pretty undisturbed right here, and they do have the front line in Cube where he's at a good Meganar meter.
Luyen just takes the Dark Passage, but only for the shield. Remember, this is Gore, Drinker, Pantheon with the Sterix Gauge. He's tanky enough, and he'll heal up after taking some damage. They don't have River priority, but JDG moving in first to try and establish it themselves. Cube about to go into Mega, as you pointed out, but the Moonlight Vigil with Gravitum.
What?
Luyen is ulting into the middle.
Why?
Is the trigger pulled too early? Shockwave burnt, Luyen flashing away. Clement, did you cast a curse them? I don't know, but Rare Adam now with a lot down. Still trying to move in. Salt on the horizon. Dragon resets.
So taking a stack at the ultimates right here. The World's Ender is
walking in. He just steals it.
Oh.
How did they let him steal it? Body bop into the back line. Lumag gets shielded up. Luyen getting low and he'll drop down. Hung on a hair's breadth as well as Zoom takes the Unleashed Power. Rare Adam still trying to trade for the fight. The Scout of the Week hits 3-man. A perfect line from Fofo. Okay, Dragon for the jungler is the trade, and it's a worthwhile one.
Yep, they get the soul. Execution was a little bit questionable, but at the end of the day, they got what they came here for. And that just kind of showcases you how much leverage they have when it's a 5v5 situation. Elise and Gragas really are kind of like half of champions right now. They're not really full champions. They're only there for starting initiations.
Oh.
But JD Gaming are going back to what they know best, which is the Baron turn. Now, this is not starting out good because Fofo's already had them really far chunked down, and all the members are flooding in.
Clement, iBoy's walking in. Good zoning here from Yagal. Fofo on the back end. 2K going down fast. He wants to take it. The Syndra. Scout of the Week doesn't secure it. It's Kanavi. The King of Thieves or the King of the Dragon. Rather Baron. Yagal takes down iBoy as well. Excuse me, is JDG still walking in for the fight? Predator popped by Luyen. And Rare Adam on the retreat, but look at Zoom's pathing. He wants a flank forward with the Scout of the Week, the Unleashed Power. Golden goes Kanavi with his Zonya's Hourglass. The Rare Adam still retreating, but with Baron buff now, JDG is somehow back in the game.
Sometimes I just hate being right. Didn't I tell you that Luyen and iBoy had a tendency to throw things? Oh.
Well, there we go. You know, after one play goes down in smithereens, JDG picking up the Baron 5k gold lead. And this is not really telling us anything. Remember our segment? This will tell us something. This is telling us that both these teams, you know, do some stuff.
Yeah, Luyen obviously died in the previous play, so he's not going to be here. He's coming into the situation late. iBoy, even though there is a Dark Passage there, you know, it really wasn't well coordinated. I blame that more on Thresh rather than iBoy. That Dark Passage was a little bit too far backwards. Right. And he couldn't flash out of the explosive cask in time. They take the Baron buff away. I just feel like RA could have dealt with that dragon fight so much cleaner, to the point that JD Gaming should have never been allowed to go to Baron. Like, they had the wave set up, they had the vision set up, and then for some reason, Luyen goes in. They have to have a super risky smite onto the dragon. He dies, and this is kind of the result.
You got a Cloud Salt. You got an Elder Dragon coming up in 3 minutes. Look, for Rare Adam, I'll say, just defend. See how much you can not give up as JDG are moving to the inner turret on the top side. If they can defend their base, it feels like Elder's still there as the Shockwave whiffs. And next wave coming in. This turret will definitely go down with the Baron buff. And now it's about what Zoom can exert through the mid lane. How much further JDG can get in this base.
I don't think there's a lot of potential for JDG to actually crack open the inhibitors. So most likely they are just going to be rotating and stripping out the outer turrets with side lane split pushes. No one can really contest Aatrox at this point. He's going to be a major point for them to spread the map out. And it's going to be about motioning people across side lanes, trying to split Rare Atom apart, and then collapsing on them as they walk over vision, as their compositions are dragged up and iBoy isn't protected. So that's the game plan for JD Gaming. They still have a bit of time on the Baron buff, actually only 15 seconds left, so not really that successful on either side. They do get 2 towers, I believe, but it's mainly about the gold lead, and yeah, that's it.
That's it. It does feel like that's it. You're right. 29 minutes in. I'm kind of shell-shocked that, you know, Rare Atom I put in playoffs. I think I put them 8th. JDG I put in 2nd. I think a lot of people did when what we saw in 2020 was indicative of what we thought we'd see in 2021. But our top teams are changing. EDG, WE, RNG holding the top of the standings right now, and JDG look like a bit of a mess. It feels weird that we're criticizing after the Baron play, but again, there's still just small, minute details that need to be talked about. Rare Atom especially as well. Clement, don't ever talk about Lo Yen and iBoy again, because it will happen. So as we get towards Elder and, you know, maybe another Baron buff, we'll see what happens, because for JDG, the split-second decision-making most of the time has been a little better as we're getting towards the mid-late game.
Yeah, and crucially for this fight, I think Lumal can make a lot of miracles happen just because Syndra and Aphelios are not very mobile champions. So if he could get a very good explosive cast, get someone out of position, they could all fly into that zone and use...
Like this?
Right here.
Clement, you're a genius! This time you didn't curse it, you set it up. RA have just been exploded by one play off of Lumal. The fat man can dance.
This is what we've seen for JDG compositions multiple times. It used to be the Fiddlesticks Flash Terror combination,
no,
and now it's
Shockwave on top. The death sentence there. The box laid bare. Lo Yan's dead as Cube gets an unreal ultimate to defend the play, but JDG have done it. Elder's coming up next in 20 seconds.
Yeah, that was a beautiful bait coming in from JD Gaming. They use this narrow strip of land to make sure that Rare Atom can't have their front line in front of their back line. Lumal finds a perfect gap straight onto iBoy, and they're able to kill him up instantly with the Killer Instinct on the side of Loken. So that was really well played, and I knew that play was coming because we have seen this combination between Lumal and Imp, I believe, was who their AD carry was when they were playing Kaisa and Fiddlesticks, where the Fiddlesticks jumps in, flashes, terrifies, and Killer Instincts to follow up and just make the play happen. This is pretty much in the same vein, with maybe even a little bit more separation on the play.
Oh God, Clement, you're such a genius on this. Look at this engage. That was as clean as you get.
Yeah, that was beautiful to watch.
Kind of like blew Rare Atom out of the water. The kill goes over to Loken. He's now 4.5 items here, and what more can you say than pack it away? The Elder's on JDG side for another 2 minutes. Baron's up in 15. If Rare Atom lose another fight like this as Loken goes in onto iBoy, that's revenge served pretty damn hot from the Kaisa. The Elder execute comes through with the Collector, and now Rare Atom don't have their star 80 carry.
Kind of surprised that iBoy was willing to go that far without summoners into the mid lane. He gets punished for it heavily, and JD Gaming have a chance to actually just finish this one.
Going in straight forward into Lumal, the body slam negated here with the death sentence. He takes up the turret and dies, but Lo Yen will be the trade-off in front of the turret. They don't have a minion wave here as Cube sends Zoom back. Gore Drinker is showing League of Legends what it's made of, as Zoom took about 15 million turret shots, but it doesn't matter in the end. JDG with 4 will still at least try for this inhibitor, then back away.
It was very clean play right there. A little bit of a mishap from Lumal. He doesn't get his primary target, but he does burn all the flashes away, and that's what the pick comp is playing for anyway. The next time, they can do this all over again, and we've seen how the combo works. What Rare Atom need to do is that they need to make sure that they are in a deep formation where iBoy cannot be touched by Lumal. If iBoy is sent forward, then there's a high chance they lose the game instantly.
Ward on the back of the pit! Scout of the week from Fofo. They didn't do their due diligence on JDG's side, and Fofo takes it away.
That's gonna be the third Baron steal I've casted in just 4 days. That's true. Oh god, it's so painful to see. But in the LPL, we love rushing these quick Barons. We are willing to gamble on things like this. But unfortunately, they pay the price for that. Great damage combo coming out from that. You get the Q damage, the Q damage, and the E damage in at the same time.
Which again, they didn't clear. There's a ward in the back of the pit that you can't see on this replay from Rare Adam.
Yeah, that's a bit of a tricky one here.
Well, what a doozy. The
然后又是阵亡买不活，良将又陪这个大个水人，咋守呀？
惯性就推了，开始确实，但是这一波打完了以后，靠着牙膏非常良好的大招雨律，毛的果断开团，最终是溃败下来。
是，而且最终结果也是让金东拿下这场比赛的胜利啊，在拿。 好，您正在收看的是2021 LPL 春季赛的对抗。本场比赛是由京东对战 RA。那目前的比分的话是京东1比0领先。那 RA 现在也是面临比较大的一个压力，也希望他们能够及时调整，然后在这场比赛给大家带来一个非常不错的一个对抗以及表现。
是。
那我们今天的话也是需要同步给各位的是新春限定手办德玛西亚皇子限定礼盒，包括我们落雨侠的中型雕塑啊，三国系列的主题服饰，牟利斯塔的萌趣周边，多彩元宵的破罗毛绒玩偶，包括我们的潮流手机外设等新品均已登录我们的英雄联盟周边商城了，欢迎各位召唤师前往进行一个选购。我们的破败王者佛一哥携破败军团降临我们的峡谷德莱文、卡尔玛、希瓦纳全新系列皮肤破败军团上线，期待各位召唤师的解锁使用，以及我们的英雄联盟伏牛贺岁现已开启。钻石购买我们的首位皮肤获赠宝箱啊，优先获得未解锁的道具，这个就非常不错了。大家可以收获皮肤英雄等惊喜的奖励，收集金牛币即可兑换我们珍稀的春节限定皮肤哦，包括我们的龙的传人李青等人气皮肤。欢迎各位召唤师登录客户端了解参与。其实接近年关的话，我们越来越多的线上福利都是比较充裕的，所以大家平时有时间，包括在休息的时候，可以上我们客户端进行了解一下，以及我们新英雄的一个操作。这个英雄目前看下来的话是比较强力以及 bug 的，建议各位召唤去体验一下。
确实，而第二场 RA 来到蓝色方以后，我觉得要考虑的就是能不能让乐爷拿到自己顺手的英雄。
是
这场其实面对的难题跟上一把 TT 其实差不多，就是在你输了以后来到蓝色方，能不能让你前期能带节奏的打野拿到输？这个版本真的很看前期打野的节奏。
对，而且我觉得还有一个点吧，其实我刚刚认真思考了一下，我觉得也不能把所有压力都给到说乐言那一块，因为其实上一把比赛，我觉得更多可能下路出现节奏脱节或落后于对方的一个很重要的原因，是因为 Apple 被抓了。那个时候被抓，其实和下路双人组的一个沟通有很大的关系，因为你视野没补足，对不对？那在这种情况下，你的打野知道是上半区往下开的，那在那个时候你是不是可以，要不就你主动拖打野过来打，要不就是你那个时候线可以往后放一波。
是，
就是我觉得其实上一把的 Viper 的那个表现，可能是很多 ADC 值得去学习的一个点，就是你又稳又凶，而并不是把你的所有凶悍表现出来。
RA 来到蓝色方，卡牌屋顶全部照样送上单位以后，京东这边萨米拉暴雨啊，看起来是固定班了。
肯定也是不会放出来，主要是面对卡纳维这个无敌，还是不想放出来试一试，对吧？别人可以试，但我自己绝不试。
最后一手，卡纳维的岩雀还是照例送了上去。
那现在放在外面，其实还有比较多的一个英雄选择哦。现在潘森啊，各方面的点，包括以及 FOFO 的左移都还在外面。京东上一把是
奥拉夫，其实也开出来的。
他们是有搬侠的，但这一把要不要考虑一下？奥拉夫我感觉就京东不是很怕这种打野，你知道吗？你前期喜欢带节奏是吧？我就跟你对着带。
是，京东还是没有换掉自己的 BP。那看一下 RA 现在要先抢卡莎。
卡莎应该是当前版本高胜率英雄里面，我觉得在蓝色方一流优先级算是最高的一个英雄。
京东换回来的是左移。现在打野方面的话，莉莉娅是在的。
包括潘森呀。潘森、奥拉夫都在。那卡纳维就不客气了。先拿下来，而且配合左移的话，我不得不说这个中野前期的统治力有点强的，
是
中路能推线，打野能带节奏，而且很稳定。这边压力反而给到了 RA。
永文其实打左移还行，
我觉得这边可能莉莉娅再加一个
回去的时候能直接收掉左一的那个税。但是奥拉夫既然选出来的话，永文就不是什么好的选择了。
是他这手大概率还是打野加一个辅助嘛。奥拉夫是辛德拉了，那可能要慢慢考虑一下了。因为现在放在外面的打野还是偏多，如果这手再拿辅助的话，他可能觉得或许我的半位能承担起来。英雄池能够顶得住这个辅助。这边要不要出辅助？
现在开出来的英雄里边好打潘森的，确实奥拉夫是不错的，
很好的一个英雄。你要不就是拿其他英雄来进行一个对抗。
这玩意儿是唯一一个单打单能干得过潘森，然后在团战中还能冲进去的英雄。
对，主要是这个英雄，然后也和神话装备可以的战斧很契合。这边再可以挑 ADC 了，如果不出 ADC 的话，后面可能拿不了太好的。现在有厄斐琉斯，但因为你已经是3楼的选择了，出不了锤石的情况下，感觉拿的话可能有风险。
小炮也在。
菲恩吗？
看一下，韦恩确实打奥拉夫不错。
点得快嘛。而且主要是自己灵活，打团起来可能队伍不需要给他太多的一个保护。那这样的话，
就是对线弱一点。
对。
可能要搬一些卡莎好搭的辅助来保证威恩自己对线能过得比较舒服吧。泰坦、女坦
牛头，
对，牛头我觉得是真的要办。
对，
维恩真的打牛头好像没什么太好的办法。
对，主要是他会先守你，这边这半杰斯了，那京东感觉就要套纳尔了呀。用杰斯这种英雄一办，他也是不想让你上路继续打得那么舒服吧？因为上一把其实 Cube 拿了纳尔之后，尤其是他几波团战的怒气控制得非常完美，对吧？每次进场都给京东带来非常大的一个压力。I 这边反而自己有点难办了，办纳尔，主要是这边办杰斯选纳尔的想法有点明显。
现在可以看到，在教练跟辅助的沟通上也开始着重去看好下路，因为现在确实，你维恩既然选出来，你就要保证他
能够平安度过对线期吧，最起码。牛也是刚刚提到的，主要是牛头一时非常。
我好像看他嘴型说不行，牛不行，打不了。
是。
但维恩加牛好像也不是什么好。其实我觉得京东最想要的应该是类加里奥、酒桶这种能帮忙维恩推线的英雄。
我觉得酒桶还不错。因为加里奥这把也行，因为有个潘森在，他能跟着一起双飞。
是。
哎呦，雷欧娜被办掉了。觉得雷欧娜这种英雄，你说给到绿毛的话，他找机会能力有点太强。然后左边 C 位的话又是个辛德拉，没那么灵活。
看一下，其实
剑魔
不留 counter 位吗？还是潘森要去扛辅助？
我觉得
先出剑魔，现在对 RA 来说处理的方式还是有的。
主要是觉得这个英雄万金油吧，而且以 Zoom 最近的一个状态来讲，我觉得他这个拿到剑魔这个英雄的表现，可能团队也是比较信任他。
卡米尔现在是开出来的，甚至可以 RA 卡米尔加辽一起拿走。
对，卡米尔加辽一起打包带走，因为这个阵容搭配奥拉夫也非常舒服。那这样的一个问题就在于说，你先手能力确实够了，但可能对后排的保护不够多，还是要拿鳄鱼稳一下上路这个对线。而且鳄鱼这个英雄配合奥拉夫，感觉对线是有机会来杀这个剑魔的，有稳定控制。瑟提的话，大概率我觉得是有走辅助的嫌疑。因为瑟提最近我感觉在线上看到他是比较少的，思量了半天啊，最终还是在鳄鱼这个点上进行一个犹豫。我觉得选择换奥恩，
那这不是被 counter 的，好难受啊！
奥恩被 VN 乱点，而且在上路打剑魔也难受啊。
对啊。
哇，最后还是锁了。他就希望上路那这个点就在于说，你上路给我提供稳定控制就行。
布隆
很不错，因为他能没收你的大招，而且打反手的。
我觉得加辽酒桶这种能帮维恩清线的英雄
会更好
一些。布隆的话下路太被动了，
对线被乱锤。
对。就是你打又打不过，然后瑟提又可以一直在游走，对于京东来说，下半区不占便宜可能不是一件好事。绿毛解放不了，对于京东的压力太大了。
对，而且还有一个点，就像我们前面说的，你选下来 VN 的话，这个英雄他本来在团战里面就是看 ADC 自身的一个操作的，你团队其实不需要有太多的心思，或者说花费更多的一些技能去保护他。那这样你的加里奥配合自己的就双前排上野这两个英雄往前冲，可能对于这些团队能够提到更多的一些帮助。
而最后阵容选出来，其实有一点正中 Loken 下怀的感觉，但是还是那个问题，薇恩选出来以后一直都存在一个问题，能不能发育起来？
对线期过得舒不舒服很关键。但是这一把不得不说的，京东上半区的作战能力有点强，而且上半区的一个推线能力也是有绝对一个话语权的。你要打剑魔对吧？你很难受，而且左一虽然辛德拉也算得上是前期一个比较不错的对线英雄了，
推不过左一，
对，推不过左一的。
但真打起来的话，就其实五五开，我觉得
是就得看左一的一个先手，因为左一其实从来不是那种正面打一波比较强的英雄，他还是要看自己飞线跟命中率的。那这一把其实是可以利用，我觉得中野吧或者中单推线权之后，看是不是能够往下多跑几波，给到自己下路一些帮助。那这一把其实选剑魔出来的话，我觉得对于京东而言，在战术上可能就已经是要觉得上路要放养，
是
因为京东上路放养，然后对方也是个欧恩，你抓他也对吧？他团战还是能打，然后13级还是能给装备，所以可能付出的代价会，或者说你的付出收获比不够多的情况下，我觉得这一把倒是对京东人要围绕下半区来打了。
阵容锁定，感觉 RA 这个阵容选出来以后整体很不错，但是出薇恩的情况下，反手看到剑魔出奥恩这种选项确实不是很舒服。
对，或者在我们看来会觉得对这样的一个选择打一个问号吧。这还是要看一下他对线的一个表现了。其实这样的一个选择也可能是觉得，就 RA 可能也是读懂了对方的一个想法，想围绕下半区来打。那我也是放养上半区，对吧？放养上半区让你来跟你下路做一个对抗。因为鳄鱼这个英雄的话，一旦选出来，其实他自己作为一个节奏点来说的话，你可能要花费团队来给到一些资源的倾斜了。
是。
看一下这把比赛，上校在前10分钟是比较看好 RA 的，
是也合理，因为奥拉夫加辛德拉的强势嘛。
对。
夏如这边想抓一下，明显 RA 这边应该是想抓一下这个京东上来想先卡线推一波的这个
想法，
但是京东这边干脆下路就认怂了。
是。先来看一下对方想不想进自己野区这边，反而是做了一个比较保守的一个站位。奥拉夫跟潘森的一个走位啊。奥拉夫这把是感觉是要上半区开了，
主要确实奥拉夫配合奥恩去动剑魔的收益不是很大，
算了
很难抓，
砍1年，
所以说在这种情况下，其实这场确实如果 RA 能针对到韦恩的话，其实 RA 中期会好打很多，就奥拉夫这个英雄在中期一旦有优势，配合辛达就硬冲，
对的。那这样的话，京东下路双人组是帮完打野之后，从对方的这边是没有视野的。这时候再过来，已经是被对方知道你的一个开野路线了。闪现直接打闪现，哇，好凶！再加上这个加流反身也是冲起了对方的一个 F1，但这波换血以及先手效果来讲，肯定是 RA 赚了大便宜。
确实 ，Loken 这个闪现教的好，他要不教2个人被定在这里的话，可能就不是交闪就能走掉的事儿了。
是。那本来下路就要被对方推线，以及要承受一点对线压力，现在是雪上加霜啊！开始了，海克斯闪现开始嗨。
经典色体的打法，
但Loken这边也很稳，其实他巴不得你把兵线往我塔下推，我就发育嘛，而且我的潘森因为是下半区往上刷了，打野暂时也不会来，这个兵线在自己的塔下，只要不被越，其实反而是比较能接受的一个位置，
是抓到了乐言刷野的位置，但是潘森已经是决定去往上刷了。这把潘森的思路应该是更多的是想尽快到6，
想速6，
前期确实没什么太多的节奏。
是，
这个位置看一下，想包行过来以后，睡眠气泡睡中一推，反而是把牙膏推过了去。
Fofo 想推晕，但是反而是利用一个一技能把对方做了一段位移，让行的这一波游走是作废了。
就这波很大限度上去解决了一些下路在前期对抗上的压力。京东其实是乐于见到这种局面。如果行能游走且自己的队伍不出事儿的话，京东这波希望你别回来了，
你就去住野区是吧？你咋不玩个巴德？再看一下吧，潘森这边选择速6的一个打法，这个固然是让自己的下半区吧，在前期会承担一些压力，但看 Loken 这个位置啊，还是站得比较靠后的，而且因为 VN 前期有个 Q 技能。想要先手他的话还是比较难的，上路已经往后挂了。卡纳维这波控完这个河蟹，甚至可以往对方的野区看一看，但自己手里是扫描啊，没有视野。
蹲了很久了，这个也是前推线了，
紧张。
但是不走，知道这是前推线，你走不了。
要先手。
看一下这边反应很快，滚出来以后一技能再推开，乐言这波拖了蛮多的时间的。
是的，而潘森的话是刚好回家补了一波装备，再往下半区靠了。而且潘森这一把这种就是节奏潘森，拿大招打节奏的一个潘森，就直接输了一个 CD 鞋。输 CD 鞋的话，就是等到自己到了6级之后的技能能够释放的更频繁一点。过来又拉，这一波倒是拉到了，可是没有打野呀。
嘲讽左虚红拳稍微跑一下，技能顶上来，没有 W 技能，行这个位置要死了。
哇，这一波的先手感觉玩嗨了呀！
看一下潘森位置 ，FY 手里有双招，这波追上来点1枪，感觉可能要交双招了。净化先不交，等在这里，可能伤害硬要灌死了。不交净化的后果呀，卡纳维这边还是快速的走了出来，完了。
完了，这下路这样的一个对线是让京东完美的做了一波发育以及对抗，而且卡纳维这波赶来取得一个很好的干坑效果之后，配合自己的下路再把兵线往前推，波又要损失一波兵线，好伤啊！就这一波就是卡纳维在确定自己能先手的情况下是闪现 W，攒了第2个红翼，
波这计划捏的有点太死了。
是，
而且问题是这一波对于行来说，他那个色体的虚无红拳是不是放太快了？他以为对面没有爆发了，就感觉对面感觉不是想反打，就想凶你一炮。
是，可能没有想到对方能打到底吧。而且我不得不说，绿毛的那个正义冲拳以及他的杜朗护盾的嘲讽，那波都是把下路对抗的一个控制给拉满了。
看一下
Loken这反应，
好快的反应，嘲讽虚无红拳消太快了，
而且他那个时候没有豪气值的
其实慢点交的话，这波还是有反打空间的。潘森来，boy 这个位置先交闪，这个净化，我感觉是可以交的。
我觉得交了他应该不会死。 而且刚刚卡南菲很细节，他是贴着墙过来的，卡了那个河道祭坛的视野的。就下路如果大家玩打野的话就懂了，就如果对方有河道线的一个祭坛视野，你就贴着墙边走，他那个位置是没有视野的，所以刚刚你可以看到就自己辅助阵亡的情况下，埃博尔的位置还是往前倾的。
是，现在 AD 装备出现，哎，他喝了，
漏了波刀，
哎，
又漏一个，问题不大。
但依旧依靠着奥拉夫的强势，下半区还是能先把小龙控下来。
但现在对于I而言是京东这边的打野卡纳维已经率先到6了呀，到了6级之后，而且他是个 CD 血的，其实这一把对卡纳维而言要尽可能的释放技能去找一个机会，而且可能我觉得对他们而言更重要的也是第一个小五先锋吧。哎，这边抓过来再顶一套，是，但封山延期。卡纳维这一波在刷野上是待了蛮久了，这一波看能不能补出这一个铁丝兵。
主要是对于 RA 来说，他这个开野就是保下的开野，然后潘森的刷法就是保自己的发育，所以说在1来2去的情况下 ，RA 是既亏了打野的路线，又亏了下路的优势。
是，就你自己想要取得的一些效果全部没有打出来嘛，化为泡沫了反而。上面嘲讽打到再过来打一套，而且能定墙的。但是这一波配合失误了，可是潘森来了
，W 挂住给飞人头马普给潘森，
哎，你好啊兄弟！
而且这一波对于 iBoy 来说，只有进化的情况下，感觉塔下很难吃这波兵了呀。
但对于京东这个走位的话，要进一步把它给驱赶开，
就不让你吃就够了呀。
是，
就能再逼走。哎呦，塔下好多兵线，
推镀层就卡着你不让你吃线就 OK 了。绿毛过来赶紧清一下兵线，而且对于京东而言，这一波把兵线推完之后，对方的人如果要再过来，
想反打这个位置 Q 技能稍微挡一下，2层镀层吃完了以后 ，Loken 被留在了塔下，手里有闪现 ，Q 技能再躲一个，那兵线还是被耗掉了大半。乐言这边想追吗？算了。
推不动呀，而且这波打完，因为京东是率先发难的，等会儿8分钟马上就要刷新峡谷先锋了。其实这一波对于京东而言，打完下路，然后潘森直接往上转，家里要就是复活之后直接往中路走，他们也是一波很完美的控先锋的一个机会。
哎呦，这边京东意识很老道，知道你一定会入侵的，马上把自己的
看到了，看到了吧？
现在看到了，
就把惩戒给用掉了。因为不想让对方进来进行一个反演嘛，但这样的话是伤的是牙膏没有蓝 buff。其实打野最希望对方的人来反演，名正言顺的可以不让蓝 buff。看一下这波先锋什么时候动吧。牙膏手里是没有 TP 的，但已经先回城再往线上赶。
想动峡谷先锋，色体应该是出现在了塔下的视野里边。那这样的话，潘森已经很明白自己在上，哎。这波想抓一下，
想先杀人吗？
延期都用掉了呀！这一波感觉 Cube 有一点点危险。
是，但这个角度的话，
再往前走一点就危险了。但是不走啊，很稳。
卡纳维这边也觉得自己手里的钱有点多了，
哎呦，
所以回去
卡纳维再等一下，这波感觉
有机会杀。
对，
赶紧叠 CD 啊！自己的燃烧宝石也出来了。那这边推完之后，其实直接往峡谷先锋靠就 OK 了。而且这一波对于京东人最关键一个点是，同时自己的辅助也到了6级。那在上半区一旦打起来，双方辅助同时参战的情况下，京东是有很大优势。
是。
哦呦，而且 Loken 也在往这边靠了，京东打这波峡谷先锋的决心很足啊。
哎，但是这一下打掉半血 ，Fofu 这边只能交出自己
溜了。
是。
而且 TP 也没好，他这波也不能回城补状态，还是得靠过来的。但加里奥有大，色体没有大招，这一波这边打起来的话 ，RA 是少技能的但是奥恩这一波是很强的，
是
有自己的技能在，看有没有机会能给这些团队一些帮助吧。小熊已经打来不及了，
主要是 VN 已经先到落位了。
是，其实这一波如果今天要打狠一点，就 Logan 都不要回了，然后让这个峡谷先锋直接往上靠，
是，
然后配合辅助去把对方的防卫塔硬给推掉，是有很多队伍是有这样一个打法的。想节约 ADC 的一个时间嘛？
正面经济优先1800多，对于京东来说，主要是京东 VN 肥啊。
对
，VN 肥 ，RA 真的很头痛的原因是因为他没有及时的，只要 VN 把水银摸出来，RA 基本上动不了他。
是，主要是左边的控制也不稳定，然后你的前排其实对于 VN 最不怕打前排。
他甚至觉得自己这波就是 Loken 如果对于自己操作自信，他甚至可以不出水银。
是。晚点出也行，
因为对面能控到他用水银姐，只有辛达拉锤跟色提的大。
对。而且这一把其实对于卡纳维而言，这个峡谷先锋尽可能往下放嘛，主要是前期的一些攻击进攻的 效果都还不错，已经是把对方的下路防御塔镀层吃掉2层了。
是，但 Loken 刚才因为支援一波小火神，现在塔掉的，这个补刀掉的。
对，所以我刚刚说他们其实如果为了保他的一个发育的话，其实真的是可以直接让VN转上的。
是，
然后那个时候奥文一个人面对对方的这样的一个组合，他也没办法去进行一个对线。就是 VN 就这一波他损失的点就在于2波回城，然后再加上来回的跑线。
但对于 RA 来说，现在卡莎的发育慢慢找过来以后，依旧能拿着线权，而且现在的点就是奥拉夫和辛德拉还是很强，下一波小龙团对于 RA 还是有主动权的。
是，当然这边也要看牙膏的一个发挥了。牙膏的如果大招抽奖抽得好的话，比如说又像刚刚峡谷先锋前一波把夫妇的血量打残了，那无论是争夺视野还是说进一步的一个站点，你可能都没有对方那么强。
下路兵线先推过去，整个河道区虽然京东站住，但是线权上来说要逼迫他们回来了。
是，先让牙膏去中路处理一下兵线，把兵线处理好，不然可能要损失更多的一些兵线了。但这边卡拉菲其实手里有峡谷先锋的呀，如果硬要抢线权的话，可以把先锋放了。但这个点位的话，建议先锋往下路放，我感觉可能结果会好一些。哎呦，先飞行拉了一套，没有打到 Fofo， 抢视野，冰雹已经摸出来了。扫到一个乐言，
但是个奥拉夫，你也不好牵手的，主要是这颗眼一直没扫出来了。
扫到，
来不及了吧？
没掉。但这个河蟹是可以拿下来的，交惩戒应该是有2层的。洛克这边也是比较害怕，不知道对方辅助的一个位置。
主要航线的手里还有闪现。
应该先锋应该是要放中了这波，因为来不及了，再捏一会儿，估计这先锋都要掉了。
这是不是只有潘森一个人能吃啊？
看牙膏往不往前走，他往前走1步可以吃到。
可以。那小龙最后2边僵持了很久，最后都不选择动。
先回家补一波。可是潘森这一波回家直接补可以战斧，对他的提升还是很明显的。而且这龙打的往中后区，就是如果打得慢，或者说远古龙反而出现的慢的话，其实对于京东而言还是算是个好消息嘛。
因为 VN 到后期确实
对，给 VN 更多的一个发育机会。遇到了 W 直接坐上来，但 VN 手里有大的反身，先可以让铁丝边先回一口，但自己的血量下的比较快，还不捏大吗？确实有新的一个保护是把对方给劝退了，但这波闪现是被加里奥给逼出来了呀。
航这边进场打得非常漂亮，保护鬼但落地瞬间直接闪现过来，潘森的进场可能要把自己卖掉了，丝血的情况下被奥拉夫收掉人头，2边对换了一波以后，鬼闪现过来以后再来，风翔一心没有点到睡眠，而正面的战场上加里奥是把自己成功卖掉，拖延住了3个人，这一波的团战4打5的情况下，让京东打成了一波2换2，
而且这个局是。VN 在下路再偷点一波，从经济的角度来讲，京东明显是要更赚一些的呀。刚乐言的大招捏的确实有点太久了，但是那个位置也确实不是一个反打的点。
航开的虽然很好，但是牙膏这边手里全招都在，落地一瞬间闪现拉开以后，回到了一个比较安全的位置。
再来看一下这一波，因为乐言的一个反野啊，不知道对方那个位置，反而上去被打了一套，这边是给了一下，但自己也是不断的被对方做一个消耗呀。这个时候我感觉夫妇的位置是有想打的想法的。我觉得这边航开的很漂亮，
但他的这个大招 AOE 直接刮满了，
是，然后直接进到后排，然后自己因为第一时间有一个科学战斧，所以是回了一定的血量的。
然后绿毛在这里拖住3个人，正面再把 Cube 收掉。Cube 好像应该是风箱炎希没有顶住牙膏的睡眠气泡。镜头一转，小龙也是被京东控了下来。
是，
现在正面经济领先2000多。
双方前期各吃一条龙的情况下，这把的比赛节奏可能会放得比较慢了。火龙魂啊，火龙魂的话，这场比赛有的看了。这个火龙魂如果让右边的拿到这左一就无敌了。
是，
打在左边的脆皮身上没有人顶得住的。但这个中野选出来，感觉 RA 的前期
没打出效果。
对，这节奏打的还是不够快啊，或者说结果打的不好吧。VN 这个点也没有压住。VN 虽然补刀是落后将近小10刀的一个状态，但是他下路镀层吃的多呀。所以在经济上，包括说 ADC 的出装对比上来看，你看这 VN 完全没有落后，这已经有攻速鞋了。来，赶紧交惩戒把野怪给轰下来。VN 这时候等级也是落后的，
要蹬回来了 ，Q2 再中，
但不敢上。
现在还是。其实对于 R 来说，经济劣势是一件最头疼的事情，因为你打到后期 VN 是不太好处理的。
对，
争取还是打前期的优势为主，但是几波交战下来后没拿到前期优势，下一条龙对于 R 来说还是接动，而且真打到后期是 R 没有那么虚。 主要就是威恩不好处理而已。
对，就他们这个阵容其实后期能力挺强，因为一是有卡莎，二是有辛德拉嘛，再加上主要是有个就是奥恩，奥恩的一个装备的提升还是10打10的一个经济的一个转化。
是第2条峡谷前锋要出了，威恩一个人在下路吃掉1血塔，而卡莎先行落位到峡谷前锋出支援。看一下，对于京东来说，如果想接的话，威恩走过来的速度有点慢，可能要放掉了，
应该要放。
而且剑魔都不在正面。
是，但这一波峡谷前锋在我。
要接
要打吗？威恩的角度有点远哦。这波有奥恩在，奥恩如果团战大招开得好的话，
潘森来了，大黄星运直接往后方做，路过的瞬间没有拿到峡谷前锋，但是正面的战场上已经是冲到了对方的后排。Fofo 这个位置被 Zoom 粘上以后，一套直接带走，而正面战场上奥恩被隔绝到了后排，直接被秒掉的同时，潘森虽然倒，但是威恩进场也是收割掉了热眼，而且睡住了以后，iBoy 这个位置也走不掉，一波1换4的团战。剑魔收获3杀，
是，而且最关键的是先锋之眼没有捡起来。
这游戏感觉
雪崩啊，
炸的有点厉害了。
是，其实就从我的角度来讲，我觉得对阿联而言，他们是不能丢这个峡谷先锋的，他们不能让京东拿到。因为中路防御塔的血量确实太低了，如果再来一个峡谷先锋就直接没了。但这波团战接完之后的结局是一样的。
而且我觉得还有一点最重要的是，我们一直在讨论威恩怎么后期强，怎么不好处理，但现在问题剑魔你是真的处理不了了。
是，而且这个节点当威恩出现装备领先的情况下，你的 C 位也很难去做一个对抗呀。这波峡谷先锋过来啊，没有抢到，但乐眼往那边靠了一下，可能觉得自己捡起来了吗？难道
几个大招直接把对方的阵容隔绝了以后 ，RA 现在产生了前后排脱节，而威恩最喜欢的就是这种追击的团战。
是，
传说中的闪现统治普攻啊。哎，
关键是这个先锋之眼没捡到，真的就是赔了夫人又折兵。
本场 OG 选手也是给到了上单的 Zoom， 对吧？剑魔几波团战都发挥的非常亮眼。
是，而且这把对线也舒服呀，对方拿了个奥恩，其实对他而言，对线没有丝毫的一个压力。4杠0杠1了已经。
现在这个剑魔已经是 RA 彻底处理不了的一点，2件套的剑魔在18分钟就产生。这个剑魔冲进来 ，RA 根本解决不掉，关键他还有陪他一起冲锋的一个潘森。
对，2个可血战斧往前怼。其实现在对于 RA 而言，
伤害不够，
要尽快的补出2件套，而且得补一个死刑宣告或者重伤装备了，不然这2个兄弟回血能力是不是有点太强了？
主要这段时间 RA 现在已经面临伤害不够了，直接开想来怼，但是一技能直接撞下来以后，航的血量下半。篝火熟练逼出航的闪现以后，潘森的大黄星陨落了下来。那正面的话，视野全被逼退的情况下，看一下牙膏捡了一个闪现。
这一波主要是打龙潭前的一个铺垫吧，闪现调整位置，再给一个睡眠气泡。关键点是把航的闪现给打出来之后，
又捡了个救赎，而且在这种诡异的角度是左一最好发挥的时候，飞行再等过来再来一炮，乐言的血量下了一些。
是的，但在正面的拉扯上，好在是对方没有大龙 buff 啊。所以兵线还是能够防守下来的，救赎砸下来，回补血量，但自己的一个奥恩反而是把自己的闪现给交了出来。这一波位置好像是绝好的，大招顶起来2、3个人，自己的加疗这就像，但是 Zoom 的血量被打击之后一口满血。看一下航在角度，
哎呦，再来嘲讽住以后直接秒掉，惯性长枪拿到了 Fofo 的人头，而在侧翼的话再次留住了航是没有闪现的，直接是一套伤害直接灌死。哎呦，这波剑魔阵一口美味，状态到位。
是莫斯利安。
这可血战还不消吗？
回来，削了，
快削，
削了，已经削了。
他好像就刮到2个人吧？
对，主要是他这个回血量太夸张了。本来觉得这个位置好像是要把 Zoom 给处理掉了，但那是错觉，我能杀他。哎呀，这波打完这边团战之后，京东要拿自己的第2条小龙了，而且是火龙。每多1条小龙的话，其实对于2而言，后续翻盘的可能性都会更低。
现在该肥的不该肥的，京东几个点都肥起来了。看一下这波团战，奥恩确实这个大招开出来的一瞬间，感觉确实要出大问题。但剑魔大招配合可血的这一下，直接回了大半血量。
对，本来阿觉得这是一波冲的一波团战，但直接被对方打的就不想打了。而且在往前追击的过程中，因为 Fofo 吃了那一下睡眠气泡，所以导致是京东获得一个反攻的号角，打起一个反攻的号角。
剑魔感觉比这威恩看起来恐怖多了，
对。而且因为威恩他是那种一刀一刀一个一个的 A 的，那剑魔的 Q 是可以砍一群人。
是。
主要他开启大灭之后进场的那个视觉效果冲击力比较强。现在对京东而言稳扎稳打的打这把比赛是比较 大概率是能够拿下来的。
是胜率非常高了。看一下正面经济领先了8000，京东选择在大龙区开始布控视野，而且有薇恩的存在，导致京东会打大龙速度非常快。
是，而且上校来说话了，抢条大龙能翻，这也是解说们比较喜欢说的一个话语，
是合理。
我觉得啊，抢2条大龙能翻的。
是
现在这个位
真能翻。
对，像现在这个位置主要是在于你的，因为中路防御塔高铺的比较早嘛，然后你的野区视野全悉数沦陷。你过去探视野的成本有点太高了呀！
哎，被逮着打了一个3环，乐园这个位置可能要叫大招了。
是，
诸神黄昏只能选择跑。一般这种情况下，而且这种团战现在对于京东来说，他只要往前管冲就行，因为 low 肯一定会完成收割的。而薇恩又非常喜欢追击的团战，
是
他最讨厌别人来开他。
对，因为他走不掉嘛，他被动还是一个追击的时候能够加一个移速的。追的时候还是会比较舒服，而且一旦你这种落后，你要来探视野的情况下。京东是视野优先啊，那左一其实这个点就很好发挥了，他很好抽奖。一旦你在团前被他打出一个血量，或者说打出一个召唤师技能的话，那一波团战接下来可能对 RA 就没那么友好了。而且接下来的每一波团战就会对局势的影响会比较大了，因为对于京东而言，他们现在目标物只有自己的听牌龙以及大龙了。前面也说过，如果右边的阵容拿到火龙魂的话，左边这小身板顶不住呀。哎 ，W 直接盖的是一个色题，但色题手里有血红拳啊！
哎呦，这个薇恩上来连点3枪，乐言血量下的非常快。佛佛这边再交出闪现，薇恩这个位置1追3，直接把对方所有人都追残，还躲掉了这一发。
大龙了呀！
是的，要大龙了。
哎呦，而且牙哥在前面想要卡一下，想打一下血量，但是没有吃这个 W 啊，吃到的话我感觉卡莎要飞了。
是。
但这面有薇恩在，打龙很快的，可是潘森的血量不是很健康。这一波，看一下京东这边怎么处理自己的中单是。
奥恩来 TP 了，看一下 Zoom 在侧翼是抓到了一个奥恩 TP 落地的位置，先打一套反身，京东选择直接处理这个 Cube 被恶虎树链拽了回来，手里没有闪现和有大招，看一下要怎么出，没办法了，直接是原地被秒杀。那奥恩一倒选择入侵蓝区的京东，先把视野布控好，飞一个飞星抓一下人。
是，这边没睡到，但是我们自己有想法，打 Q1段直接逼出对方那个狂风之力，自己的话 Q2 再砍一刀 ，Q3 逼出对方那个大刀，但被蹬回了高地上呀。我们手里有科学战斧，再回一口血。这个时候潘森也是相继跟上，对队友一个一个来，但是对对方人员的一个击杀依然是完成了，乐言再度倒下。
而且索伊还要再来操作，顶着2个人，手里捏着原生闪现，并不是很慌。这波直接要破高地了，23分钟，感觉 RA 就已经到了无盘可翻的地步。
是因为他们连抢大龙的机会都可能把握不到，因为京东这时候不去打大龙，还有1分多钟就有小龙了，自己的听牌龙，这波京东这边是赚的比较多，选择往后回补一波。而且刚刚其实有没有看到，就 VN 在做一个追击往前翻滚的时候，他是吃的辛德拉蛮大的，但因为有加里奥的一个大招，他不痛。就这时候左边的伤害已经完全不够看了，而且这时候他们还需要去想办法补一点重伤装备。哎呦，捉襟见肘呀！
现在这剑魔半血就敢在奥文面前晃，只要打2波就吸回来了。
是。
感觉绿甲再来，这个剑魔就是无
德儿。看这波 Q1，
狂风躲开，
就一个技能一个技能的逼嘛。
这行差点把剑魔爆到了 iBoy 脸上，这一推差点又推到了 iBoy 脸上。
是 iBoy 很紧张。
战争罡风收掉人头。
是。来，这边尝试一下，
打一下看看速度快不快。算了，不快。
试一下。主要是对方已经完全过来做一个盯防了。对他们而言，可能最好的就如果这一波真的给压力的话，最好就能逼出剑魔的一个 TP。
主要是京东现在优势大到可以双线程了，一边看着大龙，另一边先动一下小龙。
另外一边让剑魔去 solo 就行了。反正 solo， 反正就是剑魔也要去下路做一个单带的，不影响。这边卡莎装备已经是2件套了，其实是能够追得上 VN 的一个装备更新的。
真的吗？
就从其他点位来对比。所以我刚看漏了，没看那个绿茶。我以为 VN 也2
嘲讽猪想抓 Cube，VN 这里先没输出，先鬼发羊撞起来了，但是卡莎直接进场，对着右边 VN 要被秒了，这波直接配合上 iBoy 的伤害秒掉了 VN，但是剑魔怎么办？犹如天神下凡一般顶在最前面，满血满怒，直接是追着看。嘲讽是再睡到以后，加里奥的进场直接瞄准到了 Fofo，Q2 直接收割，潘森的进场被爆炸果实弹开。
哎，这有没有机会把兵线带过来一波呀？这边只剩2个没法清线的上跟辅助了。牙膏往前走，惩戒一交，感觉这一波京东有想法要拿下来，但兵线的位置，哦呦，稍微有点远了，
稍卡了一下
卡了一下。那这一波可能京东失去一波对方 GG 的一个机会了，转身可以去打小龙了。这一波对于2而言其实找了一个不错的机会的，而且因为埃博尔手里是个收集者，所以伤害比较高的情况下是把 Loken 给换掉了。
奈何装备差距太大，这剑魔顶在前面打了一波团，血都没再掉一下。
是满血，没办法，这版本血量的补给比较充足啊。哎呀，炮车漏了，
你们2个没有缘，
嘿嘿，2个兵都漏了。那这边的话，双管齐下，第3条龙拿下来。现在对于2而言的话，可能要集全队的力量，看能不能防守一下大龙吧。
想想办法吧。现在确实劣势已经非常大了。1万块钱的经济差，再加上火龙魂的听牌。
哎，你别说啊，现在卡莎的狂风那个进化为台风之后，再配合这个黄沙，其实他这个正面的战斗力是真的够的。
主要是打不动剑魔。
但问题是剑魔怎么办？
打不动剑魔是最大的问题。
是。左边的这种其实 AOE 能力也没有想象中那么好，850块钱好多。
看这剑魔 Q2 直接斩掉 Q3 顶进去，血皮都不带掉一下子。
是。而且这边睡眠气泡也留下了一个 Fofo 这边也是比较难受的。这
辛德拉一个大招下去，还不如他一个 Q2 回的多。
是，溢出来了。
然后他绿甲再到手以后，确实现在没有一点减伤的 RA 来说，根本解决不掉这个。
哇，直接逼大龙了呀，在你脸上逼大龙，这边交 TP，RA 想要防守，看一下这一波是大龙的一个钓鱼的一个环节。
想动，看一下第一时间诸神黄昏线被逼了出来，一推到了卡纳韦，龙已经被拉脱了，芥末再次进场，这一波可能要被恶火熟练再拽回来的 Cube 被对方起火到，根本扛不住，一技能快点拉开，潘森直接掉到了对方阵容的后排，配合加里奥进场，还加薇恩的伤害直接秒掉了奥文，而在正面看2枪直接点掉对方打野，乐言再倒的情况下，稍微卡一下兵线吧，但是没有办法，只剩下 Fofo 在塔下，这波还要再从 Zoom 扛塔 ，W 减一下柱。一推被闪现躲掉，3枪配合上 Zoom 的一刀是直接砍下了 Fofo 以后，这一波可能要完成1波了。
是的，因为这边波的人员是比较多的，直接挂点燃，想要把 Zoom 劝退，但自己的话是拉在这边，哎呦，太空怪是爆回来，有机会换吗 ？VN 是倒下，但自己也要付出生命的一个代价。iBoy 在这里给了一个虚空锁敌，可是没有办法上去，没办法阻止对方，兵线已经到了门牙塔前，我们要看到京东推掉对方的一个门牙塔以及水晶的主堡了。这边 W 盾住，但是有进化，秒解的很快，冲到自己防御水泉的一个深处，但自己的水晶主堡已然被对方给攻破。让我们恭喜京东拿下本场比赛的胜利，而且也是2比0干净。
ずいよね。静かにしよ
痛いよ。
頭おかしい。
嫌やわ。いや、右から取って。
全部セーブでいこう。全部セーブでいこう。
せーの。いいよ。お兄ちゃん、いいよ。
ググググググ。何よ。
それはもう野球のスイングで頭を下げケツや頭を下げろ言ってケツやからケツ出してケツ上げろってこれは仕方ない。
お前1万円取ってんね。
そうやで。ちょっと次最後に選ばせてください。最後に。 レギュラー陣が誰も行ってないから。何これ。冷凍みかん。カチカチってこと。ちょっと待って。怖い。どういうことどういうことほんまに怖い。ほんまにそれ。いや、知らんマジで。ほんまですか。知らんマジです。
嘘かと思われるわ。
ほんまや。すねな。どの辺が痛いと思う？多分ここやと思う。ここ。何？ちょっと待って。バンや。高い。カチカチやね。ちょっと待って。怖くない。これは硬いわ。いや、今日やばいで。お前が悪い。なんなん？今日ほんまですか？ほんまやって。ほんまにない。それは何にもやってないわ。もう仕方ない。それやったら逆に思うんない。
すごいね。持ってるよ。
コース3回やったから次汗3回。な。何これ？コース3回やったから次汗3回。な。何これ？もうちょっとな。あ、お前が配る？そうか。はい。
もうないよ。
はい。行こう。せーの。
何それ。それはあるやろ。
ありますよ、それ。そんな続かへんやん。わあ。これは嫌やわ。
頭打ったりとかするでこれ。
信用できへん。これは怖いわ。
ああ。何？うわ、でかいの来た。
うわ。めっちゃ。
あ、怖いな。うわ、怖いな。
ちっちゃい。またちっちゃい。
マットちっちゃいよな。マットちっちゃいな。これ地味に嫌やわ。
これは怖い。
これは怖い。
高いっすよ。いやー言ってて。
女の子みたいな声で出たで。
高かったです。分かった。主役やもんな。怖い怖い怖い。しゃあないです。まあ絶対や。こういうのは若い人が行こう。そうね。朝行こう。僕らが使うから一番。もう使わん人ばっかりじゃないですか。だから大事にしてくれや。配ってんすよ。ああ、こっち。すっげえ喋るやん。確かに。コンセプトとか分かってんねんかこれ。アホなんちゃう。誰がどこなのか分かる。どっちか。ああ、そういうこと。絶対ここの対決にしたい。そろそろ。これな、そういうことこれ。そういうやな。はい。今それやったらあかんねん。めっちゃ嬉しいわもう。どんどん紹介していこう。盛り上がれ。盛り上がれ。上にね。オッケーオッケー。もういいよ。まあそういうことか。まあ。朝大きい声でダメですよ。声出したか声出したか。まあでも綺麗にな。綺麗にいった。自分でやったんですよ。自分で。あと何個あんの？汗食って。取れ高バッチリやろ。意味がわからん。なんでやねん。どっちかになれと思ってるの。奇跡よ。最悪や。怖い怖い怖い怖い怖い怖い。これ何これ何これ何熱々囲碁。どころの人前に出て仰向け。ここ。あ。滑った。来た来た来た。汗動くなよ。じっとしとけ。万難やから我慢せよ。湯気出てるね。うわ熱っ。厳粛な場所やから静かにして。そら手を殺すわな。動くな。乳首出しとけ。乳首出しとけ。ちょっと待って。これあかん。ちょっとこれマジであかん。動くな。ちょっと我慢せ我慢せ我慢せ。乳首行きましょう。乳首行きましょう。ここ大丈夫です。痛いって何やねんお前。すいませんありがとうございました。全然試合になってないよ。乳首ヒリヒリする。いや汗どうすんのこれ。お前自分がやるのかそれとも人に任せるか。いやもうやめとった方がええんちゃう松本さん。俺 なるほどな。今回はそういうことなんです、多分。何これ？どういうこと？何これ？そうやな、俺が踊ったらどうなの？意味わかんない。
これもう順当にいったろ。
あ、入れ替えた。なるほどな。あ、入れ替えた。さあ、いくよ。せーの。怖い怖い怖い怖い怖い怖い怖い怖い怖い怖い怖い怖いってほんまに怖いって。え、なんで？すごいね。僕と最後変えましたよ。変えた。操ったらあかんねんな。なんか怒ってんねや。ちょっと。俺関係ない。俺関係ない。違う。
今さら
俺違うって。とりあえず前聞いて。あ、来た。何か言ったらあの格好かい。あ、来た。何か言ったらあの格好かい。
なんやねんこれ。
な。
なんやねんこれ。
強いな。うまいこと蹴ったな。
舐めてた。なんかやってるやんあの子。完全に気抜いてた。すかしネタやと思ってた。
ちょっと今日はすごいな。ちょっと触らん方がいいっすよこれ。俺？いや、まさかもうこれで俺が当たることないと思う。これはやばい。草やばいやつ。これはさっきの松本さんみたいに下手に動かしたらやばいのかな。よし、このまま行こう。いいですか？このままでいいですか？せーの。さっきの山ちゃんみたいなことすんなよ。なんで怒られんの？臭いでこれ。
田中はこういうのは考えんからな。決して得意ではない。
あ、かぶせるんや。
うわ。
来た。かぶしてかぶして。深呼吸。落ち着こう。うるさい。落ち着けて。
はっきり言ったで。臭いもん臭いって。シュッシュしてシュッシュ。まあでもせやな。い
や、それぐらいした方がいいですよ。臭いからお前。何扱いやねん。
臭いもん臭いって。
田中さん配ります。置きます。配ります。
でこの二人。
僕と浜田さん。俺もやってない。やってないですよ。オッケー。浜田さんやってると思ってたみたいです。浜田さんやってたと。何かバット受けたと思ってたみたいです。
聞いた今。聞いた。
ちょっと収録止めますか？止めた方がいいです。止めんね。
何やってんのミカ。
なんかいろんな競技手助けしたからやった感がある。見てそうなアホな。やってないですよ浜田さん。
ドロップキックしたのにされたと思ってるって。そんな記憶ある。
被害妄想がすごいな。整理すると僕と浜田さんまでやってないですからね。まだやってないですからね。
やってないね。
はい。
見てない。
やってないです。いきますよ。濃厚接触。これ嫌やな。 おお。ここに行こうな。行くよ。せーの。ナイスカード、ナイスカード。今日は4回目。はい、前出よう。これは熱々囲碁もやんの。おかしいっしょ。なんで囲碁されながらキス。あ、来た。この人よくね。この人、うわ、見たことある人。見たことある人や。見たことあるおじさんや。痛くはないよ。いけいけいけいけいけって。勇気振り絞っていけって。くちくちくちくち。納得するまで、納得するまでやで。納得。濃厚な、濃厚な。すごいな。すごい。破れるんじゃん。破れたら最悪。破れたら終わり。破れたら終わり。オッケーオッケーオッケー。何やこれ。すごいなんかやられた感じやな。濃厚接触、そういうことね。なるほど。でもこれはまだ。そうね。被害は実害ないもん。感覚だけが。なあ。出た。うわ出た2枚や。2枚？2枚です。ちょっと待って。2人や。いやこれ別でええんちゃう。2人やとなかなかよ。めっちゃ嫌やこれ。いやこれさ。いくよ。せーの。うわい。田中と汗。意外な組み合わせっちゃう。いいね。あ前出るって。前出るって。うわ俺これめっちゃ嫌やわ。あ、なるほどボールを打つんだねこうやって。熱いんや。熱い。きついな。うわ。遠藤腹立つな。固まった。でもねだいぶ表面。だいぶ硬くはなってくる。遠藤さん。どっちのやろ。どっちのやろ。これが僕。めっちゃ鼻毛ついてる。もう汗の鼻毛えぐいな。えぐいな。どっちも。田中のもえぐいなこれ。恥ずかしい。映さんといてください。ちょっと映さんといてください。これ嫌や。恥ずかしいなこれ。これすげえ恥ずかしい。いやいやこれ痛いし恥ずかしいし。恥ずかしい。もう僕もいいと思います。いやもういいと思います。もうね。な。ここまで来たらね。結構田中も食らってるよね今回。どういうことなん？何されるのかが分からへんから。うわなんか変な落ち方した。これでいい？ほんまに一回もやってないから。でもこれはもう仕方ないから。いくよ。はい。せーの。あ、ここに来い。田中食らってる。今日結構多いです田中さん。頭かき出した。頭かいねんて。何これ。頭かゆいねんて田中。また鼻や。田中さん鼻終わるんちゃうもう。そうやな田中ずっと鼻やな。ずっと鼻。鼻毛前の草屋でよかったよな。直で。怖いな。あ、上がっていくからこれで切れるってことか。じゃあ頑張って前進まなあかんな。前来て。鼻毛もないし。もっと前。無理やわな。これはひどい。悲惨やな。めちゃくちゃ汗かいてるやん。 なんで俺や
もういいんちゃう
いやあかんあかんそんなルールおかしいよちゃんとやってくれないとそれはもう仕方ないよその日の運ですから
1枚めくり決めしていい？
並べて、いやもうここはもう昴生が言っといたらいいんちゃう？もう4回やってますから
じゃあ昴生さん選んでみよう。
めくる もうこれはあかん。もうこれはあかん。もうおもろすぎるこれは。これはもうこれしゃあない。
もうこれはまあまだとは言えないわ。一人目でシャシャリ出てきて楽しみも奪われてドキドキ感もないし、そういう意味でもバチやわな。
いや今日すごいなほんまに。自分で配ったら自分になって。
いやすごかった。
ああ
今のは。
今日はカードがすごかったね。
いやすごかった。すげえわ。
山ちゃんがそこに立って、はい。
うわすごいな。
ゴーグルも何をつけさせてくれへんのよ。
言うわな。
大丈夫です。
大丈夫やって。ゴーグルなしですって。
イカスミやから。
大丈夫です。
絶対大丈夫。
行きましょう。3秒前。3、2、1、ドン。ドン。すげえな、芸術みたいな。
確かになんかね芸術作品書道やろ。
見て見て見て。ほら。
あ、後ろちょっと。
後ろ
見てみ。後ろ見てみ。
ほら。おしゃれおしゃれ。
笑ってるで。笑ってる。
めっちゃ笑ってる。
めちゃくちゃおしゃれ。
大爆笑や。
Can you truly remember nothing? Nothing at all?
Were we friends?
Yes. We were good friends, you and I. In fact, I've brought you a gift. I pray that one day soon, as you gaze into that mirror, you will remember the woman staring back at you.
It's so pretty. Who are you? Who are you?
How are you feeling, my lord?
Fine, now leave me.
Open wide now.
Pleased to you. I'm not so frail that I cannot feed myself. I grow weary of the taste of gruel.
You don't like it? Can I fetch you something else?
Aye, wine. Or if that is not wholesome enough, I don't know. A sweet persimmon from Namai? I enjoyed them in my youth.
A persimmon?
Nay, pay me no mind.
I hope we are not interrupting your meal. We had heard you were confined to bed and thought you might welcome some visitors.
Confined to... A trifle drain from my exert...
Take off your clothes.
Gosetsu, is this how you've been spending your time?
My lady, I assure you this is not...
Off with them. We need to wash you. You stink. What are all these scars? There are so many of them.
A life of battle will leave its mark upon a man. Is something wrong, Tsuyu?
It's nothing. I'm fine.
But leave me be, woman! I will not be...
Greetings. Might I have one of your... Wait! Please! I only wanted a persimmon.
Kami, save us! Her spirit has returned!
She's back from the dead to seek her revenge!
It can't be. She couldn't have survived.
What did I...
As if you don't...
Good people of Namai, be at ease, I pray you. You have naught to fear.
My lord, forgive me, but what is that monster doing here? They told us she was dead.
I too was surprised to learn. More even than you, I would hazard. 'Twas I who cut her down, I who left her to her fate. But it would seem the Kami had other plans. By some miracle, both she and Gosetsu were spared when the keep collapsed, though Yotsugu's preservation came at the cost of her memory.
You're saying she's forgotten? Forgotten everything?
Lies! Lies! My lord, she would say anything to escape punishment!
What does it matter? We have not forgotten her crimes, and we demand justice! I beg of you, Lord Hien, draw your blade and rid us of this canker!
What I saw then, it's all true. I'm sorry! I'm so sorry.
You're sorry? And what? We're supposed to forgive you?
Here, there's no need to cry. Can't you see how scared she is? How can you be scared of her? She's not the same.
Until such time as her memories return, this woman shall be known as Tsuyu, and treated as a citizen of Doma. I will, however, see that she is watched at all times. Rest assured that there will be no more unannounced visits.
Please, Issei.
All right. I'll keep my peace. As long as you're happy, that's all that matters.
What a pleasure it is to see you once more, Lord Hien. Not to mention my dear sister.
A pleasure to see you too, Ambassador. Forgive us our late arrival. You have our people aboard the airship?
Exactly as agreed. We would leave you in no doubt as to the purity of our intention.
Indeed. Before excluding her.
So I see. But all need not necessarily.
Ah, やつよ。
Of all the people.
Is something wrong, dear sister? These are... It would seem. You needn't glare at me so, Lord Hien. Do not grow too fond.
We continue with the...
Very good. The structure across the river.
Agreed. Gosetsu, are you awake?
My lord, come in, come in. When Tsuyu returned, her eyes were red from weeping. She spoke not a word, simply sat and peeled some fruit she'd brought for me. She then claimed weariness and retired to her chamber. Tell me, what happened to upset her so?
The ambassador arranged a surprise reunion with her. It was plain their presence caused her great distress, but she seemed otherwise unaffected.
Yotsuyu was mistreated as a child, was she not? It was a cruel trick to...
I like this Asahi less and less.
Be that as it may, he has agreed to allow Yotsuyu to...
There was one other detail. I assume you all noticed the rather suspect crates within the castrum. The Imperials were quick to retrieve them afterwards, but I wonder...
Out with it, brother. You fear they might contain bombs or war machines?
If the ambassador wanted me dead, he has had ample opportunity.
My lord, forgive me, but the Lady Yotsuyu, she's gone.
Gone?
I beg your pardons, my lords. I was certain she'd fall...
No, the responsibility is mine. 'Twas I who gave her. She may simply have wandered outside. Might I call upon your...
Help! Help!
Help! Help me!
If only I hadn't remembered. He should hate me. But I will not suffer his kindness. Not after what I did to him.
Who's there?
Oh, it's you. What are you doing out here in the dark?
This is the Enclave, is it? When the soldiers dragged us back to Doma, you were the last person I expected to see.
You're the bane of our existence, You couldn't even do us the simple courtesy of dying. We had a perfect life in the capital, and now...
Now, dear, that'll do. There seems little... You've kept your looks, at least. I suspect you'd fetch a handsome price with the right buyer. Maybe enough to get us to Kugani and start a new...
Ah, my beloved parents. Knows... Very well. If I cannot escape my nature, then I shall embrace it. To the very depths I have sunk, my soul steeped in spite and rotten to the core. The self-righteous hide behind justice, but I need no such mask. Father, Mother, was it not you who made me into this monster? For years I knew naught but the taste of pain. And it begins with you!
Yotsuyu! What?
Well done, dear.
Brother dearest, what? You always were a cold-blooded little worm.
Your dagger yet drips with their blood, and you presume to judge me. But surely you can't be satisfied with murder. to die?
What happened here? I knew what would happen if she recovered. Whatever he wants with her, he... But this is...
So you want to hear the story of this place? Of my glorious death? Stay a while and listen. I might tell you that and more.
Minions have spawned.
喂，垃圾工具人。
升，
睇下你第4.0都未做完啊！但係點解會貓牌會 expect 大家見出玻璃鏡？
係4.3啦，我已經。
5.0先講嘅。
5.0今晚就5.0啦。
冇咗呢個草仔啦，要掹草啦，
要拔草啦。好撚大聲嘅隻 game，等我搞一搞聲先。9年冇玩。
你把聲都好大。你唔習慣嘅，睇你個樣。
唔係啊，佢100% 咗。
冇可能嘅事，佢唔會咁冇人幫你改嘢。
呢個 Pro X 嚟嘅喎，梗係改嘢啦。
喂，垃圾屎㗎！
個鏡仔係而家個個都玩鏡仔嘅弱智嘅，個個都係補血流嚟嘅support，好撚黐線。夠 damn 我哋。
我要 pop 喎，pop 做唔到嘢喎。我要 pop 先做到嘢，跟住隻 Carver 就話佢唔衝你死做唔到嘢。
係喎。
喂屌，咁戇鳩嘅，
有冇咁易中啊？
我冇鞋啊！
喂，行唔到埋去咧。
喂，咁就 burn 到 die 咗，唔係捉唔死隻老鼠啊？係。
你問我啊？
佢都冇招 Q 中。
笑死，俾人 Q 死咗。
俾你卡拔撞埋，好似都係要死嘅喎。
要啊，Q 一下咯。喂，
冇事喎。
第二個 Q 先喎。唉，我帶錯 runes 嘅，我唔記得咗而家玩嗰個爆擊流嘅大炮佬係唔帶 Dark Harvest。
搞錯啊！啲算咁大範圍嘅戇鳩，係咁大嘅咩？
邊個？你話 Kaiser？Kaiser
嗰把咁嘅爐燈咯。
幾大嘅又真係。
你俾人 massage 某程度。
我俾人 massage？
誒，我隻薯仔撞死咗佢。
好撚痛喎，唔係 massage 嚟嘅喎。
佢 Q3嗰下啱啱俾我 Q 走咗。
我見到啊，彈起咗啊嘛。我以為落咗地都照計咯。
冇啊，佢好似直 set 係 cancel 嘅。
係。
我 A 唔到啊！
哇！你居然用大機嘅，有啲嘥喎。
要降回血啦，我哋。
好走啊！打柒佢得㗎啦。
冇啦，都見冇咁快會啊！翻嚟生存落去嘅啫，而家。
係啊，得我 AD 啫嘛。咪嘅，死咗隻光幫都 AD 嚟嘅。
嗰隻比你更有力嘅 AD。
係。
咦？好似咁麻痛嘅佢個盾，佢玩聖烈嘅喎，但係都係。
係啊。雖然冇三上咁痛，但係都痛嘅。
不過三上都唔係話叫痛嘅，三上打鳩佢。
係啊。
喂，好乸痛！
你彈嚟，唔係你彈都冇用啊！佢可以搖。
呢個場玩貓騎仲玩彈，弱者嘅咋。
我都係玩 AP， 我唔會玩彈。
你睇下咁隻老鼠咁就去咗啦。
笑話，笑話，俾我近戰巴兩下，得返2條。係嚟。
誒，睇嚟要嚟啦。好痛！
喂！
哇！
我唔夠摸。我都需要摸多啲。
撞佢啊！哦，佢 bash 咗，拜拜。想殺我？冇咁易。
我有魔可以 QR 連到一個，應該殺到一個。有魔。
嚟啊！
大傑殺到喎。
殺晒！哎呀，爭啲。
差啲。
等先，佢 cancel 咗自己大咯，戇鳩。
佢死嗰陣時冇咗。誒？
佢自己戇鳩 cancel 咗自己。
唔係喎，死咗喎隻老鼠。
死咗開大。
但隻老鼠死咗嘅，最尾都係。
佢燒死咗。燒死。
黐線！我見到佢好似未死之前就咁大，之後死咗跟住冇咗啊嘛。
係啊，應該係咁樣情況，應該就。
但係最尾都燒死咗咯。
垃圾面具啊嘛，拉到一下咯，俾佢。
舐一舐都咁痛嘅咩？
你睇呢個 tower defense 係大。啊！傻仔啊！傻仔邊份啊！踩我毒啦！ 有嚟啦，我個大，我有個粒珠啊！
啲 A P 嚟嘅喎，佢咪
佢做乜嘢 flash 過嚟？
哇！
完
美
呢個大又
哇！
呢個又完美咗啊！
我諗住有隻冰黨，
好多完美咗而家。我見到開晒 ghost 咁諗住衝過嚟啊嘛，跟住你搣晒啲血。誒，燒死佢啊！
行埋咁 E 技都得。
要 CCU。
不過真係最尾都係要。
俾佢撞翻死。而家天使像冇得開盾，唔開心。
咁咪唔好出咧。
唔夠魔啊，唔出。
出面具，出埋個嗰個叫咩啊？防嗰件，我記得啊，防嗰件啦，深淵。
你邊份硬係幾啊？深淵，隻樹人硬係嘢。
有啲用嘅，對面咁高魔傷啲咯。哇！你睇下同撚到，
哇！
我只係食咗2招技啫。
誒，你咁親咗有得打咯！
黐線，691。
What the fuck？唉，
果然我係唔可以膨脹嘅，我要生存到底，喊出嚟。
你攞嚟打老鼠噶嘛？因為你煙霧彈攞嚟做咩啊？買嚟做乜嘢啊？
買嘅咯，買多啲回血。
哇哦 ！What the fuck？開路咯！唉，喺後邊放定啲雪仔走佬用。
我覺得仲諗佢出尾咗應該。唉，算，出無盡，跟翻爆擊裝玩。
哇！癲狗入咗去啦！真係癲嘅。癲啊 ！What the fuck？ 癲㗎！誒，我啲樹仔解唔到開實啊？
有一條友喎。
哇哦！有100，
我唔會出嚟嘅。
佢直接抌佢入去。哇！毒死咗啦咁就。喂，佢拍埋身啦！
唔夠攻速啊！冇攻速啊！聽唔 cancel 都冇啊！Q 完即刻 E 噶啦，已經。
我以為你 Q 完破功一下都。
啊！一下都打唔死。
唔係攞嚟吸佢啫，純粹都係咁。
吸唔到啊！太少，個盾爆咗。
要必索啲。即係搞隻開撒反而問啊！
基本上冇乜邊個打到嘅喎，佢如果企太後嘅話都係冇乜用。係反而隻死哥 死入去嗰陣時可以扣多啲血紅大技。
屌，戇鳩！
整翻個鏡頭去前邊望啦，唔好喺後邊望。嗱，射埋嚟啦！好，玩撚完。
屌！哇！佢飛咗埋嚟啊！佢又飛咗出去啊！
哦，後邊好少死咗，仲有隻老鼠嘅。哦，做咗少少，冇俾佢 Q 到啊！繼續跑啊！繼續跑。哦，Q 到啦！
哇！佢嗰個冇事。
不變啦，
佢都係冇事嘅咯。
落到嚟嗰下就知啦。好難用啊，冇攻速，9差1攻速，差1差0.2。
仆你個街，單嚟嗰下中咗屌！
一仗攻城萬骨枯。
好啊，命科。
哇！行埋瞬間冇半條血到你。隻老鼠做乜嘢？冇笑㗎嘛？睇到啲咩喎？
逼死你咯！
唉，靠 game plan 㗎啦，我已經完全冇用。
笑死！
最尾都係炸死咗。我攻佢成日捉唔到咯，行用 A 掣行變咗行啦，真係真行。
諗唔鬼到呢隻嘢出蚊血嘅都。
可以引到佢出嚟，好嘢！老鼠啊！冇老鼠嘅，回頭回頭，雷文回頭啊！回。
去多下我度，唉，1秒大絕啊！有先至有，
有大絕應該都冇乜用啦，馬冇地，點都要死個同你。到最尾度，
哇！佢冇晒血啦，黐撚線公司，
死硬㗎啦，你放心啦。我啲掛住以前個黑切。
仲繼續。哦，隻 game plan 啊，5個呢個手套啊，哇即刻轉 target 我吸陣血先。你好似射唔到入場區喎，喂！你個雪球
係喎，引到你啦，傻仔！估唔到我 Q 落去，佢真係行出嚟探頭，正！
老鼠啊！
我同 game plan，佢一個 Q 定唔知一個土啊，個普攻隻老鼠唔見咗，兩人打咗下啫，
閃咗埋去打一下 Q 嘅冇咗。
我冇閃埋，我就咁普攻拍一下，跟住到佢拍兩下定唔知一下，隻老鼠唔見咗，俾人秒咗，唉笑。
大家過嚟啦！佢啲果就冇樹冇草叢啊。
係變咗做普通。死咗添。打哈佛手嚟啦！
睇嚟你俾人打哈佛多啲喎，遲早。
冇射多下都射多下都冇打哈佛。誒食啊！嚟啊！繼續射，大把，多的是血。一有得吸血我就冇事嘅啦。Okay. 我正想話裏邊唔係有條友嘅咩？係玩完。
唉。
仲有大技。飛埋你咯！誒唔使飛喎。
我已經俾人哋搞掂。
哦，炸死咗個。佢唔 quick 消化咧？
冇用㗎，消防。
就冇乜分別。我翻嚟揾機會，頭先咁掟咗個雪球落隻老鼠度，我拍佢一槍算。點解有視野嘅？哇！傻仔，
衝出嚟咗。好，我哋搞唔掂老鼠喎，睇嚟。
冇計啦，咁就。
喂，就唔住佢嘅喎。佢哋太硬淨啦。
冇意見。 我都唔知你點樣死咗。
我俾隻老師 delete 咗。
好痕啊隻腳，拗！哎呀，殺咗隻卡，殺咗隻老鼠，跟住殺完隻老鼠，仲有2個。唔係應該咁講，殺完卡莎之後已經冇晒輸出。
嗰隻大隻佬先係重點啊！
全家大隻佬冇乜問題，
大隻佬問題，
使理佢噶嘛。
佢搲俾我死咗啦。
你問題啦咁就，你俾人搲死仲唔係你問題？
你裝冇問題，睇你咁低調。唔知我咁對講，你見我 keep 住係咁醫㗎。
蛇女2020 28,000宗。
你見我長期都打緊嘅喎
，keep 住咁醫，你係咪冇中過毒先至 keep 住個醫，所以唔撚痛？
唔會啦，
點知你啫？
我冇冇 magic pen 啊，睇你打邊隻嘅啫。
唔使 pen 都打死後邊嗰2隻嘅，其實。不過
我都衝唔到去後邊。
你又唔會衝嘅，蛇女冇可能係衝嗰個嘅。咁你
永遠都係俾隻揼鳩衝啫嘛，我唔係俾隻揼鳩衝，又俾隻 Riven 鳩衝啦。
所以咪就係、
有人要老鼠啊！
頭先嗰場咪就係差啲，其實都唔係差隻正統 AD。
點解 Lucian 一成都咁低？
擔心啊，低咗10點尾嗰陣時低到而家一樣咁低。
而家竟然最高成都係上唔係中路下唔係48% 下路45% 中路上路係46%，
都係柒嘅啫，算啦。點解又有蛇女㗎？冇咁多蛇女啊！
謝謝。
唉，趁得閒去個拍賣場度買裝先。
你就好啦，有錢。
我諗住去買啲普通嘅，去交咗個籌備佢算噶咯。
咁你就好啦，有錢買。
嗰個籌備算。
你就好啦，有錢買。
有啊。
你就好啦，有錢買。
解一解主線多翻5萬蚊，好開心。
你就好啦，咁多錢。解一解主線多過我而家啲錢。
唔係，我未解之前都多過你嘅。你有冇諗過？你而家係死窮拎。
一個主線5萬已經多過我。我住間唔會升值嘅屋。
幫襯 NPC 啊3000蚊，幫襯人呢？哇！幫襯人係31蚊，哇 ！HQ 仲要300蚊，抵。攞去，跟住呢，白鋼。出咩好呢？而家呢個 Victor 係殺人之後升級，希望多啲人殺咧，希望多啲助攻攞咧。
助攻都有。
有啊，同嗰隻維嘉一樣咯。
佢點啊？計殺完人之後升級呢樣點樣嘅？
層數咯，即係要殺4個人就直接升1層，25一個，食兵1層1個咯。
俾人 pop 乸死嘅。
嚇撚死我！碌廿五層，
啊25層，殺咗個人就25，
係啊，唔係話殺一個人廿五層。
咁輕鬆嘅咩？
我黐咁埋啦，嗰個死人一個，唔知自己大份咁近，啲肥佬冇黐住我。我覺得對面隻牛有啲 pussy。
哇
push 咪輸咯，向前打先至係。
前排應該唔 push 嘅人走咗去 push，咁後邊咪出事咯。
呢啲表示我都想打下人。
佢真係唔想噶喎。
係啊，哦封路啦。
我明明隻手放咗個 E 掣度，一過嚟就即刻 E 咁咯。
頭先我已經用咗閃嚟避住一次，不過而家冇閃已經唔可以限將。喂，嚟啦嚟啦！你睇佢一嚟咪贏咯。哇！邊個個虛弱咁慢？哇！你阿媽仲有大幾？
俾人先咗過嚟啊！冇晒啦。啱啱隻蛇咧俾人捉完嗰度嘛，嗰度嗰個位。
係少少。喂，打下兵。
哇！
都睇唔到。
我要佢晒佢哋。
Triple 橋都係 Triple 橋其實。
屌，執完頭唔做嘢㗎啦你，執台做咩啊？
有個捧打唔到落去啊！打咗好彩。最少我啱啱拗唔到助攻。拗到助攻我可以升多一下。
咁樣吹法，
邊做？邊九流我中意。
成日都有同佢夾硬吹喎，最笑就。
喂，又係我？黐撚線之兵字又係我，
啱好啊！
耶，有助攻啊，有陳數啊，偷下先。
偷唔到添。
喺咁多 AD 面前，隻兵咧真係好撚難食嘅啫。掂一下都掂，我掂都掂唔到。喂，話晒都可以升個被動啊，大佬食到一隻都好過冇啊。
AP 陣間咪到你清，係你清。
清唔到啊！嚇，跟住普攻一下食晒啦。
你遲下咪到你。
升完招技使撚升咩我？
你隻牛一喺度行個圈，我就唔敢入去。
行完佢。喂，花色喎。
啱出嚟，跟住走一節，
交俾我。喂，屌又係兵箭，又係兵箭，又係我冇問題。交俾我。
交俾你。
我食咗啦，3支兵箭啦，你哋加油。
哦，去啦！
我差啲殺到隻 S， 哇！屌，原來仲有光團，哦，差啲。
咪撞我嘅。
佢 A 死咗喎，冚出嚟咁大力，叫佢招 A。
喂，推走了，
唔緊要
冇噶啦，拉唔到噶啦，接受命運啦。
我啱啱都預咗死先啦，爆塔啫嘛。
係，哇！呢個閃唔抵啊，佢應該都係去噶啦。點啊？
即 Ash 係竟然係玩呢個熱石，都係真係。
咦？又係佢喎，熱石勁。如果飄到嘅話係勁㗎月石，因為佢哋 buff 完之後 OK 啊。
玩一陣間之後又係啲裝又係亂咗鳩力。
你連 Lilia 都會出月石，你就知道隻 game 已經冇得救。
Lilia 出月石都有機會，可能有。咁諗下諗下。
有次再過分啲，好似耐得嚟都出月石啊！嗰次睇蘇寧，今次唔係我中啦。如果唔係俾佢撲咧，佢又換唔到血嘅啦。
聽住先。
哦，有。咪慢慢衝過嚟咯，冇人理你。喂！我升你唔使企喺度嘅。哇！你嗨一下佢唔見咗嘅。
佢自己跳出嚟喎，黐線。
大兵戰。
唔使理佢，唔好去接嘅我。
喂！
佢好似牛竟然冇幫佢咯。
係。
我總要 flash 嘅你就諗住。
可能我要，其實 Victor 唔要出吸血嘅咧，
要咩？
紅色嗰度，我諗純粹自己諗嘅出裝，所以我我原來升完3層就會自動。喂，講咗好耐咯，講咗成場咯喎，我哋。
所以瞌緊眼瞓。
你唔係瞌緊眼瞓，你係聾咗啫。哎呀！定豬，我定豬啦你！哇，push 喎，
走咯，竟然啊！佢打你咯，
唔知點解？有隻老鼠下邊佢度，有老鼠又理唔理你？理佢哋。好，完美。喂，佢大幾掟我？
又飛咗添，跌唔到佢啊！你都係食大戰。
4支大戰，4支，好啦，好撚抵喎！我食咗4支大戰，黐線。
都係出蝶雲，都係 Lucy 啊。
可以唔出嘅，玩翻以前嗰個咯，3上咯。
喂，3係老上啊！
勁啊！
啱啱未有大啊！屌佢等咗2秒衝入去喎，搞掂。
咁呢個大技似曾相識，好似頭先嗰場咁。誒，英 man 啊！喂，使唔使咁多交閃咧？你
我冇頭啊！
陣間你冇閃咧，真係多謝你。殺到嘅交閃，
殺唔到啊！頭先嗰個
我殺到啊！我醫完中
唔俾你啊
！2次，抵你死銅牌啊！抵你死銅牌，逼死佢先。
好啊！
係咁攻擊人哋個牌，
我都未有牌，你算啦。
你起手咪銅咯，咪銅牌咯。
我都未起手，
打咗咯你同黃叔。
未打完啊！黃叔就係
起咗手就係銅牌㗎啦。死晒咯喎！喂，又係我。喂，你好啊 Ash。Fuck
you, you bitch！
我發現個 laser 好撚遠，加完鬼步衝埋嗰個佢哋好爽，即係咁樣衝位，之後呢個位嚼落去咁樣，哇，好爽啊！射個面，射個面，做得好，
射滿咗人面。
揾啲 push 講，你喺屋企都冇用嘅。等我俾個同上一場一樣嘅蛇女先。佢支大劍永遠都空嘅，好正嘅。勁 panic move 咯，同阿漢一樣啊！阿漢
，Nani？有 Lucian 要去到咩裝先有力 ？Suppose normal game
2件咯。狂風加 Wind King 或者狂風加唔係 Wind King 加海妖都痛㗎啦。不過3件就唔痛咯，開始。Lucian 中期會斷層㗎嘛，冇 dam 嗰陣時，之後去到後期大後期滿爆擊先有翻力。
啊，冇人摸一下啦。
多過一個人喎呢度，有5粒色喎。
喂，咪5粒啱啱咯，咪每人攞一個咯。
我而家 roll 完先係5下喎，我頭先都冇 roll。
6咯。
頭先我都冇 roll，咁咪每人咯，咪唔係每人咯。死啦 ！I-Filio 出咩？叫咩天賦啊？
你講 I-Filio，咁我算啦。
使照打啦，我 AP 喺上面都。
見到 I-Filio 之後，你今場輸硬，所以轉隻英樹。
你中意啦，你中意啦，轉咯，轉。
看就好。而家全部而家每日都係個藍色炭喺出邊噏㗎。
一咁撚貴呢啲嘢。
我想問點解咁撚貴啊？得翻36000咋？
轉到我全部去 NPC 度買呢幾個。
冇啦，係咪呢啲咁低利就算啦。
哇！屌你，普通版都要5000蚊，你戇鳩啦！
都好傻，買完間屋之後，啲錢一瞬間就拜拜咗。
我曾經都諗過去買屋嘅，買咗隻馬之後去買屋，但係未揾到合適啱心水買住。
你趁而家，我覺得呢排有得買就好買。
冇人嘅，你個箱唔使機冇屋嘅。
係你都知啦。
我求其執一笪偏郊區都有地方住。
有轉輸噶啦，你都唔喺嗰度噶。
有排都未轉得啦，90日啦。
交街價。
90日之後，反正轉咗
你
商
賣出嚟，
轉咗商間屋會照樣俾翻錢你，所以冇乜問題。
係，但係咩啊嘛？
回翻啲
如
水俾你。
果呢排有得買，啊不過你要升呢啊算啦。
唔俾你。
因為如果咧而家買咗之後咧，遲下開，啊不過冇咁快嘅，遲下開嗰個新居住地可以去搶啊嘛。
又開咩？
資手加得嗰個咯。
哦，嗰個有興趣啦。嗰個復興園係開6.0先完嘅。
係啊，但係你
即係6.0先有屋買咯，應該。
因為你永遠入邊咧唔會永遠咧唔會排到隊嘅，一定係空降落去嘅。
但係6.0應該係6.0先買到嘅喎，所以有排啦。
係啊，但係你要至少你前6.0前已經有間屋攞你。
係啊，我咪算。
如果唔係就排一排隊咧，所以你冇可能買到首批。
對，唔係我咪住呢個 apartment 先。
係咯 ，apartment 都係。
不過啲 apartment 都好撚靚，冇個外形係外形啫。
2蚊啊！
但係入邊其實一樣嘅就 apartment 嘅。
係。點樣轉窗？轉窗用咩啊？
開頭個內裝差唔多，開頭內裝爭決嘅。
個景觀都唔同嘅出邊。
唔係啊，入邊睇唔到景觀嘅。
睇唔到冇窗嘅咩？
入邊冇嘅，唔係好似
我以為旅館咁咯。
紅玉樓咁樣嗰個咁樣嘅。
正喎旅館。
啱出嚟，我冇話 assist 㗎，喂。
點解我隻神會喺咁遠嘅？仲諗住有人幫我手添。我哋唯一一隻嘅嘢。
咩咁遠啊？
喂，咩嚟嘅呢個？
佢想打人咯，
想殺咗我啫。我唔要俾佢拉死啊！要啊，要俾佢拉死啊！
拉死了。
擔心我俾佢落上去地下。
我去啦。
冇人喎，幫你唔到喎。
揀啦，我都冇死到，不過佢死咗啫。
死咗啦，行翻出去。喂，你個 push 近戰。清下兵好唔好行出去？我打斜吹歪撚晒嗰條友。
好啦，快！喂，俾佢吹開咗，嗰下普攻龍。
我打到我。
喂，點解隻張流撈唔到嘅喂？喂，
招
我普攻嗰啲羽毛，再加大絕羽毛嘅咯。
可憐。咁喺條邊度中咗咧，所以就冇咧。
我去送頭啦。冇嘅，冇咗添。
哎屌！我應該俾隻塔頂多下。唔使送，有奶媽喺度，一陣間補翻起啦。見睇佢有魔的話，應該冇乜。
佢仲有得回魔啊！
佢要舐一舐人先有得回呢啲血。
lock up 咗慢咗咯嗰下，你唔？
個 pizza 片到添。
點解會細粒咗咁乸多嘅撚先？要二
屌！哥，佢個低能實仆街。
我太耐冇玩呢隻嘢。
依技好似之前 nerf 過。 好耐之前 nerf 過，跟住佢將彌補你啲傷變咗做喺你普攻 AD 上。
係咯，你 feel 唔到嗰啲二無定儲咗好乸大堆，車落去都好似冇乜 dam 咁樣。
係啊，佢俾補翻啲攻速同補翻啲 AD 你咯，淨係。但係醫技嘅傷害較低咗啊嘛。
呢隻有咩特別啊？而家點樣做？唔係玩二無嘅 Sire 係玩咩啊？玩屎人。
喂，有人閃咗哦，嗰個唔算係玩，唔係唔算咯。你要等你有裝咯，都係等嗰件狂風或者嗰個叫咩啊？係咯，狂風咯，等狂風。上次睇 LPL 係 Kai'Sa 同呢隻嘢兩個鬥秒大家咯。
秒啊！
係啊。唔夠魔，唔夠力，唔夠槍咯。我係開戰槍咯，我哋拉到啦。
我呢掟幾多下嗰度有幾多支羽毛喺嗰度？
係。
啊！屌，走唔切啊！
我明，其實你唔明點解要衝上去咧？其實
咩？我有雪球嘛，我掟佢下死㗎。
你係邊個瞓咗喺地下？
呢個好笑，咁邊個係瞓喺地下？屌！搏唔到呢個完全係完美。
啱啱係頂住成堆兵咁樣，嗰兩個好似無人技，呢啲照一繼續衝上去。
呢個好笑，好撚癲條友仔。
啊？有先係咪3條照樣3條毛？
我屌！一個變態佬會喺度會，就諗住。
佢應該咁樣拼死咗㗎啦。
飛唔到佢。
出彈咗即刻。
唔夠高佢啊！夠啦。喂，
跳你！
喂，你好啊，同我打嚟啊！
好病。
到我啦，我唔 A 咪得咯。我唔 A 人咪得咯。
有奶媽好開心啊！我要揸奶奶。
奶媽唔係俾你揸奶喎，奶媽俾你飲奶喎，你咪搞錯咗啲咩？揸奶嗰隻雞，嗰隻叫雞。
揸出嚟飲啊！
喂，擋到。講到保齡球咧，我又唔記得咗係 Filio 嘅背槍公式，慘，成碌鳩咁，唔識用槍。喂，咁撚癲嗰啲人全部都。
喂，佢點死㗎？
企住點？
佢啲 silence 真係好撚翻。
繼續企喺度 A 算，未有分裂戰。買嘢先趁得閒。魔同沙咁貴㗎？
呢個場唔係出狂風啊？
可以嘅，你想攞嚟？
不過唔係，我未試過玩狂風，我試下先。
玩下咯，對面又唔係好彈。
未試過玩呢件裝。normal game 基本上我覺得冇乜用嘛，覺得。嗰陣時見人比賽係咁出，但係。
係啊，
可能覺得我哋平時 normal game 用唔着。
係啊，唔啱啊嘛嗰個，我屌唔中，距離唔啱咯。原來 Q 技佢距離咁短嘅咩？啲槍觸發咗之後，試下先。 係喎，left 咗咯，要行到咁近先有咯。
出完裝 J feel 條羽毛有力都。
跑得快咗啊嘛。
啱出嚟，我以為你啱啱會撞隻 Sylvia 添，啱啱佢就係你前面，
撞唔到啊，唔夠遠啊！
唔係啊，啱啱隻 Sylvia 行咗上你前面係。
係啊，
啱啱秒回啊！
屌俾我拉咗。
哇哇哇哇哇哇哇！你個羽毛殺咗後邊嗰個啊！
好啊，睇下你個紙槍
冇用啊！我紅槍，我紙槍幫你完咗之後，我紅槍打咗陣間就冇咗 Q 技，打唔到咧。如果我頭先仲有紅槍嘅大技嘅話，應該打到嘅。
我而家要出咩多？
行埋去，你啲壓力喺度爆血管啊！
你都冇血管嘅？
呢句
你乜都冇啊！
真，呢句真啊！
啱出嚟，好乸痛！啲人哋招 Q 又咁乸痛，我招 E 要 stack 完都俾人 nerf 咗，做乜嘢？
哦，
點解？出嚟！
喂！
啊屌！
啱出嚟，我俾人大絕咗。
哇！真係啊！
冇計，
都係要買物防嘅點？
佢咁樣開嗰一個咁有啲難搞。要買暴擊，差少少錢。
佢食血，我又食。
你又吃，我又吃，嘻嘻哈哈一齊吃。
後邊嗰隊兵清唔到啲乜嘢？
慘多 JPG。
好啊！
我瞓咗啦。
我
做晒盡晒力㗎啦，我。如果頭先仲有招神大技都可能打得到嘅，我同你冇嘅咧。
好啊！俾幾百萬人控 Q 住，乜技都撳唔到。
隻新啊咁樣死出去嘅話就喂冇啦，冇啦。轉翻接把槍出嚟食下睇痛唔痛先，麻麻地啫。
佢玩防啊，佢唔係玩咩。雖然有一個面具，
不過純粹係有兵咯，係。100幾 FPS 有。我行過去唔該。Oh my god！
即刻食咗個毒。
我未有無盡，我唔痛咯，完全。你起碼有個斬殺都好啲，我冇。哇！兩隻啲面士都夠膽捉過嚟。
佢咁樣飛過嚟嘅話，我哋就捉到。唉，俾佢閃到啊！唉，仆晒啦
miss 咗我。
哦，佢咁樣做，佢咁樣衝喎，咁就好啦。
lock 住咗啊！喂，原來你嗰件係6格，唔係窩，唔係好賤。
係啊，
冇嘢啦。哇！What the fuck is that？
俾佢吹走，俾佢抌走咗咩嚟㗎？啱啱嗰個
照
大技嚟嘅，
係啩？呢下係唔記得咗自己係紫色槍掣。
冇啦
冇啦，遠啦遠啦，
俾人哋
復現 inhibitor 手到嘅，如果唔死的話。
你睇下佢瞓咗喺地下啦，你睇下佢瞓咗喺地下。
你睇下佢瞓多個啦。誒？
你睇下佢，你睇下佢，佢 flash 過嚟打轉我啊
！flash 過嚟打轉你，
我反死咗佢啊！
你係攞 Q 技加火甲懟冧咗佢。哇！呢個甲你呢嚿蜆要2400蚊喎，咁鬼貴嘅。
咩蜆啊？
哇！冇嘢啦，原來出邊啲人3000蚊買緊，買咯。反正冇錢，咪開隻天馬出嚟買咯。唔係嘅。
天馬流星圈圈圈。
仲有支線，仲有支線都可以大把錢。
冇㗎，支線鬧㗎，冇錢㗎。
打嘅屌啊屌！
唔係幾想交咯喎，啲籌備18000蚊嘅，咁鬼貴嘅。
差唔多啦，越高呢嗰啲。
我呢個交緊幾多呢嘅？呢件嘢60呢咁差唔多啦，係。應該係網上，我覺得如果我60呢之後仲係幾千蚊可以交到的話，
一啲啲啦，唔係話咩嘅。唔係嘅，大部分上到去都貴㗎啦。
係咧，應該都要五位數個廁所先。 好彩入咗場，入咗場，
好笑。今日睇佢哋砌屋 Minecraft 喺度，一大班癲佬一齊砌一間屋。
晏晝咁冇睇，晏晝
係啊，啱做完，
啱咁真係我 skip 咗，完全 skip 咗，真係。點解又有個馬爾扎哈哈哈哈哈喺度嘅呢？咁我咪 PK 咯，飛入去嗰下。
你預咗 PK 噶啦？係呀！唔緊要，我盡可能睇下幫你撞啦。不過多數就唔會噶啦，
多數都應該冇噶啦，你慢慢死啦。
就算撞得到，我都會拜拜你條命。
你應該咁樣嗱，真係俾人捉住啦，你應該圍住我喺度咁樣轉咯，跟住個 Q 技，
圍住條友喺度轉啊。
係啊，唔係撞對面嗰個，你圍住我嚟轉得噶啦。
我要圍住對面嗰條友嚟轉嘅。
咁你有啲難度啊！你貼唔想撞到落去嘅話就停咗。轉我冇呢個風險。想飛過去，啱啱勁想，哇走場添啊！輸到走場，
屌，
輸到翻返嚟，
一嘢 ban 埋落去個 WiFi 個 router 度啊！屌，
睇嚟老母都好唔中意打機。緊接可唔可以行出去嗰個死人安 Q 下啲兵？一講就做咗啦。未有技師 D 啊！好掂啊，大佬！你望我哋隻 AD，仲係2粒彈，仲有。
我 A 唔到埋去，
咪再當啲奇咯！沉默啦，我撳唔到掣啊！嬲 reset 咗沉默，企咗喺度。哇！閃咗！哇！慘！哇！嬲到又斷咗啦！
做乜勁啊屌！
死咗喎！點啊？斷，點解可以斷入重複咁多次嘅？點做到？有少少犀利。
佢又唔係用 router 上網，我想話。
係咯。
你直接插條過場線上網喎，個 router 係咁紅色咁乜鳩啊？唔關個 router 事喎，你部電腦你冇玩鳩我。個 router 你都唔係冇聲 router 嘅，
已經冇聲啦，即刻 router 咁樣咯。
你唔係食 router 嘅喎，好似唔係咩？你係咪過場線咁樣食？
知啦，咁佢睇佢樣似係咯，佢而家喺度斷下又斷下咁樣，抽搐咁樣。
屌你個 router 係咁紅色咁乜嘢關我部電腦事啊？你講乜鳩啊
？What the fuck？
咩啊？你都話你行過場線，你唔係連 router 咁，你連 router 咁咩？你條線？呢邊個咩啊？呢邊嗰嚿嘢係咁紅色啊？點？係個 router 影響個 WiFi 嘅啫喎。我都唔係用緊 WiFi，我直插線噶嘛。屌你仲未講乜？你知唔知自己講乜撚嘢？
兩兄弟9唔搭8，世界級。
我純粹話你個 router 唔會影響到，應該唔你唔係經 router 個 router 死咗，就算冇開都唔會影響你個上網。插 router 噶嘛？你條線插緊 router 嘅咩？係啊！屌你！咁條過場線插咩啊？插個 router。router 都屌你！我插咗部電腦，我點樣放 WiFi 啊？
哦，原來要 WiFi。
嗰時我話唔係我插隻貓喎你度嘅。好，一下就走咗咯。
我俾人啜咗大鏡，喂，加油！
拜拜，
拜拜，拜拜。
我屌，
拜拜。
拜拜埋佢啦。
唔得喎，唔得喎，唔得喎，
唔夠力啊！
拜拜。有冇反甲？有冇反甲？冇反甲啊，因為而家先有啊。可惜啊，啱啱我俾人啜大技，冇計。我已經等到你哋衝襲佢，佢都唔肯啜你，黐線。我俾心未落到嚟，我已經死咗啦！喂喂喂，呢隻 ADC 冷靜少少。助攻二攞，多25蚊，哇！到你啊！好啦，加油啊！4槍射中佢，射中晒佢。好，中咗3槍，錯唔錯？其實我平時交籌備咧，我有時會自己整算啦。
你有得整到咪整咯。
佢交籌備啲全部都整到嘅。
因為我整嗰啲太高難，我啲裝又未買到，所以算。
我未去到嗰地步，我60幾呢裝都砌到，我唔使 HQ 嘛，我就咁整啫嘛。
搞錯啊
！HQ 嗰啲我都未得，我 HQ 要等下個禮拜收藏品咧，有嗰個叫咩啊？有黃票我先至買到新裝。入唔到場喎，完全。I can't do shit 喎。
拜拜。
你睇我條變態佬，仲未開大技㗎嗰個。佢追我嚟咯，我唔信你追入嚟嘅。佢完全唔肯開大技㗎，佢就係 cam 住我㗎啫喎。癲㗎喎。
唔需要嘅，佢話。
冇乜所謂嘅。你睇下，完美示範咗啦已經，跟住就靠你哋啦。佢冇咗大技之後就變碌鳩啦。
唉，屌，拋唔死。
quick 消化啦 ，quick 消化啦，出咗第一件裝啦，終於到。唉。服務遊戲體驗，唔使死，應該有啲難嘅，1換1咯。冇人過呢邊。
哇！
佢咪唔中啊 W？
咁我係
佢 W 係好似喺屋企喎，即係喺個原地嗰個位喎，唔係去嗰個位喎。
那就好啦。
好似歪咗。我哋隻安玩咩嚟㗎？哦，渦輪罐喎，居然係。
佢對 AP 咯，諗住或者鳩衝。
以為佢冰拳添，
喊出嚟，冇搶到佢嘅。
唯一可以上嗰個未有大技嘅，即係安未有大技，應該等佢俾埋大技先。
算啦，嗱嗱聲出個反甲算。
係咪 Winkin 而家對係啦？嗰個被動係要打到人先計，即係打兵唔會 CD 嘅。 My God！個美少又未跌到落嚟咧。
佢仲有
仲要放到下醫技，喂普攻佢啊，冇魔啦，條友好啦，呢下啲兵冇啦，唔使 A 啦而家，你 Q 下兵算，哇！你直接向後行，陰公，陰公，連清下兵都唔幫手，可憐啊！佢表示。最尾都係有。哇！幫佢擋咗。我啱啱仲諗緊擋避唔避，跟住望一望要避咧，就會死嘅咧。哇！烏龍波 combo 啊，俾人你哋
冇計咯，
可憐，好飛過去啊！嗱，冷靜啲。
係冇飛過去，冷靜啲。
我咯，其實你會發現咗個 W 放咗喺後邊，唔小心。喂，呢度下，點啊？掂啊！哇！炸埋個盾爆埋呢個箱啊！
哇！佢冇閃噶，
奸咗佢啦。佢都成日亨裝，我以為佢夠14呢可以幫人升級。佢升咗級之後，嗰件升勢升蝕勁到撲街，全能吸血啦又。我呢個大技，佢想救你咯。
我特忽，我救佢嘅啫，啱啱係。
大家互救，我撲街啦。秒唔到差下，喂石，陰公，連個追擊差少少射得中。
冇啦，咁撚多屏障喺前邊。
係啱啱射得到嘅，你睇唔到啫。
但我都射死咗後邊嗰隻。
因為隻米扎哈係離開咗喺我個位，我見到開大技我先衝，點知你睇唔到。哇！要執幾多個斧頭？執咧，快吸下血算。
吸血？冇血你吸啊！
因為佢打我，唔係打你。
你唔噴咯？
你企喺佢面前嘅喎。
你樣衰咯。
咁啊，差唔多啦。
逼我講真相啫。
個大技咯。學唔到啊 ！W 降移速行唔到過去。
我都話醫完之後都係要咩？跟住
佢跳起走咗。哇！跳機咯。拍埋牆都抵死呢個完全。
咁咪死咗咯，跟住佢啜咗第二個啦，玻璃殺人咗啊！
啜唔啜到都冇。 得輸出㗎啦，我都冇技，冇大技啊！大技戳2下都可能有啲機。啲傷唔係我度嚟嘅，啲傷係你度嚟嘅。
佢已經唔出去啦，但係佢仲未幫我升級咯。
佢都而家先14咧，點樣升啊？15先有得升啊，幫人。
咁密厚。
如果咁早幫人升呢隻安嘅話，會變咗永遠嘅 T0㗎啦。你阿媽個仔啊！你冇俾我醫到你，我唔信你就得啦。反死佢！反死佢！反甲反死佢！我哋叫4打射唔係射人嘅，食咗冰喎你。
我諗住清緊冰啊，你哋達到啦嘛。
呢個時候你又唔執雞喎，正。
俾人打緊啊！
佢可以打一個啦，佢打邊個咧？打你啊！我哋個隊友喺前邊，我有冇發現到？就係死咯！我哋嗰隻 Syndra，
我哋自己去揾死，
因為 Syndra 冇波。喂，即係打咗個火甲俾你咯，佢唔係打俾隻 AD。冇啦冇啦冇啦！如果打件普工裝都可能有機會。
屌佢企喺後邊。
邊個？嗰個？哦。啱啱嗰兩個匕首重疊咗。繼續買籌備材料。
冇錢買嘅。
呢個李輝石御敵抗環15000蚊。
你個 Pussy Mo 已經做唔到 damage。
我都做唔到啊！大家都做唔到。睇幾可憐先啲 damn。好可憐啫，14000、13000、18000，大家都差唔多嘅啫，嗰個。
慘啊！你個個都衝入去，我行都行唔到入去。
嗰隻準嚟噶嘛，唔使下去。攞支 W 拗下算啦。
就係 W 完，
然後射唔中完。我呢個買得過，原來 NPC 買都要15000蚊，咁 HQ 都係17000啫，18000咁咪買啦。
買就買啦。佢話齋買賣就幫你升經啊！
要啊！呢個嘢食我自己打都打到喎。全部都買，全部都買嘅呢啲嘢差唔多。你打先。
有盧希恩玩啊！
唉，我玩啲唔使用腦嘅算。
呢個先係唔使用腦啊！你嗰個用腦嘅。
我嗰隻唔使用腦喎，你嗰隻用腦喎。
定係撳 R 嘅啫嘛。
我淨係撳 R 加 E 技嘅啫喎。
我淨係撳 Q 同 R 嘅啫嘛。
我連人都唔使望喎。
連人都唔使。
我就咁鳩飛嘅啫喎。冇人嗰時都可以照掟嗰啲技。
你就咁你好啲咯。咁你冇腦啲咯。你冇腦啲咯。
我贏咗 ，I win。
你冇腦啲咯，對唔住咯，你贏我。
錯。 其實好煩咯。海刀嗰啲 NPC 佢特登分開兩條街，唔係黐埋一齊，我頂你個灰。
分兩條噶啦。
但係沙刀嗰個係一條過可以買晒喎，唔使行咁遠噶喎。
沙刀唔使行遠嘅，但係中間都叫隔咗個嘢嘅。
雖然中間冇破壞板咯，要喺前邊先有，呢個係唯一嘅唔好處。小麥粉要4個，礦泉水要2一支，
整 HQ 出嚟，
整到嘅應該咯，整唔到就整普通膠。點解冇小麥粉呢度？
過去一小道理，青蛙上條繩。
點解乜都冇要有料酒？即係要上翻去個公會度先有得買嘅其他嘢，連黑胡椒都冇喎！你呢度係
乜都冇啊！
乜鳩都冇要上去。
我要與你穿梭網中變接觸，
收嗲啦！
天空相連，深深閃於眼前。細看這宇宙幻變星空無盡。
贏咗先唱啦！
翻嚟啦，出去啦，唔好掛機啦。
啲嘢好啊，好鬼死巴蝦都搞到。
我反正都要6呢之後先關我事嘅啦，我出嚟都冇用嘅，真係講真，我都係掛機嘅啫。你成隊，你睇下，得你哋2隻遠攻嘅可以有啲嘢做，其餘嘅3隻都係6呢之後先有用。
咁我哋一齊企喺塔底啦。
係啊，
佢中咗啦，我都中咗啦。
開血咯，驅學兵咯。
哇，正啊！
似曾相識嘅湯。半死啊！2個就嚟。攞唔到啦 Harvest， 仆街俾人攞。拜。哦，幾靚喎！呢個水晶 skin 呢個 kit 子，海克斯嗰個。
花到爆咯！
哦，真係死！耶！食到冰。W 而家唔係冇視野噶啦，我以為仲係有視野嘅年代。射落去冇嘅咧，原來中咗先有，我以為即係唔中都有咯。開頭
嬲都係 W 中咗先有啦。
都係掟草嗰陣時，原來係咁。咁即係次次都因為中咗，所以搞到有呢個誤解。
點解真係咁 OP 啊？
以前 game plan 個桶都可以睇視野添。
What the？ 拜拜。
好似湯走咗。
佢為咗打你分身死咗啊！
都唔係為咗嘅，就係不幸。
好麻煩咁場，
冇人撲到啊！
捱到出裝先有 damage， 而家要。
但係對面越出越痛，都係。
係。屌！
我係隔離嗰個中都唔關我事嘅。
咱們努力啦！啊！佢呢度要自己
咩嚟呢個？
俾人推開咗咯，佢一瞬間就已經。咩就可以推翻出去啦，我終於都。
陣間就要推翻入嚟嘅啦，你哋。對面係時光佬，唔記得咗開大技啫。
屌，我奇怪，我咁樣慢慢喺度抹殺佢都唔開。
佢想換裝先咯，但係我覺得佢計錯錢咯。如果係想換裝，因為佢而家買唔到一件裝出嚟啦。
幾好啊，幾好啊！
喂，啱啱好喎！哇，punish 唔到，可惜佢有呢個。你掠唔撚到落去啊！佢個分身搞到。
What the fuck？
哎屌！哦。
好技，
仲有大技啊！仲有一招啊！仲有一招復活啊！唔使擔心。
啊屌！我慢咗 flash on 㗎。啊！
黐過嚟。喂！復活，喂，kick 死咗復唔到啦，唔係 kick 死咗復唔到啦。哦，咁閃啊，抵咯。佢咁樣閃走咗，唔係有辦法啦。咁就咁轉攬炒噶嘛。
哇！
佢哋E推死咗。
噴死佢啊！
噴唔死啊！
咪噴唔死個燈咯，你咪繼續。
噴唔死啊！喂，Davos，我屌啊！好彩笠到佢嗰個有得加防，要偷佢啲回血咧，好好笑而家呢隻龍女。哇，跳唔起！我沙池，
走啊！
會俾人 A 瓜咗。
冇啊！啲釘抌嚟抌去都未追到。
哎唷！
係咁肥我啊！屌！
癲撚咗添冇？喂，唔好 push 啦，講幾下次啊，冇用㗎，你冇血，你企喺度咁耐，你閃咩食咗佢算啦，直接翻屋企回血好過啦。嗱，殺到佢當你贏，殺唔到，加油，殺多個，攞個殺翻嚟，喺個血量度攞個殺翻嚟。 你睇呢啲先係 push 真正嘅作用啊！係咪去打人噶嘛？可唔可以打死佢？70 Q， 喂，攬咗。
點解你哋可以睇佢玩嘅？喺邊度睇啊？
睇佢玩緊。
哦，你一齊玩緊。
梗係啦，咪傻咗。
拆咗 soft buy。
就係成班都玩緊，我先至費事轉個畫面過去。
玩 Coin Master 玩到你疏撚咗個腦啊！
點解你個 live 又冇咗嘅？
因為我個 live 又冇咗，係你冇咗啫。你個垃圾上網。喂，冷靜啲，冷靜啲，冷靜啲，麥沙池佬，好膨脹住。喂，俾我 Q 一下。Fuck you me！Fuck you！Fuck you！
唔係我食㗎隻冰。
啊，隔離嗰個啊嘛。
台主切畫面啦！
切你媽啊！見唔見到我下邊寫住係 Final Fantasy 14啊？
睇你喺度掛機 ，fine。
係你秒咗你係。
係我秒先。喂，俾我 Q 下賤人！打人啊！你打人！
主播，我唔要你個 FF 啊！
冇技啦！加油！加把爹！我幫你攞到下。
快啲啦，主播
！A 佢啊 ！A 佢 ADC。
你玩埋一份咪得咯。
我都係 delete 唔到隻嘢。
點解嘅？唔夠波啊？
唔係啊，佢啱滿血㗎啦。
哦。
都叫勉強嘅啫，都純粹。
可惜。係咯，先做下啲慘咯，其實即係你而家出嗰件，你又唔算最痛，但係你又唔夠魔嘛會。
我都唔知出乜嘢。
你又唔可以出我呢件咯，你出咗就冇魔咯。跟住面具就
又唔啱先搞，佢一套爆發，等佢慢慢招又要。
你又唔係求女，求你都可以用下。喂，唔好推啲人走，俾我對下。唔撚中。
啱出我只行入去，我自己戇鳩呢下，哎呀！屌，但好撚煩喎，成功捉到一隻，佢都有翻山都冇。
係翻山加盾啊，仲有無敵嘅，翻山無敵盾乜都有。
唉，煩交到爆，完全可以 target 邊一個。
係，好貼住佢行你。飛到兩個炸彈，兵兵啊！喂，唔係，哇！你咁過嚟咁啊好啦，哇 cancel 咗 ，cancel 咗，但係佢有更加 cancel 嘅防止你殺佢。
屌，佢個盾擋咗，唉！屌，個都快！
哇！賤人死唔去，冇狂跳，差啲佢冇狂風，加油啦！
冇跳，佢 Q 走咗啲。
如果我要出惡魔之勇先，幫八婆黐差少少血。哇！帶埋條友出嚟，喂，幫佢打隻神，你有真傷啊！
有冇諗到我幫緊？
咪你阿哥講緊，冇咧。
哇！好痛啊佢！
如果我死咗嗰陣時冇，係喎，啲怒氣唔會翻嚟嘅喎，屌！
冇噶啦，你又咁樣回到你咁嘅憤怒啊？
唔憤怒，不憤怒。
哇！純粹俾人炸眼仔炸落冇血，之後俾人一下破功解
A 死咗，好難幫佢。好衝！佢唔好行咁前，隻蠍子我要有個位。 炮臉嗎？
佢啦。
係喎，早啲冇咗個龍形班人。Oh God！好，開咗大技。
兩個開晒啊！
飄啊飄啊飄，慢慢拉，唔使向打，拉咗先。會啊！
啊，冇咯，都要死。
好彩。哇！媽咪，歪咗。Anyway，燒死你！燒唔死，沙下。
啊！屌啊！
clean 咗，聽到好圓好長，哇 ！What the fuck！
我想衝上去㗎，我唔係好明喎。
我都唔係好明。冇咧，冇啦，你只可以擾攘嘅啫喺隔離。咦？你有大技喎？
有啊！
佢又有無敵啦，唔係無敵嗰叫咩？佢又有復活咧。
好，
我幫你搞掂佢。嘅八婆，扭啊！我 A 撚死你直接，你阿媽
死佢㗎！
俾人發現咗添，佢企咗死位啊嘛，我咪噴落去咯。繼續扭咪繼續 A 咯。
噴唔噴到咧？噴唔噴到咧？
噴啊，梗係等佢唔覺意。會，但係殺到你喎，最尾都。
佢嗰個狂風打咗落嚟，
一個飛彈射中咗咯。
佢個狂風打咗500 damn 咯。
同啊，計啲噶嘛。
黐人線唉！我成日啱啱嗰下其實都預咗死翻去嘅，點？
係你都要買裝，你又冇血又冇魔，乜都冇。
不過冇諗過佢望鳩，俾人一下狂風打贏咗先。
係，
我都逼到佢 flash。
如果佢冇 flash 咗佢已經佢係咪中你技嘅？我見到佢 flash 得咁快。
但係佢已經佢衝晒，我啱啱抌佢技已經。
可惜，因為我掟到半血，你掟到下佢死，差少少。
拍唔出。
係啊，仲有鳩掟，
懲罰咗佢啦，我已經。
差啲死。
一打冰唔痛喎。
痛，Q 下死咗。好，逼咗兩招大技。咩啊？一招啫，兩招啫，冇兩招。
兩招啊！兩招啊！
兩招啊！
我唔 sure 啊。
係而家兩招，而家兩，我殺，我喺後邊左。我俾人虛弱，
又死咗。
冇問題，死兩個，加油！得返隻冰住，咁啊！我要你，我要保護，我要死，我要 A 一座得噶啦， 因為你哋兩個你哋狀態好啊嘛，我狀態唔好啊嘛，我要死嘅。佢可以騰翻出嚟。
唔係應該 GG 到咩？
你 end game 啊！
我覺得 end 唔到嘅，唔知點解。
頭先成隊仲有20秒啊！
但係對面已經投咗航線。
係冤。
哎呀，好痕啊隻腳！點解咁痕？
因為屎眼痕。
好啦，你個屎眼喺隻腳度。
嚟啫講嘅。啲神經交叉錯乸晒呢啲咧。
神經交叉。好難捉摸。左搭右搭左。
望住人哋玩鬼驚卡關。
唔知嗰隻咩嚟嘅都未睇個名。
好乸多人玩。
我唔知嗰隻叫咩名咯。我淨知佢今日玩11點。
玩好耐㗎咯，已經玩好幾日就應該咁講。
我今日先見到嘅。
有唔同嘅人玩仲要。哇！佢又上船啊！你睇下人哋。
我睇咗好耐，冇睇好耐應該咁講，成個禮拜。
又上船啊！練聲班。
淨係睇 Apex 嘅最強協定戰，睇完邊個贏就收工啦。
不過嗰幾個幾勁個。
吸血鬼啊贏咗。
係佢哋贏咩？
唔係佢哋贏咩？
係。
定係贏咗一場啫，純粹係。
贏一場，我記得好似贏係獅子神佢哋嗰3個 react 嗰3個。
係咩？因為我淨係睇到佢嗰場食雞嗰嘢贏咗，即係睇漏咗。
不過都高排位嘅都。
應該 top 3嘅啦，應該有。唔
係好似吸血鬼好似冇啊。
咁慘啊！
因為好乸勁，其實佢哋咁，即係今次嗰班好似
勁。你咁樣數一堆人都，其實幾平均嘅，實力都唔係好超遠。有呢個積分制嗰陣時，基本上你今次睇你見到都係白金鑽石為主啊嘛。上次嗰輪嗰啲咧係有金牌出現嘅。金牌好似今場都有1-2個，但係冇上次咁多。
不碌了，
見到牙膠兩兄弟心知不妙。
冇事㗎。
哇 Poppy 船。
我咪要用 AD 啊！冇嘢啦，就好隻牙膠啦。
差啲咩啊？嗰個食材有嘢食，小麥粉要1個，即係要4個小麥，買咗3個。跟住係黑胡椒、野洋葱，黑胡椒1粒，野洋葱。唔係喎，呢啲材料買翻嚟冇優質嘅話，咁我開頭嗰個 percent 咪少咯。
冇 percent 咯，咪食冇 percent 咯，咪冇咯。
有啊，有一個咯，有一個材料係有 percent。
你做乜扮悶啊？
係篤門啊！我係
嬲啦，兜嘢扮落去，一嘢扮落去。廚師
有人又入我間房又唔閂我門，又係
個個都要逼死你。想聽阿陳講，邊個入嚟我間房又唔閂門？
係食屎啦，許卓賢！
等我上你一個紅標先。每個人要為自己嘅言論發出咧，負上呢個責任。誒，撳錯咗啊！個小麥粉冇咗，我頂。
佢就
撳多咗下。 開心咯。咁呢個加工，買咗裝先。跟住係撳多下。整嘢食冇時間㗎，冇可以掛喺度㗎喎。開住佢，屌啲人衝埋嚟嘅。屌我諗住推入場嗰陣時，俾人擋開咗。俾呢個曹格個向上擊飛，停咗喺中間咯。
輕鬆輕鬆，佢勁撚閒都屌打咗佢勁耐都冇扣佢血啊！
搞咗閃佢話晒都大咗屎㗎啦。
我哋半隊都得翻半血啦。
冇技咯。好飢餓嗰條友。
哦，哇！佢閃咗喺後邊嘅。
這裡冇乜綠。波劍打死人。仲諗住攞多層不死之壓，攞唔到添。
冇掂啊！
我哋成隊都要唔知幾多件裝之後先有掟。卡薩丁、牙膠個係阿哥，你都算係等大技起碼。還我時間，我關我私家。
哇！點埋嚟俾
俾塔打咯。
佢想食嗰個血啊，但係閃完之後仲衰，撞佢！
冇摸開大技啊！相信隊友，我唔會走噶啦。我見到，你係咪吞到人啊？
噴咗啱啱嗰隻天使咧，
正啊，好唔好味啊？天使肉係咩味道？
幾好，幾白血咁咯。
有咁多咩？喂，睇唔到添。究竟邊個咧？佢醫咗嚟，我都吸到，拜拜。請問有咩感想？
香腸好好食，
黐埋一齊
後邊你 fetching 我都冇，我可以做
一齊中咯，跟住就直線 flash 咗條友，唔想開第幾嚿塔喎，唉，爛啦！癲嗰啲人。佢坐得咁興奮，冇魔噶咯條友。我冇 W 咯，企後啲先，我救唔到人而家，費事中技。 佢唔覺得開醫技？
佢 flash 得夠快嘅啲 Oriana。
哇！救咗你哋！
屌無敵咗，唉！
差少少全部都。咁啱無敵你食咗落去陰公。
冇錯。
哇！彈晒啲人。會個邊皮片死咗條天使。
正啊！
哎，歪咗，彈啦！睇下透啦你哋。喂，會差下，會，哎呀，又嚟啦！哇，早閃咗呢次好啊！哦，拜拜啦！
人哋加速啊！
仲要有 Magical Journey 初嚟啊！咁都勾到個殺嘅，點解會？勁夠你攞，不死之額。機械人喎，今次食。
冇食，有 delete 咗，得咗我嘢。
你哋仆街預咗我中雪球咁樣樣。
冇錯，預咗你啦。
你中咗我招嬌技，搞到一齊中咗暈啦！你條友搞到我，歪咗，打佢唔使驚，食撚咗落肚。
但係佢啱啱臨尾嗰個 Q 完回血咯。唔係我斬晒咯。
真可惜，冇得計層數啦。我反甲先，啲人咁中意 AAA 啦。
哎，我特北點佢嚟閃？
拜拜啦！
哇，好得意啊！會
又片死咗咯！
竟然係咁樣片死，
真八婆 A 我，特別痛啲賤人。
好遠啊！
喂，咁樣出嚟，
點解個 live 仲未有得睇㗎？
要講幾多次？我係唔會
轉啦，切畫面啦，
撇啦，撩啦，冇血啦，撩啦我要！哇！我唔可以開大技喎，記得個。冇，
錯，唔得佢今次要。
呢個麵包師傅有冇麵包味？
好咗好耐呢條友，熬咗幾次都係，跟住走得到。Fucking 牙型，
接翻你出嚟！哇，痛！大怪獸要死啦！慘，佢冇咗個無敵佬。走啦，我冇魔，你哋慢慢玩啦。我點都要換下魔先噶啦。即係出緊嚟啦，但係我都要回魔噶。
喂，
張牌飛唔到出去。哇！死得咁快，哎呀！不如慢咗喎。冇啊！
啱出嚟4個打唔入到一隻咯。
我唔知點解，冇乜力咁。佢話我都 fail 咗啱啱，我如果撞起咗佢嘅話，應該好啲。咁啱 all tap 翻嚟嗰個時機未夠，
咁就俾人閹咗喺出邊。條怪蟲出咗嚟啊，閹咗佢啊！OK， 你只要掟佢張黃牌我就得噶啦。掟咗啦，好啦，冇佢死咗啫。哇！佢死唔去啊！
真係慘，佢 hold 住招技。掟鳩你先，掟呢個啦。
啊！佢一落，佢一邊度去冇晒魔，
有啲輕態。
佢一邊佢冇魔，跟住乜都做唔到，企咗喺度。
佢就後嚟普攻啦，之後變咗做。
個變態都變態啦。
84% 搏一搏啦，出 HQ 嘅真係冇計啦，出咗
84都出唔到，你可以洗水。
問題啊，成日都係咁嘅啦。啊，我仲要去做蘑菇拎啲你慢續添。
我要
撞起晒，撞起晒。
啊！
電視啊！電視啊！喂，好撚痛啊！快撚啲！喺咗後邊嗰個。喂 ！What the fuck？好，兩兄弟要死幾多個咧？係一個都冇事嘅兩兄弟。好，1魔2魔。好啦，劍客打劍客啦，邊個贏咧？
佢走咗啊！
哦，冇啦，輸咗啦，輸硬都得啦。笑死，膨脹。跟住落翻去下一層，要行錯邊添，時間咧。 黐線！哇！我 QW 仲喺度個，哇！冇扁死我！
好啊。
原來呢個 C3S 大 heal
火炮好撚好用啊！
嗰個奇蹟 heal 無啦有個 heal 走出嚟，嚇親，行開咗個距離，唔使中個擴散。
可以多謝我啦。
對呢一啖咧，係咪後悔？哎呀，歪咗，仆街啦！啊，走啊！哇，你變態佬啊！我走啦，你開大技我。擔心我嗰一陣就係好漢子，但係你唔係好漢子喎。好，我要匿埋一陣間啦，你哋加油。
我要食晒啲大絕。
打天使啊，打多下。nice。我已經成為好漢子啦。打頭，你哋打頭。我頂撚住咗佢。
好。
對唔住，我都唔想。
要完啦！
冇啊！
哎又跌咗添。
Oh my god！做唔做漢子咧？
做啦，有頭喎。
原來我個盾牌喺度咯，飛咗過去咯。仲諗住話我個盾牌喺咗邊呢？當你阿哥掟咗張牌落個人度，我就知道我完唔到啦。哇！成口都係機器嘅。
我將牌去掟 base 嘅咩？俾隔離嗰條。
係，我意思係你繼續打都可能贏到，但係打人嗰下就應該冇嘅，靠你個無擾攻速嗰啲嘅啫。
誒，如果先嚟咗石像鬼，而家冇降傷㗎。
俾人打係加防嘅，
冇降傷。阿邊
冇啊，
自己降傷。
冇啊，加俾個盾你話，但係變咗做。
之前降傷嘅時候就已經完全唔同嗰件。
喂，有啲罐，有啲。哇！好撚變態呢班友，屌你再遲啲先撳咯，你冇人嗰陣時先撳出嚟咯。
冇錯，我要睇下有幾大個俾你睇下。
好撚大個㗎，我都出緊啊！因為多啲彈，唔使出血，即係手套嗰陣時咪出啲件咯。不過都唔係咁好用，有啲貴。頭先我見到招大技落咗隻莉安娜度，奇蹟！隻天使肯救人㗎。全知幾多力啊？
咦，架車仲開緊喎，
隨時走得㗎喎。有冇啲咩？對唔住，架車要停啦。
我見到啲紅色嘅嘢。
我見到一個紅色，仲唔係撞車嘅節奏。八降烏嘴取要殺4靚。烏嘴取，喂屌啊！可唔可以？ 你嗰支垃圾咪可唔可以唔好收音呢？收埋個電腦音。
笑音音音音音。
你自己嗌都有回音，咁幫你唔到嘅喎，唔係嘅。8呢低於風木幻象，武器箱係變數武器箱。手環打底褲。咦，行錯邊咯，原來呢邊唔係挨頂。件防具係咩職業㗎？哦，所有草寶打底。飾品商。都冇咩手環嘅。何？哦，原來我配塊黏膠做。可以行上一次我交晒啲嘢啦，正。
冇啊，冇錢啊，八婆。
跟住就去揾蘑菇力啦。
莫你老姑你個力啊！
為咗佢個波波坐騎，每日同佢玩一次。
唉，明天要返工，唉，好撚慘。
使講啲必然嘅事出嚟嘅喎。好爽，係咁跳，係咁升呢，可以跑得入去鳥。
係咁噶啦，所以呢個位就係不停咁見啲人哋咁升咯。
我帶錯職入去，我唔應該用武士。
哎呀，咩啊？
我隻機工好似50呢咗。
假的。
定係49咧？屌，睇唔到。都算啦，都入咗去唔睇咧。應該都係未夠50，應該未夠。係啊，差啲啲啊，原來屌差60幾萬。
哎呀，可惜啊！點解同你同隊嘅仲要？
都冇顏色嘅，跟你仲係
因為
白色嘅，
因為隊伍咯，隊伍
咪隊伍都會
冇
蘇㗎。
有嘅，唔會㗎。
我以為隊伍都係會 show 嗰個橙啡色。
隊伍行先，入到嚟費事太花應該。
即係工會跟住好友，即係紫色、橙色、藍色、綠色咁樣。
又有隔離嗰個隊伍嗰啲又唔同，一花成堆
Rainbow 七彩虹。我可唔可以教彈唔同顏色嘅個名？
你可以教唔知喎，
彈
我冇。
我哋只可以教個隊伍顏色咯。我想如果可以教嘅話，我覺得幾好啊！要用呢個反而，即係藍色即變第二隻顏色。如果唔係戰場咧，屌你老味啲人黐埋一嚿嘅，先唔知邊個彈補邊個先都唔知。
似冇啦，如果唔係話應該有人試，一人做咗應該。
即係應該有教學啦，如果有嘅話，即刻
係咯，
真係冇啦。如果你都未見過，因為本身個積個顏色可以轉喎，我知呢個，即係嗰個。
我見啲人為咗
輔助
環保咁樣轉顏色，都落 marker 嚟分型，所以應該冇轉顏色啲嘢。
真係嘅，冇辦法啦。咁我唯有見邊個冇血係補邊個啦，隻坦唔好怪我啦。
不嬲都係噶啦。
反正佢死唔死得去喺佢做化嘅啫嘛。
去做係。
係咪2萬戰場點有得買坐騎啊？
嚇，唔係20000，200萬。
200萬？
黐線2萬啊！
屌你啊！200萬，佢最高2萬，點解錯200萬？
金碟幣嗰個。
哦，我而家差20係爆咯。點會出聲？
咩買
1000咯，應該係咪要入去好似攞1000啊嘛？
我唔知一次攞幾多。
要啊，真係。嗰個坐騎係咩樣噶？
飛船樣啦，
同嗰架送嗰架
啲 MPG 嗰啲轟炸機咁樣嗰啲。
哦，可能有印象。會拉過去，
拉過去。喂！邊人？
做咩啊？嗰個唔係紅波嚟嘅喎，唔關我事嘅喎。
你啊，嗰個 A team 㗎。
是但啦，呢度亂撚到啲企位，你望下，根本重疊晒，你撚得佢邊個打邊個啊？你話去到打嗰隻暗者就要分翻嗰個位啫。
喂，我未喐到啊，我仲未。
冇人有火啊！幾多陣先？其實好型喎，佢跳起緊嗰時，點解變咗冰都會 keep 住嘅？
係啊，keep 住㗎。
好正喎，同李星金身踢一樣型啊！
點解我屌歪晒位咯？我啲 UI。我個冰嗰個情報唔知有乜一直揾咗勁耐未揾到。
冰嗰個情報，
即係俾人冰咗幾耐先解凍。
哦，個 debuff 難啊！
揾唔到。
呢啲我都歪咗嘅，等先。係咯，我都歪咗喎。我個 debuff，我 buff 同 debuff 應該係貼住咗個，應該係垂直上邊嘅，但係點解今次會歪咗嘅？入場就乜鳩？
唔知。我都唔知，但係冇更新過㗎。
係咯，我明琴日同前日，哎呀，要俾人踩，啊屌我撳下意識地撳咗衝刺，你學到招技，
你就好啦。
打一本天書先，
咁咪肥我讀咯，肥讀咪肥咯。
我出現咗一條可以攞2條線嘅
快啲啦！聽日
嘅機會，唔係嗰本，我嗰本唔係，我本新拎嘅，計你拎嘅，計你拎嗰時，
聽日又可以拎新嘅咯，但係
係啊，要完咗呢本先得更新嗰本嘅。
唔係 I mean 聽日開始可以拎新。如果呢個禮拜內搞掂嘅話，
咁即可以解兩本？
應該係咁睇落。
咁癲㗎？
定係佢咁樣計咗你係？
定係一個禮拜點都俾你交一本咋？即係拎完一本一本咁計。因為我次次都係啊，佢 reset 星期二，我次次都係平均都用6日先至交到一本。
我唔係喎，
因為你要洗佢嗰個洗啱先。
講完我琴日做完。
咁你單刷到嘛？
但係爭嗰個位就可以連住3條線，佢就唔出嗰個位，出隔離嗰個位。
得3% 咋，其實好似我記得之前條友計咗條數話，如果要3個中晒嘅話係3%，最高最低係0.3。
明明爭一個襟章嘅啦，嗰個位
你就有1000萬啦。
咪係咯。
但係有冇人買係另一回事。
唔係啊，都
我覺得應該大把人買咯，啲人儲坐騎噶嘛，中意。
都係。
我嗰日睇啊條 YouTube 片啊，嗰條友係第一日去買，知唔知幾多錢呢隻馬？6000萬啊！
哇，咁開心嘅。
第一日賣6000萬啊！更新出嚟嗰一日。但係美服嘅價咯，唔知日服係咪咁咯，都係。佢為咗拍嗰條 YouTube 片，同佢啲 friend 一齊籌期夾錢買呢隻馬，笑死！
呢嘢買你唔打咧抽？唔
係啊，佢第一日啊嘛，佢做條片出嚟啊嘛 ，YouTube 搶先啊嘛。
但都要咩㗎？都要有人買先得㗎。
係啊，有人買到啊，真係有人買到啊，真係有人抽到咯，真係有人直接打完即刻出咯。
OP
癲，買嗰個仲癲咯，其實我想講，隻馬肯定唔值6000萬，講真。
唔值咁多咯，可能值咩嘅，但係唔值咁多真係。
不過特效根本唔值6000萬咯。你話你嗰隻電嗰隻可以賣到1000萬，我覺得值啲，起碼真係有啲嘢啊，大佬。咩衰馬？除咗夜晚嗰時熒光，真係好似 Unicorn 咁之外，其他時間都係冇乜靚嘢。Unicorn 係要響，你要響咗嗰個配樂先。
佢哋成功玩完咯。咩啊？唔係啊！屌，嗌完先響配樂，我哋食屎啦！
咩啊？你配住上㗎，2段㗎 ，Unicorn 有2個配樂㗎。
係咩？
佢起前奏未唔覺咋，但係前奏嗰度都計埋㗎。
我哋記得係 Unicorn，
跟住就爆啦嘛，爆音啊嘛，嗰陣時係。
同埋好到咧，好到咧，好到咧，
係永遠都嗌，次次都嗌。跟住仲有對面嗰個白痴，個黐線少爺仔。不過好慘，呢個 Unicorn 2都唔知幾耐有得睇。睇下佢有冇新消息先。而家呢個所有嘢都 delay 晒嘅情況之下，
冇啊。
嗰條線唔係攞嚟掟落嗰條友度嘅咩？點解佢喺拉緊波度玩 Yoyo 咁嘅好似？
係咪副本嚟㗎？係咪副本嚟㗎？
係啊。
幾多個人啊
？24個。
24個。
你見唔到有多過2個團隊框架出嚟嘅咩
4-4-16啫。
你點樣4-4-16啊？4-4-4-4-4喎。
你係隊5B 係嘛？
係啊。我踢唔到個人嘅，得啦。呢個好
痕啊！出事啊！我呢個位，我應該會出事有機會。
死啦！呢個位有啲危險啲，我都去呢個先。隔離嗰嚿石有啲危險，我唔夠膽試。即係你嗰嚿。
唔緊要 ，Mythbuster
冇事喎。但係黃道隕石嘅話會死嘅咯，我知道。
搣不太咗成功。
即係總之個圈唔掂住應該冇事啦。頭先我見過黃個圈掂唔到你嚿石嘅。
揩住。
其實呢個副本你睇都冇用，呢啲副本係3隊裏邊死咗2隊個都過到嘅。
雖然會死咁咯。
係。好悶。
嘅啦，日日都對住佢喎。
咪80呢有個24人嘅咩？
有。
但係點解啲人可以抽唔到咁嘅成日都？感覺上。
80呢好似冇24人。
冇㗎。
佢80呢會多咗2個隨機副本，即係2個每日隨機副本咯，會有多2個。
哦。因為我記得睇人即係啲人講都話好悶打呢個，抽極都係咁，即係冇特別啲，即係冇第二個副本，慘。魔獸難民玩呢個咧就係會咁咯，會唔慣咯。喂，屌冇人踩嗰粒嘅，有
俾你嘅咯。
黐線嘅近戰去踩，
冇錯，真
逼死我咯，逼死我咯。
應該係彈走咗去踩。
呢個雲海嗰把太多都幾正，嗰個特效幾中意。啲水嗰啲波波，即係嗰隻咧，
我知。
都係鯨魚嗰隻。
嗰個我有買，我都有買。
幾靚，我中意嗰個波波，嗰啲水泡。同埋啲太多好撚貴咯，啲發光武器。佢連60、70嗰啲咧，即係公廁嗰啲咧，全部都賣到10幾萬咁樣。
其實已經平咗好多。
但係我買嗰個邪龍，我嗰個黑魔法像3萬蚊就買到咯，啲差咁多。
睇你邊隻公廁啫。
黑魔都咁多人玩。
好多人黑魔好，然之後玩完出事啦，
跟住就發覺玩唔起，跟住就轉英。
冇錯。
咁但係冇事唔係應該近公廁咩？冇理由多過黑魔嘅喎。
公廁完
都係發現玩唔起。
唔係啊，係玩完。
哦，打晒嘅。
佢話啲人都冇事，玩完啊。
去玩忍者算。
忍者而家好玩。
佢應該唔會玩住，我玩埋機攻先。忍者一叻升起要。
忍者起頭輸出爆發勁高。
咁你可以結住忍先啊嘛喺出邊。
即係加埋冇這個一開頭個冇伴，一開頭可以 burst 隻王
2個都可以跳定先咯，因為
勁。
如果試下冇事可以儲劍氣喺出邊，你睇下邊個高啲？
佢完全冇爆發嘅空間可能。
因為佢要搭地先咯。差5咯。咦可以俾你喎？你俾到我，俾到你喎。
就可以使 MIP 啦，互使喺度。
唔係組隊入啊嘛，我哋。
冇錯。
好似上次都係咁樣咯，佢全見笑死。仆街！你班有冇人可以收你裝㗎？行出去先。唉，排呢個先。啊，排錯咗。機攻。排個 level 0升到4，升到50就得啦。我而家有啲驚，5.0未完，我都分分鐘升埋隻武士到80呢。大緊屎。赤魔50，真係要玩赤魔。 啊唔係喎，唔使帶，只要我自己入去打咪升到一呢咯，戇鳩。咁啊。同班呢入去打呢個伊修加德嘅副本。係喎，呢個好似唔係伊修加德嘅喎，出邊嘅啫。一個 NPC 都係呢件裝嘅，等陣先，部戲個個都係呢件嚟嘅。行快啲，行快啲。俾 OT 啊！
因為無刻入你咪排緊 level 零，點解變咗做呢個？
因為我發現我差嗰少少，我可以自己打一個升呢。咁我就可以排 main scenario。咁我可以抽究竟係南方堡定係呢個動畫城。
知我今晚可以點樣死？哦，又可以睇，咦？偷嘅鬼又玩呢個 Apex， 老師有 Apex，
應該玩上癮老師。
大福就喺度 Minecraft，
係 Minecraft。真係好羨慕機工咁快就有招 AOE 技18呢。
係啊，仲要鳩撳就得噶咯。
仲要唔係低傷噶喎。
哦。
痛噶喎。50呢啦。我可以賤啲嘅時候，可以直接退出之後就出去排咯。
其實可以嘅。
但係我班僆升唔到呢，所以我點都要打埋佢。
咦？你40呢夠出有冇？
夠噶啦，其實夠數值噶啦，不過咪夠數值咯，數值都差啲，但係應該有機會贏到嘅。對唔住，對唔住，冇打落去。哇，咁錯仔。呢度都冇乜特別啦，已經脫離咗要買佢嗰件嘅裝備嘅時候，你只用黃票而家係。
不過黃票淨係可以買一隻積嘅裝咯。
係啊，你交嗰個黃票嗰隻啊嘛，會分㗎嘛。
唔係嘅，你交完你都可以揀嘅。
唔係啊，佢大地黃票同埋考手黃票嘅有。
哦，你講分呢個係。
係啊。
但係你分完生產都有分唔同職噶嘛，都有。
係啊，佢逐個買噶嘛。
但係都係買低呢嗰啲。
低呢嗰啲就可以一次用晒，即係全部人用到。高呢嗰啲唔得啦。
50、60都係咩？
得咩？
都係唔得噶。
咁我呢件點解有？我件58呢係黃票買嘅，但係唔係黃色咯。
正常藍色嘅喎，應該買翻嚟。
係啊，我買嗰個白色嘅。
嗰
陣時手痕買錯咗。
藍色先係限值。
係啊，藍色嗰啲限值啊嘛，高裝等。我嗰件白色嗰個係用錢買到，但我用咗黃票買。送嘅。 唉死啦！呢班友唔識避 AOE，
係㗎啦。
不過佢哋唔痛嘅屌，
佢哋唔避佢都話唔會食你啊！
你咪試下避少一招咯。佢話
連 standby 都冇，都 off。
通宵佬居然咁早收工，
可能轉第二隻 game 咯。
咁啊係，佢轉 game 要熄咗佢再開直播。
一啲啲嘅啫，其實佢我見其他人有啲唔係咁做。
佢要分類好啊嘛，即係佢個 YouTube。
唔係啊，吸血鬼都冇分過。
屌吸血鬼連標題都唔係標題嗰叫咩啊？連呢個 thumbnail 都唔撚整添啦。
喂，
嗰條友表示
得閒玩下 Apex 之後就走嚟玩呢個大聯盟 Smash Brother，
又或者捉下棋。
冇錯，捉下棋咯。
冇錯，將麻將變咗捉下棋。喂，打佢！
係吸血鬼同呢個伊茲諾舍同埋呢個士貝亞哈魯單挑好笑。
邊個贏啊？應該都係嗰個啦。
唔係啊，你揾下啲 clip 啦，嗰先正。
居然嗰個 Predator 贏唔到，
好笑。
不過唔係講笑，嗰次我之前睇過條 clip，Gorilla 點樣玩殘咗啊哈魯笑撚到仆街嗰次，完全用呢個技術嚟碾壓咗佢，跳嚟跳去，扭嚟扭去，一槍都唔撚中咁滯。
一個係 Gorilla 又諗翻第今次又有新搞，
又有新搞作。佢好似呢啲咁嘅情況都有嘢睇嘅喎。
不過 Gorilla 今次係俾人哋搞咗，
今次係俾人 clip，
俾人哋搞。
正。一個唔同嘅呢班友打得。
因為你哋打佢唔同咯。
不過有可以轉人咯，我將個攻手轉做雙劍佬。
嗰個垃圾槍其實有幾錢？交出晒你啲身家性命財。
你咪再遲啲先至去打劫咯。你咪真係冇錢先打劫咯。
係窮完啊！少少回緊血嘅情況底下，
我暫時有1000萬可以隨時換出嚟。
冇㗎，你以為
冇呢個問題。
收稅㗎
，900萬咯，仲有冇問題？
冇嘅，冇人買㗎啦，放上去就
一定有人買，呢個唔使諗。我放1蚊上去都有人買。
1蚊啊！我即刻買啊！
太遲啦，你要轉箱過嚟，已經俾人買咗先。
冇人會特登睇嗰個坐騎㗎嘛？
有㗎，嗰日睇一日買一隻啊！啲人賣出去。同埋咧，如果真係要放，我係會選擇揾大陸仔接手嘅。咁樣可以直接交易，唔使食呢個市場稅。 除非交易冇錢攞嘅咧。
之後同你講話，先交貨先，等我 check 下係咪真係嗰個坐騎先啦。
拎起咗先，睇下騎兩下先係咪真嘅。係咯，買車都可以揸兩嘢啦。
係啦，就等我飛下睇下 O 唔 OK 先。
冇錯。然之後我即刻召喚隻馬出嚟，好，我就試俾你睇。
佢話無妨啊。
點知原來我有兩隻嘅。
唔緊要，佢話
冇錯，
都可以買，橫掂都預咗俾錢嘅啫。
你有幾多隻我都要晒，佢話我全都要。
之後再炒翻起佢。
可能大陸服炒到嘅，國際服應該呢個日服應該難啲。
唔係大仔服佢就話咩啊？喂，好撚貴㗎！呢隻坐騎雖然核突又成，但係好貴㗎，快啲賣啦！
快啲賣出嚟啦！我要啊！佢話。
跟住就俾人氹咗落搭，即係就會賣。
錯。
哇！好似真係好貴、好正咁噃。
其實嗰個金獎，如果一日都唔用，一日喺度等佢加啲新嘢上去，
唔知會加定會轉？
其實都好似唔錯。呢個
唔知會唔會轉？
呢個金獎應該唔會轉啊！
即係佢好似咧嗰啲貨幣咁樣咧，換個名又新，即係新一輪嘅話就新一個貨幣嗰啲，新一個券咁樣。
但係呢個天書係好耐以前嘅嘢嚟㗎啦嘛，已經係。
所以唔知可能已經唔更新嘅。
佢啱啱都帶啲新嘢落去，都證明佢仲記得嘅。點3落㗎嘛呢嚿嘢，12月落嘅。
佢話：等你睇下擺到幾時。
真。好似係應該要開翻減傷俾隻炭。
點解啊？炭唔需要減傷嘅喎。
個麻麻地
呢個
感覺。
嘅 damage，tons of damage 就可以解決一切。
有啊，tons of damage， 連人都唔想拉。
啊，唔乸係呀！呢個垃圾 Delirious 竟然喺度 Dream Fortnite，
佢咁早開咩？
開咗差唔多2個鐘㗎啦，
要死啦！
竟然仲有人玩 Fortnite 啊！
有，
即係等同仲有人玩 PUBG 一樣。
PUBG 反而冇啦，佢而家要用電腦嚟扮呢個有人玩嘅跡象，你知道冇人玩。
即係大陸完全係大陸 game 嚟嘅變咗做。
係啊，好笑㗎！以前咧發現咗呢個電腦係點樣出嚟咧，係縮完圈啦，係憑空走出嚟嘅。佢唔係跟你一齊跑圈嘅。
嚇！
好好笑嘅，係啊！即係你當你縮圈喺邊皮啦，跟住佢閂咗喺你邊皮對上200米嗰座山個背，等你望唔到嗰時閂出嚟。
嬲夠。
係啊，好好笑，分分鐘再近啲嘅有時。所以嗰啲玩即係嗰啲乜撚嘢 Choco Taco 咧，玩到純熟嗰啲咧，完全知幾時係電腦，幾時係人咯。單出嚟個感覺，直接睇到。唔知佢有冇改過啦？之前就係咁咯，反正佢改咗幾次。
都冇人玩㗎啦，改完之後。
係啊，但係佢又死唔得晒，佢吹咩？
實死唔得晒㗎。
佢開咗 rank 出嚟，自然有變態佬玩㗎啦。
自然有外國玩㗎啦。
有啊，連個 break 都喺度打，嗰陣時打喺度打呢個 rank 咯。照死，咪睇下 Tarkov 去打呢個 PUBG 嘅 rank，又或者唔係打呢個 Apex。
講起 Apex，睇完佢哋玩之後有啲手痕。
你講咗2日啦。
冇錯。
幾時先肯同肥仔打？
冇啊，肥仔已經消失咗呢個世界上，佢都冇過嚟。
係喎，係咯，都唔知我邊個嚟。識唔識嘅？唔識嘅。
唔識，不嬲都唔識。搭台嘅啫嗰個。
都好啊，起碼你知佢搭台，可能佢係邊個都唔知。
咁冇，電腦冇。
佢幾時走出嚟？
憑空放出嚟。
佢幾時入嚟我都唔知。冇錯，佢應該憑空降咗喺個 table 上邊。知呢個基本走啊，佢識唔識咧？避呢個兵係唔識嘅。
唔識。但係佢哋好似唔會扣嘅。
扣咁滯咯。我食一下冇半條命，佢食一下1/30咁咯。
垃圾隊長。
係垃圾芽菜，垃圾豆芽。屌啊！痛撚到我啊！喂，屌你個開咩？補我血啦，大佬！
係唔補佢喎？
我就諗住，唉，算啦，放棄。2支 AOE 收咗皮咯。
請重來一次勇者。
好彩有得加移速跑快啲。
工具人嚟嘅咋？
攻乜鬼啊？遲啲。係應該話我淨係得呢招唯獨射加出嚟，其他技全部都唔關人哋事。
有㗎，仲有招防㗎。
佢招防係共通嘅咩？原來
係啊，
咁都好啲。唔係喎，咁但係我冇舞伴嗰個效果嘅喎，即係佢唔會喺舞伴隔離都開埋嘅喎，佢真係喺我附近開嘅啫喎。
成個範圍。
我以為係自身範圍咯，原來唔係㗎。
自身範圍咯。
係咯，舞伴嘅話可以嗰邊都覆蓋埋啊嘛，即係我唔使貼晒兩邊人啊嘛。
唔係跳舞啊嘛，你機工嚟嘅垃圾下民嚟嘅啫，市民係垃圾嚟嘅啫。
就係貧民添啊！佢係。
咪就係咯，你以為你邊個啊？騎士當你垃圾一樣。
但係一槍一個啊，騎士俾我。
假嘅，唔會有人信嘅。
係喎，你啲 AOE 係冇得避嗰啲下，貼實佢先，噴唔到我啦啩？係。真係唔識拉背嘅喎，第2下都。呢次你又識補我血喎，簡直係奇蹟。
中意翻嚟咯。
佢唔掟 NPC 嘅喎，真係。呢個 phrase 係全場嘅人都會掟晒。
有優待嘅。
定係掟2下咯，我覺得幾好喎，掟2下真係。你乜 break 啦？
你乜 break？
哇，烏啦啦！補我血啦！舐我一啖啊！
話團長，我唔知呢個明唔明？
咁啊，舐我2啖啊！中意就
告你性騷擾佢哋。
咁啊，告舐完先升，舐完先告。
之後你翻到去就要俾人哋掀去個獨木板度。
冇啊！哇，好
獨木板
彩用呢招
嚟揾你
木板咯，
獨木板，
驚
跟住俾人推落去嗰啲。
招好笑。下多 JPG。好，可以排咧，不過唔知排完要幾多點咧？屌你老母！
頂多咪半個鐘。
平均等級高於42，哈哈哈哈哈哈哈哈哈哈哈哈！
平均等級咯，換裝啦，垃圾。50呢裝仲唔換私學裝？
冇機工嘅私學啊嘛。
你有武者嘅喎。
我冇啫，60呢起噶嘛，點會換50呢裝㗎？
搞錯啊！快啲去換啦！
換你個頭咩？買咗啲入去先。我出去買佢一套裝算。
出去買咩套？
佢嗰套咯。
即係買呢個軍靴裝。
等先，我到而家都係唔明點解我啲裝係力嚟嘅呢家，有啲加敏咁樣着。
係啊，你睇清楚啲啊，有加埋嘅。
我力敏耐咯，原來齊晒咯，即係買晒4件得啦。
之後唔着嘅時候咪攞去幻化咯，
冇
做兵仔咯。
有啦啩，平均等級74添啊，搞掂。
太多唔俾你，落翻個頭盔出嚟啊！唔該。
除咗佢啊，唔該。你太高級啦，你唔應該喺呢度打嘅。
冇啊，太低級啦，要遮住個樣。
遮住個樣。我屌早知唔抌咗把槍，我有把好似50呢槍定40幾呢槍。
唔即係冇用啦，唔係私學嘅都係啦。
係啊，我係垃圾。30分鐘以上啊，居然係。是但啦咁。
都係掛下掛下，整下嘢食咁嘅啫。講起整嘢食，我有少少肚餓。
你自己作賤自己冇計啦。
我冇作賤過自己。
講出嚟就要食噶啦。
今日夜晚食咗個 kebab 啫，雖然唔係好差 ，OK 嘅。
好食就得啦。
我覺得唔好食啊。
我覺得還可以嘅，唔係完全入唔到口，我覺得還可以，普普通通。
咁真係唔係好食喎，呢個係入到口啫喎。
對我嚟講，其實都可以好開喎。
咁啊，OK 嘅，你滿意就好。
咪係咯，如果唔係點樣食三哥啊？係咪先？即刻貶低下三哥先。
三哥係有大麻嘅，
唔係你係食大麻啫。
咁佢都要俾
大麻，
佢都要俾大麻我嘅，會上癮嘅生哥。
反而我食完之後唔係話好 OK 嘅，我都係。
有個 kebab，
唔係你個三哥係
咪食酸辣先？三個酸辣冇得輸。
你可以咁講，即係對比起淡仔普通淡仔嗰個係
真係冇得輸。不過人哋個湯係要貴多1蚊嘅，麻辣加1蚊啫嘛，佢嗰死人酸辣要加2蚊。雖然我今日係食酸辣，唔係食酸辣嘅，係食呢個麻烈咧，麻到個口。
油呢個今日有食啊，即係代表
今日有食，係有食。我發現嗰個叫咩啊？金碟嗰度換咧，呢個長筒靴幾靚嘅，其實原來
係啊，貴族嗰個啊嘛。
係啊，不如係高筒加高踭鞋。
最靚嗰個其實係 Nia 嗰個咯，其實我個
Nia 嗰個點同啊？Nia 嗰個係 三角褲加埋長腿襪喎。
唔係啊，佢對靴都係長筒靴嚟噶嘛。
哦，即係佢長腿襪加靴嘅，原來係，即係兩件裝加埋係有。我嗰日見到啊，啲人話化係啊，
嗰個褲嚟嘅啫。
跟住有啲變態佬，喂，嗰個算唔算變態佬？佢唔係用啦啦肥都唔係變態佬，佢批咗套唔係整咗套好似死褲水嘅嘢出嚟。
正啊！
但係佢唔係啦啦肥嚟嘅，所以佢唔係變態嚟嘅。
某程度上係變態，
佢好似係
變態。
佢好似係兔女嚟嘅，都好啲。
兔女其實唔使 Nia 都可以做。唔知我成日覺得兔女啲衫咧，佢新 design 過咧係幾靚。
你連你嗰件共用嗰件背心都靚過普通嗰件就知啦。我龍女着嗰件都唔知咩嚟嘅，拗晒頭，睇唔透。
誒，等陣先。
都着呢件事。哦，原來唔夠呢。唔見咗個環化嘅。
雖然沙都個環境麻麻地，但係佢入邊個 design 其實好乸靚，都靚嘅唔係話。
你話裏邊啲屋，
佢個園區嗰個 design，你有冇過去睇過？
沙都屋企我未去過，沙都住宅區唔知。
沙都外圍嗰個風景麻麻地，但係入邊佢本身嗰個區域嗰個 design 都幾靚。
點樣入㗎？
咪喺沙都個大水晶入住宅區咯。
哦，喺嗰度入，睇下咯。
可以走去事先睇下邊個地方。不過啲人都係沙都會多位啲，沙都會多。
因為個個都唔中意沙都。
沙都個環境外邊全部都係嗰啲死人岩石啊、岩山啊。
仲要係乜春都冇嘛？
即係我唔知我竟然可以我攞到白銀4.0嗰邊。
白銀香都居然有。
冇錯。
白銀香好熱門㗎喎。
係啊 ，suppose 係好熱門。
但係好似爭崩頭㗎喎嗰陣時。
可能而家啲人開始悶，而家轉緊去海都。
海都唔係應該都係熱門區嚟嘅咩？
係啊，而家最熱門係海都咯，而家根據翻之前空地嘅情況。
咁即係深都反而走翻啲人出嚟。
沙都一定走噶啦，但係
沙都深都走晒出去海都咯，冇理由斷咁多噶嘛，突然間。
或者可能純粹都係嗰堆太耐冇上線掟走晒啲都係。
咁啊係嘅，而家已經版尾啦。咁你唔打嗰啲絕幻乜春乜春，你都唔會上線嘅啦。
一嚟啦，同埋嗰堆肺炎嗰堆嗰陣時停咗踢啊嘛。
係啊。
所以而家咪積累以嚟嘅人一齊俾
瞬間唔見晒咯。咁而家仲要有啲嘢索性翻鄉下嚟避難，咁自然就冇電腦噶啦，有機會。就算有電腦都未必玩到嗰啲。
PS4 帶住 PS4 周圍去，
好似阿葵咁，佢避難咁款好似唔撚直播，笑死啲人話佢避難翻鄉下。阿葵。
唔知緊急狀態，一狀態之後即刻着草咯。
嗰陣時佢開咗直播話唔開住，個個嚇到賴晒屎，點知原來 一陣間，結果都笑佢話佢避難。
不過而家就算點乜肺炎，
佢冇睇
變咗普通
啦。
病啫
而家佢個日本嗰個情況我都冇跟進。
好似而家封咗城㗎嘛。
封完我就冇睇啦。
封
之後，因為之前咧好多，因為我淨係睇綜藝噶嘛，咁之前嗰啲綜藝嗰啲咧好多明星都中招。
其實已經變咗普通病。
係㗎，死唔去嘛。咁老人家就可能死得去嘅。
幾好啊！咁你知道佢想清理邊啲人啦？
咪就係嗰個之前志村健咪就係咁樣，基本上肺炎死咯。其實好可惜。如果有睇綜藝嘅話，就會知佢係邊個。你都知都好嘅，呢個真係好可惜。著名演員啊，呢個搞笑藝人啊，短劇之父啊，短劇之父先係重點啊！
點解你嘅 main quest 同我嘅 main quest 兩樣嘢嚟嘅？點解我等6分鐘嘅？
唔知喎。
因為之後我應該會去到嘅時候就會褪上去。
係咪因為南方寶係50呢？係啊，兩個都50呢嘅喎。
係啊，所以其實純粹應該係我去到6分鐘就會褪嘅，都知道。
即係自動加上去，同我一樣。啊，唔係，我係扣我開頭30分鐘。
咦？公會而家整到間屋叫做睇得下人噃。
仆街啦！我主角70呢咗嘅。
有咩問題？
咁我咪交唔到嗰邊啲任，咁咪冇經咯。
咩叫交唔到？
啊屌啊！我隻完啊仆街！我丟金都68啦，唉大件事呢次。
有咩問題？
黏魚人嗰度嗰啲係70呢滿㗎，嗰啲
係啊，70呢咯。
跟住70呢過後就冇經㗎啦，得1萬嘅咋，好少得翻。
咁你係咪都冇㗎啦？你咁講法70呢，咁你70呢接到㗎嘛？唔
係啊，
玩鳩我啊！
佢咩啊？黏魚人係60至70啊，70呢完啊。
70呢咁樣
，70呢就冇加經㗎啦。70呢之後係接第二邊嘅李符㗎，應該係。佢啲任64啫嘛，嗰陣時行去做
同埋接完我睇住。
嗱，陣間睇下。因為我記得50升60係蘑菇力，60升70係黏魚，70升80係第二啲嘢嚟嘅。
70升80就走去升呢個矮人，但係矮人要有排先可以做。
所以唔係啊，李符我唔知邊度李符都唔記得咗。
水晶刀㗎啦都係。
哦，咁真係要5.0主城咯。
哦，咁你都冇得揀㗎咯，你而家你已經升咗上去啦。
係交任升咗上去。
你睇下你96個李符任啊，垃圾屎。
每日都有清㗎。
清乜鬼？你嗰啲叫清咩？
咁我要留翻做遲啲做噶嘛，我唔會清晒噶嘛，冇錢賺㗎而家。
你咪想睇下清咗係點樣樣啊？係咪想睇下？
想知，快啲俾我睇。
咩逼死我！
快啲講個0字出嚟。
而家唔係0，應該有3或者6。
因為冇做到今日。
因為要留下，因為而家錢又唔係話賺好多嘅咁樣交法，可以留翻嚟升遲下生產，攞嚟升呢算。而家唔使急住換錢出嚟，因為你都買到啦。
伊修加德嗰條撚樣收藏箱喺邊度㗎？
呢個伊修加德收藏
品嗰條友咯。
伊修加德有咩？
伊修加德有收藏品㗎喎，淨係揾到李符呢條友啫喎，收藏品呢？
冇乜人㗎啦，係咪蒼天街就係？
唔係佢哋喎，有個真係收藏品㗎喎。
12啊，12啊，交2個先。
伊修加德送俾哦，呢個冇嘢啦，得啦 ，OK， 係呢個冇事，拜拜。科薩蘭，伊修加德送餅。 必收加送。咁真係去翻市場嗰度先有呢啲材料賣咧。都市傳送網市場。
市場啊！
少咗咁多人嘅突然間，多人。平啲我又買啦，抄你媽！全部係平平啲。慳錢慳錢。
啊，94000啦有，94000啦有。
乜好咧？
咦，唔係94000添啊？
喂，原來
10萬啦有，10萬啦有。
逼死我！佢要用鬆餅嚟整呢個皇家蒸蛋，抄你媽咩嚟㗎？
鬆餅。
仲要係 mayonnaise 係要整嘅喎。哇！好複雜。
咁個咯，睇你想買定係整咯。
鬆餅我自己整到，咁 mayonnaise 我整唔到。餅呢啲買到嘅全部都。玉米粉係多寶玉米，咁即係都係要上去拍賣所買。小麥粉要3個。喂，你冇小麥嘅呢度？
小麥要整出嚟或者咩？
小麥就我要，即係又要翻去海刀賣，我抄你。
逼死你！
得3個啫嘛，4000蚊，我俾得起。
最尾買晒材料之後話我唔整
，1萬都加埋，差唔多要買。
1萬啫嘛，你輕鬆啦，你有幾多？你有30萬，我哋係我嘅3倍喎。
3粒，佢雖然唔可以一個係嗰個，一個係 HQ，其他嗰啲唔係 HQ。
梗係啦，你冇得揀噶啦，買啦，2000蚊係最平噶啦。有皇家蒸蛋，
呢個貴啊，呢個貴
5000蚊一個
，1300市價係。
買啦，1000蚊啫嘛。
去咗京抵，
咪就係咯。
我都唔知我個鑄甲70呢可以點賺錢，唉。
鑄甲70呢？鑄甲質，
真係
鑄甲要賺嘅話，真
係要整嗰啲咯。
係啊，
唉，但係要有咩喎？咪要有臂脊咩？臂脊咯。
係啊，臂脊嘅，你仲要你啲裝夠高，裝
要買嗰件430定4幾
？490好似而家係。
唔係我
仲要
整低級啲嗰啲唔使買咁貴住。
佢咁斷咗，先至整到最高級。嗰啲有簽名㗎，
廚師仲好啊。
嗰啲簽，嗰啲要，不過嗰啲賺錢要嘥利符。
係嘅，鑄甲呢啲唔使嘥利符，整多得啦。
不過可能鑄甲都有嘅，但係好煩。
可能佢話李父有李父嘅煩，啲埋翻上去有冇人買嘅咧？呢件裝
唔知幾千咁樣啦。
唔係喎，有時有人要交呢件嘢嘅喎，都有人買嘅。 而家李富係咪80幾啊？94點解？係喎，更新咗啱啱。
咩94？未更新。你啱啱96噶嘛？你咩啊？你咪黐咗線啊你！
咁點解蠻族嗰度更新？更新咗嘅蠻族原來更新咗12點。
蠻族11點噶嘛？
屌啊！咁我冇
呢個同任務一樣噶嘛？
做少咗一次蘑菇力添。是但咧。
你攞咗錢未啊？
咩錢？
六合彩。
琴日嗰個攞咗咯。
唔係刮刮樂喎。
攞咗啦，中咗個尾二個獎咯，6000好似有。
喂，咁狗㗎？
開心。唉，咁我攀條埋佢。呢個俾伊修加得檸檬。
但係其實你咁樣升生產先咧，你升到上去都未必賺到錢嘅喎。
我整李符錢啫嘛。
咩啊？
用李符錢啫嘛，諗住。
唔係啊，你個主線就塞咗喺度，你點樣去？
係咁呢度未升，到時就會上到去噶啦。主線唔耐，好快啫。
如果個主線係要係
5.0啊嘛。
5.0嗰邊
5.0要完啦，接近。
跟住之後5.0完咗，你先可以自己掘到材料。
係，如果唔係都係得買。
但係一開頭我唔知主線做到邊個先至可以交，先可以交你。
咁都係去到翻去原本，真係點都要衝，繼續衝。
都係你哋啲人咯，唔做主線。
可以出去掘噶喎，點解唔出去掘呢？不過算。金幾多呢話？金600。
好，咁啊1800蚊啊，到雇完翻嚟就俾錢我，俾1800蚊到。而家羅佢又要玩呢個 CS 膠啊呢排。
好啦，玩上癮。好，做到90個啱啱好。好，首先去買蛋黃醬同埋買呢個菜。
全部都買。
就可以試下買材料整，慳翻啲錢。
嗰啲錢你賺翻嚟？
賺唔到啊嘛。
冇。
manual list 我明明本身 search 咗啦。黑胡椒，基本上全部都要買喎。之後加得檸檬幾多錢啊？一個檸檬3個先。雀仔蛋。咩啊？孔半鳥蛋。我呢個平嘅，有冇 HQ 啊？平嘅。
咦？茶莊嗰隻狐狸啊？定係咩啊？嗰隻熊定嗰隻咩？喺度玩 LOL 咯。
茶莊。
係啊。
揭茶嗰個。
你綠色嗰隻熊嗰間公司。
咩揭茶寫嗰個啊？唔記得咗。
係啊。
嗰個唔係 coffee shop 咁解咩？
係啊，coffee shop 咯，
茶莊咯，你講咗，啱啱諗緊邊個咧？
係都係茶，
差唔多咧，又唔可以話錯晒，又唔可以話啱晒咁咯。
喺度撈咯玩。
佢有打撈㗎呢個，知啊。
不過佢入之前，佢都係自己一個人喺 cheat 嗰度打撈。我記得見過，好似。
咁我唔知啦，因為我知係點解咧？嗰次佢即係好耐之前，佢有同過 Ho 佬同埋 Nizi 班人打過撈，所以記得。
佢入社之前，佢個人入公司之前，佢都係呢個樣，呢個形象。
係啊係，呢個係好耐㗎啦，佢都係少少老屎忽嚟㗎啦，都算。
喺呢個 cheat 嗰邊，唔係 YouTube 嗰邊。
原來買錯嘢，啱啱隻眼真係殘咗。
不嬲都殘咗，而家先發現咩？
唉，算啦，我唔翻海島買啦，黑胡椒。你哋掘
完買咪算咯。
掘完嗰啲俾你賺下錢。
咪就係咯。
又唔係貴啲先？HQ 幾多錢啊？哇，200蚊算啦，俾你賺。
好正！今日嗰個阿 Q 堅 game set 啫，整呢個大樓，佢公司大樓，全部人一齊
接力啊嘛，我記得。
好鬼死好笑。之前面試嗰一班啊嘛，每人半個鐘時間喺度起嘢，中意點起就點起。
我哋記得之前睇佢哋喺度爭人笑死。我之前製作技能效率，因為我1178，即係一嘢推一半，或者我用錯咗，頂我用咗純勁都唔鬼知得，唉，冇眼睇，高品質喎。夠力添。呢個做唔到優質嘅咧。研究呢個點整先？即係其實點都冇高品質喎，夠力純粹因為夠力唔夠。唉，咁唔整咧，攞晒做普通材料算。
整啦。
留咗埋夜千層長頸鹿，黐線
咩嚟㗎？
長頸駝唔係鹿啊！
呢個好啊！
綠野菜，喂，呢個唔算好貴啫。
Corn Noodle 竟然會係4個鐘嘅停手？
佢自從斷咗片一次之後，已經收斂咗少少，係少少啫。
假㗎。你吸血望一望隻吸血鬼嗰邊，就見到佢6個殺做緊 Q leader，加緊呢個69分，
真係輕鬆。 屌我明啦，頭先我個廚師都得嗰10幾咧，鬼整到件裝咩？唉，冇嘢，冇眼睇。我真係世界級垃圾，
而家先發現啊！
真
波魯多，波魯多。
園藝工掘咗啲嘢先。一定咗一集7天樹嘅根。
天樹。
7天嘅啫。我屌我要掘40個。有啲後悔做呢個添。
冇嘢後悔啊！
仲要13%，即係平均係要掘80次先見到。
但係你有限次數㗎嘛咩？
我呢個隨便掘。
呢個。
如果佢係限次數嗰個仲好啦，掘唔到都冇所謂。嗱聲做完走人。
唔係啊，呢個係有限次數㗎喎。
冇啊，叫我掘40個啫嘛。
只係你掘晒啲點，你未去到目標，你就拜拜㗎咯。
冇掘晒喎，係咁 respawn 嘅。
respawn 嘅咩？
係啊。
佢任務嗰啲喎。
係啊。啱啱呢度咪掘完，佢又 respawn 咗。冇理由㗎。
竟然係咁。我記得會有 fail 嘅時間出現，不過唔係，可能唔係呢個。
佢又轉咗位啦，又多個 respawn。fail 咪 fail 咯，是但啦。
咁㗎，唔可以咁求其㗎。
喂，又話返工，幾時肯瞓覺啊？
整膠紙先㗎。啲 application 屌。
滿意啊，遲咗佢咯。
係俾錢考試嘅，屌你！
滿意啊，唔好考咯。
都想啊，好貴啊，7000蚊一科啊。
冇人叫你又想考又要嘈㗎。食得鹽咪抵得學。成30歲人都唔明呢個道理。喂，屌你下下都爛嘅啲嘢。逼死我咯！
好笑。呢個伊茲諾蛇同埋個庫蘇夏佢嗰個鬧交，
佢成日都俾人撚㗎啦呢個。
唔係啊，因為佢一開頭咧個事係話嗰件事係話呢個伊茲諾蛇話庫蘇夏太廢，話佢廢，話佢太弱。跟住點知其實中間咧就係呢隻卡納耶同呢個國業講話，佢話佢弱咁樣嘅啫，純粹真係
笑死，又係呢個
有條友係 flow，有條友 flow 咗，
又係佢，又係出賣呢個兩個互相傷害嘅 buddy。不過嗰次好耐之前呢兩個卡拉耶同埋呢個一支賴又成日都互嘴喺度玩呢 pair 嗰陣時，又係好好睇。
佢呢兩個係啊嘛，但係國業唔係成日啊嘛。
佢好少參加嘅啫嘛，跟咗阿葉師傅嘅節奏，正。
好笑。之後仲要咩咧？之後佢哋後夜祭咧打散晒啲隊伍啊嘛，由營運去調動啊嘛，啲隊伍係，特登將佢兩個擺埋一齊咯。
即係想玩查翻都要查翻。實有 clips 啊，遲啲一定有得睇。
有啊，但係日文咯。
問題啊！我睇唔到字啫，我聽得明，大部分都有5成，差唔多最少。
係。
呢個嚟啦，白痴啫，收工。目標不足，任務則失敗，呢個啦就係。
係，因為第一段片先嘅，之後過都唔知半個鐘之後就佢哋另一邊單挑還拖啦。
嚟了咯。E.K. 啦，要掘多6個裏邊65中30，哇！真係唔可以 miss 多幾次啫喎，定64我記得68%同50幾一樣，都用晒採集力。哇！連續炒3次粉。
仲要睇翻佢同哈度打完之後話 ，Predator 就係咁啊！
有歪呢？撚鳩。
單對單圍住個保護罩單挑，其實真係其實好睇暈嘅叫做，或者真係好食技術都叫做。
唔算暈咯，我覺得技術優先咯，即係你瞄得，即係你知佢入嚟嗰個時機同埋你瞄嗰個位做得好先得㗎。
我有時覺得佢哋好睇暈，佢哋咁露 bam 嗰個空位。
哇！砌一下，好彩完成到，嚇死我，諗住 fail，我掂。翻醫手加得住，要去蘑菇力玩遊戲。哇！條片16分鐘都唔好講笑，我唔睇住。
點解做到呢個 finish 動作同埋 cut finish 動作咁流暢？係咁頂頭錘變咗。
佢哋撳得好快啊，覺得。
係咁慣咗已經係 BM 慣。
同埋有時係你要 cut 咗佢個盾噶嘛，所以已經熟能生巧班友。
係嗰種嗰種。
跟住睇住唔知邊個玩，好似 Gorilla 定唔知咩，見到條友啊唔係 Rest 條友舉金盾，之後佢一槍都唔開行埋撳一下，之後瞬間熄，之後攞支散彈秒咗佢，下一秒就即刻俾人撚咗。
一冇咗個盾就咩？真係遠到賴屎啊！呢啲民族任要我續揾嘅嘢，係咁噶咯。哦，唔記得佢解嗰個任添。嗰個60呢嘅8人掘礦唔係掘寶，睇一個人打唔打得贏先。攞隻黑魔出嚟。黑魔冇人玩噶啦。喂，靜啦，買咗裝俾佢啊嘛，咁佢梗係要攞嚟做單刷噶啦。最低人數用嗰隻 Cham 啊，嗰隻積啊，低咪低咯，都冇人玩。不過有好大機會係會變咗做武者嘅形狀，唔知點解好中意玩。武者工具人嚟嘅，導 M 嚟嘅咋，你咪係。我知幾開心，一係武者，一係就絕槍，哇！冇打我啲怪。42分鐘。 佢嗰個智障 AI 都成日開始玩，開始打 game 啦，又跟佢哋。
冇人氣啦嘛，冇計，開始要做翻啲嘢嚟揾食。不過話就話智障 AI 冇人氣，但係依然呢都係好出名下，又可以上節目，唔似佢哋真正冇人氣嗰啲咁。幾個月前仲要上到單攤 DX，你係知道條友都仲未死得去，肯定。因為一線嘅綜藝節目
唔會死嘅佢話。
係佢都已經做咗老闆咧，基本上。
佢唔會死嘅。
佢係 AI 嚟啫，佢唔會死嘅。哇！派到啦，簡直係感動。
啊？點解啊？
點解你入唔到？
我派唔到啊？
點解你入唔到嘅咧？
點解啊？
係咪又好似嗰次咁？我遲你1分鐘撳，但係我早你成場入去。
我 shit you！
冇啦，
望你冇45分鐘，冇
我都想
咁多經，但係照樣嘥半個鐘。
係啊，半個鐘。冷風暴。不過南方寶有個好處嘅，尾二嗰2隻3隻王可以掛機咁滯。
嗰4個就玩呢個最弱決定戰。What the fuck？
最弱咧？
冇錯。
都唔知新嘅咩嚟，加成係唔知添。
哇！嗰隻古神畫畫真係好乸正，好乸靚。
活咗咁多年，仲要係出名大人大物嚟嘅喎。我真係諗翻呢個華生好似係畫白嚟嘅喎，諗一諗，好似畫唔到畫，其他啲都畫到啲。
唔知，我冇見佢畫過啊，我都唔記得咗佢有冇講。
好似有畫過，好似睇過一次咁，唔記得係咪？
呢個寫 UI 畫畫呢個剪片寫歌乜都有佢哋。
好18般武藝樣樣皆精。
係。最新嗰幾個 season 全部都係打死人，最近嗰幾個 generation 都可以打死晒你。200萬。
唉，轉個 channel 出去 tap 出去睇嘢先。
唔係可以點啊？你想點啊？
睇人玩 Tarkov 先。
玩乜鬼 Tarkov 啊？睇乜鬼人玩 Tarkov 啊？自己玩 Tarkov 啦。
通我玩咗又話你知。
我一定知。
點解？
因為我睇住。
好驚！我而家玩緊，你知唔知？
我知。
好，即係你唔知，因為我冇玩。
我知你冇玩咯。
我好啦，得個淡仔三個喺你個口上邊。
正，肚餓表示，真係肚餓，嗱嗱聲早啲整嘢食先。
我都肚餓，但係基於南方寶冇得整。
你 Foodpanda 啦，叫佢送埋。
實有啦，
你呢邊
而家1點都可能有咯。講真，
可能有嘅，可能有嘅，只要送。
2點真係冇可能。
Believe
我就係 Foodpanda，一個廚房 deliver 去我間房。
到最後尾都要整個面。
都係要洗嘢。
冇計啦，點都要洗嘅啦，洗多一隻碗同埋洗少一隻碗其實冇分別。
唔係㗎，有嘢焗嘅話咪唔使洗。
定係焗嘅話咪係咯，我好少焗嘢，因為
我多數都係焗。
一係只燒賣，燒賣又點都係蒸嘅。
係燒賣冇可能焗咁呢個就有嘅。你試下咯。
水底人
燒賣可以焗到嘅。
我唔會浪費。
用兩個兜，一個兜後面擺水，一個兜擺上去擺大，用呢個石子製造呢個蒸汽，
喺入邊焗。
係製造蒸汽啊嘛，等水滾之後，
喺個焗爐蒸嘢。
再唔係焗爐，即係一個盤攞個石子包住啲燒賣，跟住倒水個盤爐。
咁咪都係要洗兩個盤。
洗啊！
本來一個爐變咗個盤啫，純粹。
盤唔使洗啊！你有石子包住，咁即係冇油啦。咁即係倒水，倒水咧就咁完嗰陣時倒翻乾佢，之後就擺喺度擎乾就得啦。懶人方面呢度我簡直係世界級。
好啦，
我唔係肥仔嚟嘅，煮完嘢我係會洗咗先瞓嘅。佢咧就俾我阿媽洗嘅。衰人嚟嘅，
咪係咯。我否竟然買拉布，擺啲碗，擺啲丸入去，隨住個煲一齊焗先，好似幾正喎！嗰晚花喂，
咦？
有魔嘅喎，
佢唔係玩開有魔嘅咩？一定。
如果俾你揀咧，你會食韓國嘅芝士麵啦，定係薯仔麵啦，定係有隻日本嘅咩稻庭煎麵？
差唔多啦。嚇！我會最尾係睇邊個到期先。我覺得差唔多。咁啊，夜晚冇乜想食芝士嘅感覺，應該稻庭。
好啦，你嘅意見我聽住先，但係正正上有另一件事。
韓國嘅芝士麵，我覺得食過幾隻都覺得冇乜感覺，所以好少會揀。
有黃色包裝嘅。
不過嗰隻最出名嘅咯，跟住仲有一兩隻係新戰麵嗰個系統嘅系列嘅，跟住仲有隻好似係三樣嘅，食晒咁滯都唔好食，覺得。
啊，真係得，真係得，我還可以啦，真係得。
黃色嗰隻好耐啦，已經真係好耐嚟食，好耐之前食過。有得揀，我係會揀出前一丁最後味道。
冇啊，買一箱俾我啊！
買一箱俾你咯。你嚟我屋企攞咯，定係俾個箱你？喂，點解你個封面係咖喱嚟㗎？好肚餓啊！
睇啲咩啊？
我 YouTube 見到個封面係咖喱啊！
咁封面唔係人就嘢食，唔係人唔係嘢食，咪風景，唔係風景咪活力死民咯。
好啦，
講晒啲嘢出嚟啦就。
我決定陣間去到開炮嗰關，我決定去掛一掛機先，做下衰人。芽菜就係為所欲為。
冇錯，就好似你隔離企住啲人喺度關機咁樣已經。
咁呢個位係一定掛機嘅喎，都未到啲嘢。
你有個招未啊？多利娜啊？
要。
多利
應該未
娜幾靚？
有。我淨見到多咗一招技咯，而家。
多利娜好似52啊！
即係打完就見到嘅。
係58啦，多利娜係機攻最痛嗰招啊！
咁遠。哇！原來嗰個第二個士杯牙居然打咗成接近5粒鐘頭嘅 LL 咯。
啊 LOL
原來咯，打完啦，19分鐘前直播完畢啦。
哦。啊嗰個唔玩緊 Apex 嘅咩？都係啱啱。
知喎，佢啱啱原來451啦，LL 嘅直播係4個鐘頭51分鐘打咗。
個個嚟嘅啫。嚇！另外一個小 V 啊，下支咩都升到上差唔多轉啊！
又係 Apex？
係啊。
佢 Apex 唔廢㗎，睇過㗎之前。嗰陣時
之前佢好似
佢
新手咁樣嘅啫喎，唔係咩？
唔算新啦。嗰陣時佢打 rank，佢由鐵爬嗰陣時，我見到佢啲追下下爆到頭咁滯喎，接近咯，唔係去到嗰個葉師傅嗰個變態程度，但係都
不過佢
爆唔少頭。
佢已經13日連續每日玩11個鐘。
佢之前咩1個月內唔知咩 Apex 唔知乜鬼啊嘛，唔記得咗嗰個 title。不過其實可能係因為日服係9絲合實都上轉嘅關係。奇啊！
都未必咩嘅。啊，正常其實應該唔係好爭好遠嘅喎。諗下成。
係㗎，每個箱唔同，嗰個程度差好多。最大分別就係美同日服 Apex 嗰度。
美同日我覺得係嘅，但係
台日可能唔差咯。
應該都係嗰啲其他都會。應該唔會話咩啫，亞洲區
要咁做，因為最起碼就係我平時睇美服嗰班變態佬打嗰啲場，同日服睇嗰個感覺根本就兩回事。
話晒而家日服咩人都走去玩，而家係。
所以可能就係咁樣咯，拉低咗個程度，所以易升咗。就算係易升咗啫，但係你都要有翻咁上下嘅實力先。槍法唔穩就唯有用呢個苟且偷生嚟升分。
咩苟且偷生啊？戰術嚟㗎，識唔識嘢？你識唔識戰術？
識。
你同我食咗佢。
我點咪點咯。我睇住 Warhammer 嚟食，我原來有3條新片未睇，正睇埋先陣間。睇住嚟食嘢。
又係講解片。
故事片咯，背景片都知㗎啦，不過想聽下咯。
冇，我最想 CG fans arc 嘅話，我唔睇噶。咩部 Warhammer？
冇。最新嗰個做得最好嗰個俾人收編咗，去幫官方做。
梗係咯，唔收編，唔通自己做啊？當整咗出嚟仲差咁點啊？
佢嗰個真係好犀利，整得。
整完出嚟仲差過俾人鬧到食屎，俾人燒傻。
顏面何存啊！
不嬲，平時整 game 就俾人笑噶啦。
我都唔知幾耐先至有新片睇嗰啲。所謂嘅幫官方收片，可能做啲 in game CG， 唔係做唔係做動畫。因為佢之前出過一個動畫嘅，唔係動畫咯，由FF 嗰隻嘅 CG 嘅動畫咯，收得，所以就冇回事啦。好，可以掛機啦，正。準備定企好個位之後行出去整出丁。
都係你。
係咯係咯係咯。
乜嘢 warm 啊？搞到我出到去之後啲丸漲咗3倍咁樣。
咁咪好咯，漲啲咪食多啲咯。
多啲屎啊，有粉啊！
死啦！啲丸裏邊有屎。
啲芝士丸走晒芝士啦。
咁好食。
呢個走晒芝士。啲真係漲晒，啲芝士走晒，溶晒，
爆晒出嚟啊嘛！好，我都要煮麵。